what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can't give the radio back. Open your heart. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your understand. You're
Can't, we can't hear you. Can you hear Zara, or is it just Irene? Oh, I can hear me.
It got defaulted. Wait, chat, we're back. Oh my god, how did my mic get defaulted? Why do things default?
Oh my god!
Why does anything... Chat, I've just had a messy day. I'm messy. I haven't drank my, what is that stuff, Sarah? You know, we used to drink it all the time. What is that one thing that I always like to drink to get me ready for stream?
Wait, do you mean when we drank Void coffee?
Yeah, I gotta drink the Void coffee. Like, I'm just like, because I'm just thinking, like, me compared to, like, we're covering H3's show, The Leftovers, Ethan Klein, and Hasan Piker. If you've been on Twitter.com, I still refuse to call it X. It's always Twitter. It's gonna be Twitter again. Like, right? Someday, chat, it'll be Twitter once again. But, like, anyway, yeah, if you're on Twitter, you kind of know what happened the night before this leftover stream, right? Ethan Klein got angry at a Hasan mod. Some of you may have heard of Froan, right? Froan was tweeting. Ethan did not like Frogan's tweet and proceeded to unfollow Hasan's mod and just post like all kinds of shit. Like, I mean, he's deleted some of these tweets too, right? He went off, like, and I don't even know what all of it was about. Some of it was like, I'm still confused about, like was he yeah, Frogan with a 0 instead of an O. Frogan is a streamer. Frogan is a Hasan mod. Frogan is basically runs Hasan's Discord, right? That is, you know, it says Hasan's Discord. It's really Frogan's Discord. It's really Frogan's Discord that we're talking about. So, like, pretty integral person. This would be like if Hasan got in a fight with Dan or Zach. You know? Like somebody major on the H3 show. Anyway, what I was saying is that, like, Ethan, like, he's got a big production, right? He gets big numbers. I'm looking at the stream. It got almost 1 million views, right? That's pretty normal for H3. So, you know, he's probably got, like, his stuff together. Like, even if he himself does not have it together, his show has it together. And they put him on this George Jetson conveyor belt that, like, does all of his makeup and, you know, everything and gets him ready. And there's like runs him through the bidet really quickly, just make sure he's fresh, right? Because I know that Ethan is big on bidets. I can't tell if Hasan is really giving bad takes or head. What? Is Hasan giving head? Can I say that? I probably can't say that. Well, if I'm talking about, like, I don't know. I gotta make that mean something different than what it exactly. Frogan is an OG mod from when Haas switched from Facebook. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, Haas used to stream on Facebook. Do you know about Facebook streaming? Does that still exist? Anybody? Is that still a thing? Is Facebook streaming still a thing? Anyway, let's move the music along, move the stream along a little bit. There we go. This is like less vocals, easier to hear me. Hopefully I'm okay. Hopefully our volume levels are attenuated. Oh, just a little bit down. Just a little bit down. Right there. Right there. That's the sweet spot. So yeah, no, I got my Void coffee now. I should be good. I've been staying up really late. Watching ridiculous comedy stuff on YouTube. I have no idea. I deleted Facebook long ago. Yo, me too. Facebook is a scary place. Facebook is a scary place. The only people that are gonna get at me on Facebook are stalkers or my parents, right? And like neither of one of those are you know, entities that I want to encounter. But as you can see, we are sitting right here in front of the Leftovers backdrop. That's right, I got my own Leftovers backdrop courtesy of Vamps, the lovely and talented Vamps. Hasan isn't known for bad takes on standard mainstream politics. He's been getting a lot of unfair, bad faith criticism. Yeah, so like what you hear of Hasan generally when you hear Hasan had a bad take, it's like you'll hear that he has said something that he didn't. And he's like, yeah, that would be, that's a bad take because it's literally not what he said. But as far as this issue, he's one of the only people out there having reliably good takes. As far as the current issue, Hasan generally has decent takes. Oh my god, let me just like, oh wait, I gotta play the thing while I drink it. Like what I'm trying to tell you, chat, is like I'm here, but I'm not exactly here yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm here, but I'm still kind of like a little bit, yeah. I don't want to have one of those streams where I'm like,
this is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad.
I want to be like that.
This is going bad. 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 This is going bad.
There we go. That's the rhythm that we'd like to hear from Sunday. I don't want to forget what are my
fucking pronouns.
But yeah, I'm kind of wishing I had Ethan's George Jetson conveyor belt right now, because I am just like, I'm just not ready. It is still morning for me, even though it's not morning unless you're in the Pacific Ocean. I'm here, but I'm not here. Yeah, exactly. I'm here, but my butterfly clip is MIA. It's flying like paper, gets high like planes. No. I'm not. Did I put it in right? I don't think this is the way that it's supposed to work. So yeah, there's been a huge blow up with Ethan. Ethan trended because of all the stuff that he said and did. And well, look. So what people are predicting for yesterday, right? Because you know this is yesterday's leftovers. We're eating yesterday's leftovers. Does that sound delicious to you, chat? Destiny is riding the hate so hard. Yo, we should check in with some of the hate. We should check in with some. There's all kinds of hate. You know, there's like a lot of hate for Hasan. There are people. You know how I think I was like trying to say Hasan, or no, I was trying to say Hamas and I said Hasan, or like I don't know. I somehow mixed up the consonants. And well, people are doing that now for real. Somebody mentioned Destiny before. Destiny or somebody in this community photoshopped like Hasan sitting in his chair, except he's got like, you know, he's got like his face covered up, and he's got like a Hamas like bandana on, like a headband, right? So the joke, the meme is Hamas hiker. That's very, very, very funny. I'm here, but I'm not here. Yeah, you know what I mean. Hamasabi. Yeah, Hamasabi. That probably is the better version of the meme. There's several versions of the meme running around, just like there's several versions of me running around on Twitter, although not anymore, right? We don't have to deal with that anymore. We don't have to deal with the clones, chat. Let me tell you this. You never want to get cloned, okay? Never get cloned. It's really bad. Okay. Wake your ass up, lady. But yeah, so we're gonna get into this with Ethan Klein, Hasan Piker. People are predicting this might be the last episode of The Leftovers. We'll see what actually happened. I will say this, okay? This is the part that's no lie. There's a lot of difference between what Ethan's been saying on his show and what Hasan has been saying on his show, right? These two do not agree, right? And it's not an issue like, you know, like communism, right? Where Ethan just does not know much of anything about communism. So it's kind of like Hasan, you know, teaching, right? This is, you know, this is going on in real time, and Ethan and Ela have been following this closely. And yeah, they don't agree. They don't agree. Oh my God, I didn't realize this. Yeah, that's, do you see what they did though in this thumbnail? Hasan's next to the Israeli flag and Ethan's next to the Palestinian flag. I didn't even see that. I did not even see that. You watched all of it today. Okay, so we're not gonna, like, I know the classic NCC thing is to watch an entire thing. To watch like this entire stream. This goes hard. They talk about this subject for almost the entire time. So I don't think we can watch the entire thing. All right, we're gonna go back and forth. There's lots of stuff going on. We're gonna need to get some updates about the situation. We're gonna need to check in and see, like, what did Ethan actually post when they mentioned that? What was the exchange between Ethan and Froan? Because that'll come into play here as well. And what were the deletes that Ethan tweeted? No, the deletes that he tweeted. What am I saying? The deletes that he tweeted. Chat, you can tell how tired I am when I say the deletes. He tweeted some deletes. He freed it a few. No. Can you hear that? Is that ASMR coming through? No, probably not. Probably my noise filter is too strong for you to hear the lovely sounds of the coffee dripping into my cup. Froan thing doesn't even get brought up until literally the last. Okay. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of other stuff, and I want to try to kind of break this up by looking at that. We also have to look at, thank you, Natalie, for finding me the clip of Vosch that we've been talking about for a while. Vosch does finally address transmedicalism amongst a lot of other things. I don't think he directly speaks to Brianna Wu, but he does you know, give his take on that. We watched Keffel's take on Brianna Wu yesterday, which was basically this. Keffel seems to be under the impression that Brianna Wu was frozen, Captain American style, back in the 1970s, and was only recently unfrozen and awakened. And so we really have to be patient with Brianna Wu, because that was how trans people thought back in the 70s. And that is maybe how a lot of trans people thought back in the 70s. But unfortunately for Keffels and her narrative, Brianna Wu was never frozen in carbonite, okay? That didn't happen. Brianna Wu was with the rest of humanity through the interceding time, and so it's not like, you can't make that excuse for her of being like she doesn't know she's from the old days. Yes, she's from the old days, but she lived through the rest of time too, right? You can't use that as an excuse unless you're literally an unfrozen cave person, and I'm pretty sure that Brianna Wu is not an unfrozen cave person. So whatever Keffels was selling yesterday, Wednesday, whatever day, I was not buying. Unlike Void Coffee and Vitamin D, which I buy regularly, the old days, she was literally born in 70. Well, yeah, she was born in 77. Whatever time it was, right? That's the excuse. That's the excuse given. Also, welcome to the stream, Nova. Glad to have you along for the ride. Speaking about along from the ride, that is the Star Trek Fleet Command sponsorship. That's right, I'm sponsored today. Should probably put that in the stream info. I'm sponsored by Star Trek Fleet Command, and if you want to check that out and get started on it, perhaps, because what we're talking about here is not something that I'm selling you. I know that usually when it's a sponsorship, you're like, oh great, Irene's gonna try to sell me something. I'm actually not. I am suggesting that maybe you give a try to this free-to-play game if you like stuff like this. Only if you like this kind of stuff, because it's a grind. It's a grindy, buildy space adventure where you start off with your own little Deep Space Nine, and you start building, you know, the facilities to be able to house multiple starships, right? You got a starship, you got a space station, you're gonna build more starships, you're gonna research, you're gonna do those tech ladders, right? That's what this game is about, right? It is definitely like an idle game, like a browser game. It's not like a game where you got to be like, you know, try to like concentrate really hard. So it's kind of nice if you like that kind of game. If that sounds like your thing, then check out my affiliate link. And like, look, here's the deal. I get paid not based on what in-game purchases you do and don't make. And just for full disclosure, I've played this game. I'm at level 13. I have not made any in-game purchases, and I've, you know, haven't felt like it's slowed me down, right? I've been fine paying no money for this game. But like, I get rewarded if you reach level 5. I get rewarded if you unlock your second ship, and I get rewarded if you reach level 10. So that's what we're looking at today. At some point, right? But yeah, if you want to get started, you can do it now. It walks you through this. Vamps actually was playing this game the other day, and yeah, she remarked at how much it kind of holds your hand. So it's not a difficult game. There's not a lot that I have to explain to you. They kind of like walk you through a tutorial with Geordie, and then Geordie like hands you off to Data, and then they send you off on your own to make alliances and allegiances to different factions in the star system. The star system. All I'm saying is she doesn't have excuse. Yeah, like that. Yeah. So Keffel's excuse was BS, right? About Brianna Wu. So yeah, we got Ethan, we got Hasan. Ethan made a lot of tweets, and like a lot of people are kind of pissed off, and understandably so. So we'll go over those two. Lower Decks, that's right. There are also Lower Decks characters. Okay, yeah. So one cool thing about this, it is a gacha game. All right, it is a gacha game. In as much as you have, I said, your space station, you have your star fleet, you have your ships, right? You got your ships, and then you got crew for those ships, right? So the crew comes from, like, you know, it's kind of random, like, right? You do a gacha pull, you get free, you know, like there's like standard pull, ultra pull, super duper pull, right? And you get a few of these to just, like, you know, draw your own crew. So basically, most likely, you're gonna get the really common, like, crew members, right? I think the paying for it is if you want to have a better chance of getting the rare pulls, which they all do different things for your ship, and it's in line with the character, right? Whatever the character is, right? It's gonna influence what they do on your ship. And yeah, they also have Lower Decks. So they have Star Trek original series, Star Trek Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, like everything, every Star Trek series, including the Lower Decks. That's the one that they added most recently. Anyway, we're gonna get to that later. Don't worry about that now, but if you do want to get started on it, there's the QR code that you can scan. And there's also, if you want to press STAR in chat, there it is. You can click that affiliate link and get started. This is mobile, okay? So last week we did PC. This one is for mobile. So, you know, get your mobile device out, or I don't know, maybe if you have something that emulates a mobile device, I think that might work. I'm not entirely sure. I'm definitely gonna be playing on some BlueStacks, but let's dive into this.
To do. There's no Hamas in the West. Did have Jews.
No,
The
we
plight
are
of
trying
Palestinians.
to. Okay.
And truly understood that the violence of this occupation and the violence of an apartheid regime and the violence of your point across.
The one thing that pisses me off is people who are cutting shit that is like trying to make it sound
want people to live freely.
each other, which is important because
Taboo topics.
exactly, just like who's doing that?
I think that was Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit,
Was
taboo
it?
topics.
No, it was Ab and Preach, I think.
Look, if people like me and Hasan, which are basically so close to the same ideals, can't have a amicable conversation about it, then there's no hope for anybody.
I agree.
Thanks.
The hummus.
Where do you want to get started? Because one thing I do want to say,
There we go.
and this is not necessarily about this issue in particular.
Look, if we're gonna do Hasan and Ethan, we're definitely gonna be stealing the background.
But in general, I feel like a lot of people do not have a way to contextualize news and information without adding a little bit of drama seasoning to it. Where like, it's not necessarily, here's what's going on, this is my opinion on it. It's always, there needs to be a secondary market, you know, of like, oh, well, Ethan said this, or Hasan said that. What do you think about this? Or, oh my God.
Honestly, what do you think about this? Like, I'm not sure. Is Hasan, I don't know if Hasan is like bemoaning this fact or if he is just mentioning this fact, but this is true what he's saying. And this is something that I have always said too, right? You know, you've got the attention economy that is at play. You've got things that people are focused on, which a lot of times, you know, seem to be drama, seem to be personality, online personality conflicts, right? And then you got stuff that is important and maybe doesn't get focused on enough. So my strategy in content has always been to not ignore the drama, but to use the drama as a means to focus attention on a subject that people might have a hard time engaging with otherwise, right? Yeah, I don't know though if he's just like, if he's complaining about it, like, you know, you people out there, you got to have your drama, you suck, or if he's just saying that's kind of the way it is. And regardless of what he's saying, that is kind of the way it is.
They're going to fall apart. Like, I think that betrays the values that you are trying to show people. If you're saying like, I care about people dying, I don't want them to die, I want people to live freely, and then you simultaneously...
I get it. So what he's saying is that there's like a certain amount of like discordancy between covering something serious that is life and death, and it's getting worse, right? We'll check into what's happening right now, but yeah, no, it's getting really bad, right? The campaign in Gaza is pretty brutal, and so yeah, that like combining that with internet dramas is a little bit weird. I've seen him called Hamasanbi. It's so infuriating. Yeah, this is the thing. Look, I don't always agree with Hasan. I'm sure if you've been around long enough, you've heard me disagree with him. You've heard me, you know, sort of rage against some of his takes. But in this case, I feel like he is one of the, if not the, you know, best faith actors in terms of talking about this subject matter out there. But yeah, just like his, with his other takes, like these takes are getting, they're getting mischaracterized, I guess. Hasan Doichi, he has good nuances, opinions. Yeah, that's the thing. He's not just like rage baiting, right? He has thought this out. He is giving a serious take, and you know, a take that that puts things in the proper historical perspective, because that's what's missing from a lot in as I say it, you can see why, right? I talked about before how drama gets eyeballs and how substance, especially when it's nuanced, especially when it's not straightforward, especially when there's something that you got to learn to really understand it, like history, right? To understand that what happened did not come out of nowhere. That's when the eyeballs drop away. So in a way, like this Leftovers podcast is functioning to maybe bring some of those eyeballs back. What did you miss? Not much. You missed me being too tired to like even stream, coming on here and just being like, and then drinking coffee and like, trying to wake up. Destiny subreddit is, are they talking about Hasan? Destiny's subreddit?
We try to have discussions almost entirely around
I mean, maybe we can check that out too.
Commentators and Twitter spats and whatnot.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened, with Ethan, but on this subject. And, in a way where I feel like there are some people that maybe Ethan doesn't disagree with as much as he thinks that he does, and he's just sort of talking past them. The Void Coffee boost. I need that boost.
I feel like that is
so
unproductive.
tired.
Right. And actually, people are doing that to both of us.
Yes.
Frankly. In fact, so much so, there's this one.
I mean, people want this show to end. People want Ethan and Hasan to burn the bridge. People want drama. There's a lot of people, Keffels, Vosch, that have been sort of making overtures towards Ethan, apparently in hopes of getting him away from Hasan and to like pay more attention to them, right? And then there's people in Destiny's community posting, what is it? It's like Hamasanabi versus Hamasanbi versus the Taliban. The Taliban is like some kind of DGG thing where they like Photoshop Destiny as like Osama bin Laden. I don't get it. Can anybody explain to me the Taliban? They call themselves, the DGG calls themselves the Taliban. That's like all I know. A lot of people just want because blood sports, because it's entertaining. Yeah, and also they hate Hasan, and obviously Ethan is, well, like there's two aspects to Ethan, right? On one hand, he is, more of a social democrat, more towards the lib end of the spectrum, and it's not the end of the spectrum, the lib side of things, right? And on another part, he just isn't that well versed in politics, and particularly in things like theory, right? Because if you have an opinion about communism, about socialism, about Marxism, you're talking about theory, right? And a lot of people that hate those things don't know the thing that they're saying that they hate, aren't familiar of what that means, and really also aren't putting together the fact that a lot of things that they hate, a lot of things that they really hate, are aspects of capitalism, right? But they just don't make that connection. And there's a lot of forces out there, trying to keep them from doing that. So this is, Ethan is a little bit of a uncarved. I don't want to call him an uncarved block. God damn, I don't want to call him an uncarved block. Okay. But it, there's some, so some of these issues are issues he hasn't really talked about. So we're gonna watch a little bit of. We'll take a look at maybe the Tom Dark video on Ethan, because I feel like Tom Dark is one of these people that is chomping at the bit to get Ethan back. What I mean by get Ethan back, well, Ethan used to be like an anti-SJW. Back in the day, Ethan was not all right as far as I understand, but definitely on that, like, sort of anti-SJW end of things. And he has changed since then, and hopefully grown and given some thought to these things, right? But that side of the internet remembers him being one of their own, and they very much want him back, right? And they're making a play for him, right? And a lot of that play is coming from, like, God, Hasan is a tanky, Hasan is terrible. Vosch is a good example of that. Ethan has always been a lib. Well, wait, has he? Because I feel like, well, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I feel like back in the day, he was just an edgelord, right? The anti-SJW is the Ethan I remember. This was when when iDubbbz was anti-SJW. Then he rebranded. Yeah, and sort of slowly, because like if you look back into his content, you know, over the past few years, you're gonna see like it's not like a swing, it's not like a pivot, it's not like a sudden turn. It's like a slow movement from that to the Ethan, you know, who is, you know, progressive, maybe a little bit of a social democrat in certain ways, but definitely not somebody that's looked into socialism, right? And that's what the conversations with Hasan, that's when those are coming in.
One video that I saw on our subreddit, and I see it on Twitter too. It's getting a lot of likes and views. It's so fucking bananas. I
have not even watched it.
So
I just saw it and I was like, oh God.
They spliced me talking separately about something and Hasan talking separately about something, and they spliced it together to make it look like I was telling you that you deserve to die. Here, let me see it.
Jesus.
No, look at the title.
Show it? Okay, I was going to bring it up.
Debate. Ethan Klein tells his former co-host Hasan Piker he deserves to be burned alive by terrorists for his different views on the Isreal Palestine conflict. Die! And by the way, we got a community note on it.
Thank you, Elon.
1.5 million views, though. But anyway,
but that goes to show you.
People are doing that too on my. The one thing that pisses me off is people who are cutting shit that is like trying to make it sound like I said that if you're pro-Palestine, you deserve to die, which is fucking nuts. Clearly cut. And I've seen people doing the same to you.
Here's why they're doing that. Okay, here's why they're doing that to you specifically. Because you're Jewish, you lived in Israel, and Ela was, of course, a mandatory conscript, also being an Israeli citizen. So people don't know what your perspective is and immediately say, okay, you want all Palestinians to die. You want Israel to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip and ethnically displace.
So I'm looking at some of these. I don't know. I should probably bring this over. Okay, I'm gonna have to pause this before he finishes, though, because what he's saying here is.
Well, since you were.
This is apparently to Frogan. This is to Hasan's mod.
Well, since you were born here, Frogan, if an Iraqi terrorist cell comes to exact revenge for what our government did in Iraq.
Okay, so yeah, like that's what he says, but then he goes on to say, I hope you don't complain when they unalive your family. Right? That's the part that I probably cannot play. So yeah, it's hard to exaggerate, and I mean, like that VOD is up too. I guess we could take a look at that. I don't want to get too hung up on watching like Ethan and Hasan all day, but yeah, obviously this leftovers has made a lot of waves. That's and then there's some deleted tweets in here too. Anyway, I'm gonna like look for those, and at the same time, yeah.
Place in the West Bank. I don't believe that that's your perspective, and
you don't
I've never.
Believe it. It's not.
No, I know that that's not your perspective. I'm
Just
saying
to be
that
totally clear about that.
Yes, but I think that it's important for you to clarify, and then I can clarify my position as well, because a lot of people, despite the fact that I know that I have to be on a very delicate, tight rope when discussing these matters, because it does often get racialized fairly quickly, and it's done as a deliberate attempt to try to misconstrue your position and debate a straw man. I think that you can, describe your position, then we can go forward.
Well, another thing to note, it is incredible how many people want this show to break up. Like they're fantasize about it.
Yeah.
And I find that odd. I find that odd.
No, it's what I just described
I know,
earlier.
I know,
It's
but
drama.
it's like-
There's no way to contextualize the news because news is fucking boring and oftentimes it's depressing, right? When you see dead babies, when you see fucking building blocks being reduced to rubble, that shit is, one, usually impossible to contextualize if you're living in like fucking Connecticut, you know what I mean? And two, it's depressing and boring. What's not boring is, well, this is my favorite commentator duking it out with my favorite commentator in a way that I can actually analyze, in a way that I can actually understand, and I'm gonna go to battle.
Oh, by the way, chat is off. You fucking savages in chat. Got to pipe down today.
I can confirm that. So the background of this is that yesterday, Ethan, the day before this was yesterday. So the day before yesterday, Ethan gave his takes on what was going on, and a lot of chat like massively disagreed. Like chat just erupted into, at some point they were just spamming flags back and forth, right? It got really heated in chat. So he's got chat turned off today.
It's time to sit down and listen, right?
Sit
Dan?
down and listen.
Okay. So here, I won't interrupt you. I think it's good to clarify your position.
Let me clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, clarify your position on Israel and Palestine in general.
Well, first of all, just to talk about this clip that I guess some people have seen, I made an analogy. You might not disagree with it. My point was that, you know what, I don't need to explain that. Do I?
I don't know what the clip is, but I care more about you getting your point across as it pertains to Israel and Palestine. Like,
here's what I'll say. And I like to say this at the top because people are always going to call me a Zionist. People are going to call me a IDF supporter, genocidal, all this shit. And I've been saying it every fucking day, every time I can say it. So if you see anybody saying that, you know they're liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a
Okay, so this is an important thing about Ethan, because like I said, Hasan was getting mischaracterized. Ethan is also getting mischaracterized. Ethan is not a Netanyahu supporter. I don't know who needs to hear this. That's not what he's saying. I do disagree with a lot of what he's saying, but he's not coming from a place of, rubber stamp. Like we're used to in our U.S. Politics. There's like two sides. There are people that rubber stamp whatever Netanyahu does, and then there are people who disagree with that, right? Ethan is not that, and part of his frustration is the fact that he's getting this pushback, and when he voices his opinions, which we're gonna find out that maybe his perspective is missing something, right? When he's voicing these opinions, which I agree in a lot of cases are terrible, he obviously agrees too, right? He's made some apologies since then. He has deleted some of those tweets, right? So, not great tweets, but I think that some people are making assumptions about his overall view on the situation that aren't actually true. And that's frustrating him, and that's making him mad. That's driving him into this spiral. That's what happened. I guess it was Wednesday night, the night before the leftovers, right? That's what happened on Wednesday night when he just he went into this horrible tweet storm and just said a bunch of things that I think for the most part he now regrets. It was like a cycle of him saying something, people disagreeing and disagreeing with the assumption that he is one of these he's on board with Netanyahu, which he's not. He said he's not, and that frustrated him. Because he felt like he was getting treated like, somebody he's not. And to an extent, that's true. But yeah, the kind of lashing out that he did as a result of it is obviously something that he's come to regret.
Coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hellbent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18. So when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead like 5-year-old daughter. I mean, and there was another one that like, as a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was like a year old. And he was like patting her on the back and saying like his final goodbye. I mean, he's holding her like she's alive, like he's just burping her or something. I didn't expect to get emotional about that, but like, I'm a new dad and that shit really fucks me up. And I hate to see it. It's not right. I think people in Israel that support the government and the government need to watch that shit. I think Israel shutting off water, power, and food to Gaza is insane. It doesn't even make sense. Like, what's the end goal there exactly?
I wanna cut in here for a second, and while you recollect your thoughts and say something.
There's a lot of images, a lot of stories, a lot of interviews coming out of Gaza that are absolutely heartbreaking and really hard to deal with. This is definitely a really hard subject, and I mean, you can kind of see that given what Ethan's real perspective is on this, you can see maybe why he exploded on Wednesday, right? Not that that excuses what he said. Like I said, I don't think he even, I don't think he's even looking for an excuse, to what he said. There's only a few days of water. Well, yeah, I mean, like it's hard to get water in the Gaza Strip normally, right? And now they've cut everything off. Effing Connecticut? Wait, I don't get the Connecticut reference, Paul Squall. Am I missing something? It's very emotional, understandably. Yeah, it's really hard to deal with. I mean, this is like the hardest stuff for me to cover, and I have obviously had a lot of emotional moments on stream, not involving current events, but this is
the feelings that you are demonstrating here.
Oh, you missed the Ethan Twitter. We'll take a look at that. I'm looking right now. I'm trying to see if I can find some of the deleted tweets, and just show you, kind of how far it went. Obviously, you all probably know that Ethan unfollowed Froan after something that Froan tweeted, and that's when a lot of this stuff started up, and him tweeting on it is it kind of him talking about Froan actually ended up sending a lot of hate her way. And that was the moment where I was really worried about this podcast, whether it would be able to go on after that. Because you're talking about somebody, Hasan, the mods for Hasan, both on Twitch and on Discord, integral to what Hasan does in terms of streaming and you know, the amount of hate, the amount of racism, sexism. Like I saw a lot of bad shit being directed towards Frogan, right? And it wasn't it was Ethan, you know, did a tweet like, let me explain why I unfollowed Frogan. But there were a lot of people that, you know, were responding, you know, to the tweet of Frogan's that Ethan picture retweeted, with a lot of hate and a lot of vitriol and a lot of bigotry. Honestly, here comes he comes after JT from First Thought. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he comes for Second Thought. Wait, First Thought. Are we talking about Second Thought though? Or is there like a... Oh, your English is fine. No, I can understand you. Meow. Mine is the one that's hard to understand because I always meow. And technically meowing, I think, is not English. It is cat language.
The empathy that you're demonstrating and showing towards
Okay, First Thought is Second Thought's news channel. Thank you.
Palestinians.
That's what I thought when he said that. I was like, wait, that does sound like a second channel. First Thought is the second channel.
Is unfortunately not represented by our administration, and it's not represented by our media. And I think that the irony is that in the aftermath of the Palestinian the Palestinian actions in southern towns in Israel, led by Hamas, the reaction from the Israeli population, specifically anti-Zionists living in Israel who are Jewish.
So this has gotten compared to 9/11, the event in the U.S. On September 11th of 2001. That, you know, a lot of people who are justifying the retaliatory actions, which, you know, it's that makes it sound like that this, you know, event, these actions in southern Israel were, you know, out of nowhere, which they weren't. And that's the big problem with the narrative, right? Is not understanding, not putting this in the correct historical context. But people are excusing Israel's admittedly, and they have admitted this, disproportional retaliation as well. You got to understand, this is Israel's 9/11, right? Well, like, look, 9/11, if you actually go back and look at some of the interviews of normal people, like I've seen people interviewed saying that, literally advocating violence against babies, right, as a response, like genocide, right? Basically, that is the kind of reaction that you get in the wake of one of these events, right? And so a responsible government has to be able to put some kind of a, you know, to not be led forth by those voices, to not be responsive to you know, the voices that are calling for that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, the government that you've got in Israel is the furthest right that it's been. These are people that, you know, traditionally, politically have been somewhat marginalized, have been on the outs of Israeli politics, that are now in the administration of Benjamin Netanyahu. And so you've got voices within the administration, you know, advocating for this. And obviously a lot of people that are really upset, really scared, really alarmed, you know, saying a lot of things. So it's a perfect storm for atrocities to happen. 9/11 was hard to talk about because we weren't neighbors, so Americans were unaware of America's atrocities. Yeah. Ben Gvir and Smotrich are evil. They live in Zionist colonies in the West Bank, right? And that is, you know, that's where the yeah. So we talk about the difference between Gaza and the West Bank, you know, in terms of two different responses to the occupation. Gaza having been the more trying to coexist sort of response, or sorry, no, West Bank being the more try to coexist response, and Gaza being more towards active resistance, right? And you can kind of see what happens. People who advocate a coexistence model of resistance, right? You can see what happens in the West Bank, which is massive settlements. There were settlements in the Gaza Strip as well, but they were essentially evacuated. Don't forget the genocide undertaken by the U.S. In Iraq after 9/11. Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So when you okay, thank you, Molten Panda, for getting me back on track, because I was getting to that. Yeah, so if you are advocating like a understanding, if you're advocating for a acceptance of Israel's actions, because this is quote unquote Israel's 9/11, remember that the United States actions after 9/11 were terrible, were misdirected, ended, in genocide in Iraq, and did not make anyone any safer. Right? It's hard to think of a worse, it's hard to think of an example of a worse reaction than that, right? That's not something that you should advocate for, right? That was a huge mistake made by the United States, and enabled forces that, had their eye on, conquest of Middle Eastern countries from Iraq to Iran to Afghanistan and beyond. American support for genocidal revenge unironically tempered after they learned that they were lied to about weapons of mass destruction. Yeah. So yeah, Iraq being a target. So like, just to go really quickly, because most of you know this, right? But for anybody who doesn't, after 9/11, the United States made allies with some of the anti-Taliban factions in Afghanistan, then conducted a bombing campaign and finally a ground campaign in Afghanistan, which lasted like forever. Like, Joe Biden is the one who withdrew from Afghanistan, just to give you some perspective of how long U.S. troops were there. But that wasn't enough. That wasn't the end of what George W. Bush wanted to do. He made his axis of evil speech and identifying Iraq, Iran, North Korea, identifying like a whole bunch of countries, and basically, went into Iraq after that on the premise that Iraq had something to do with the planning of 9/11. It didn't. If you're looking for a country in that neighborhood that is somewhat culpable, you could find Saudi Arabia. Obviously, Saudi Arabia is a U.S. ally, so instead of, this going to Saudi Arabia, it was directed at Iraq. And the other excuse for Iraq was that Saddam Hussein was in possession of weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, and even nuclear agents. Colin Powell famously held up a tube of oh my God, was this the yellow cake uranium? Yeah, basically the implication being that we need to stop Saddam Hussein before he gets nuclear weapons. He wasn't even close to nuclear weapons, and they never found weapons of mass destruction. And that is sadly the one thing that got Americans maybe to start opposing the war in Iraq, because the media was in lockstep. Everything, there wasn't a lot of opposition. Cat ears, oh my God. I must procure the cat ears. Oh my God, I don't know. Cat ears feel a little bit. Ah, there we go. We took over their government, restructured their economy to extract oil wealth, to American and British corporations. Yeah, and for anybody that thinks that Donald Trump is the peace president, what was Donald Trump's comment on Iraq? What do you think the mistake was? Oh, we didn't take enough of the oil. Like, right, we didn't extract enough wealth from Iraq. But yeah, absolutely imposed a government upon Iraq that obviously was gonna, end in chaos, right? Yeah, as far as Iran, Afghan resistance is bringing this up. Iran's nuclear weapons program. This was something that was effectively dealt with in the Obama administration, and lost. In other words, that deal was blown up in the Trump administration, right? As far as as far as Iran's nuclear ambitions, that was projected. That wasn't that was something that the U.S. said about Iran, not necessarily something that Iran did. Iran did have materials, I guess, which could have been harnessed towards a nuclear program. But honestly, the U.S. foreign policy is incentivizing the development of nuclear programs, the development of nuclear weapons. If you look at the countries on the axis of evil that were attacked versus the countries which weren't attacked, during the so-called war on terror, right? It does seem to be that like nuclear, weapons were, something that kept the U.S. at bay, and so yeah, everything about Americans' foreign policy has been a disaster, and not even before 9/11, but especially after 9/11. I think Trump droned more people than Obama and Bush combined. It was under Shah that he wanted to build a nuclear power plant. Oh, the Shah. So the Shah, we're going back to the 50s, right? With the Shah. He wanted to make Iran more. Yeah, there was an attempt to westernize Iran, and
even Zionists living in Israel was more tempered and more empathetic to the plight of Palestinians, and truly understood that the violence of this occupation and the violence of an apartheid regime and the violence of endless bombing campaigns in an open-air prison was squarely at the heart of the violence that Israelis experienced on October 7th. I think that is very courageous for people living in Israel proper who lost their friends to come out and speak out against their own government immediately. And it is cowardly and disgusting for Americans who are thousands of miles away, who will never be impacted by this, to refuse to reckon with that and to continue demanding more blood and aligning themselves with an insanely unpopular, insanely reactionary, far-right government who has deliberately propped up Hamas as the singular force.
President Biden saying Hamas's behavior is not human behavior reminds me of things that took place in my country by occupying U.S. Politicians and the U.S. government. Yeah, and you're talking about dehumanization there, right? The rhetoric that that uses metaphors of animals or inhuman, right? This kind of demonization is what allows for genocidal policies to be carried out.
Time and time again, who has humiliated, bullied, imprisoned, and occupied and stolen the lands of so many innocent Palestinians. And it is shocking to me that the consensus in Israel is more tempered
And that's what pisses me off
than
too.
the consensus in American media.
Like, I've seen way too many fucking people acting like all Israelis are fair targets. They're all settlers. They're all genocidal. Like, there's way too much fucking dehumanization of Israelis and the refusal to see, like, even understand their perspective at all. Like, if you can't understand why, after Hamas murdered up to now probably close to 2,000 people, if you don't understand why Israel would want to retaliate, then you're not in favor of peace. You're not, because I understand, and a lot of Israelis understand why Hamas exists and why Palestinians and Gazans want to fucking kill Israelis. I understand that, and I have that empathy. I feel that a lot of people, not all, even a minority, but enough that it's noticeable, don't have that level of empathy where they see Israelis as like full-blown, diverse human beings that aren't fucking genocidal freaks. You know what I mean? They just happen to be on the side that has a bigger fucking military and has international support. And all the result of that is obviously that a ton of Palestinians die.
I think.
Okay, so it's gonna get contentious from here out. Let's just really quickly. This is something that Natalie Marie sent me here. The shrinkage of Palestine over time, right? So the 1947 borders, the 1967 borders, and the oh my God, Trump's projected plan. I mean, look at what's going on the West Bank here, right? Look at what, like, because right, these are the 67 borders after but do you see what's going on with this map? All these little, like, they look like fjords. Like, do you know what I'm saying, chat? It looks like we're looking at Norway. If you look at the coast of Norway, you're gonna see all kinds of like fjords going into it, right? You know, it's like fjords, like at the, I don't know, or they're like where the sea kind of like cuts into the land, but like, right, you got all kinds of like cuts through this territory, right? And the thing about these cuts, the thing about these settlements, right, is that if you're living here in the West Bank, it makes it impossible to get like from one place to another. You know, even you know, you're talking about like, even if you think of like Gaza, right? There is one for people who like work outside of the, you know, that live in Gaza and work outside of Gaza. There is like one there's one border crossing now in the north, right? So everything about Palestinian life is disrupted by the occupation, by these settlements, and you can see, you know, what the effect is here. You know, effectively cutting off areas of the West Bank that are right next to each other, from each other, with settlements, with, you know, and there's no way to go through here. And the goal, it seems like, right, is to just make life untenable in these areas so that people will leave. And here's what goes on, right? If you live in the West Bank and you flee, right? And like, you know, this can come from like your possessions being taken. You can literally be pushed out. Once you flee, once you leave, you can't come back. You can never, like, right? So they're basically pushing people out, right? This is, you know,
Like, how's there ever going to be peace? Like, genuinely, if there's not empathy to at least understand. Like, I'm not to agree with, but
let's see if we can. The map wasn't visible. There we go. Oh, I see what you're saying. The 2020 map is kind of off the screen. Nope. Nope. Oh my God. I don't know why OBS is behaving like this. It does this sometimes, but yeah, you can see that the overall effect is, yeah, I didn't realize that last, that's what I was talking about in terms of the West Bank being carved up by settlements. So from 100% to 44% to 22% in 1967 to 15% of its territory in 2020. Yeah, it looks like islands in the ocean. That's what I was saying. Yeah, the fjords make sense. Yeah, I didn't realize that you couldn't see that. It's one of the things that's kind of a pain in the butt about OBS, and it's being an special pain in the butt today because it's not even working right. I don't know if I can muster the stomach to vote for Biden. Biden has been terrible on this, on the border, you know, essentially completing Trump's border wall. Yeah, rolling over on immigration. I don't know what he thinks he's doing, but he doesn't realize that his whole his re-election strategy is to turn people out for the vote. He is doing the opposite, right? He's making people, yeah, turning people's stomachs, as Chad Alpha said. Any U.S. president would do the exact same thing.
to at least
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Like, here's the problem, right? In the United States, any type of meaningful support of Palestine, any kind of opposition to even the most extreme of the you know, Netanyahu, Likud, right-wing coalition policies will get you blacklisted. And it's still happening, right? Wasn't there like a Starbucks union that made a statement about this, and basically people are boycotting Starbucks based on the union's statement of support. BDS, yeah, BDS is illegal because it worked in ending apartheid in South Africa. It was a successful strategy, and therefore it must be. It has to be banned. And so what we're talking about, like, overall, it is basically a situation where opposing these policies is untenable in the United States. Opposing these policies gets you blacklisted. And so anybody who wants to run for president, right? If they don't support the most extreme right-wing Israeli policies, they don't have a chance. And so every U.S. president, as somebody in chat pointed out, is you know, gives this rubber stamp to Israel. We're gonna look at what's going on more recently, though. Or I feel like there was some statement that the U.S. urged restraint today. That's the first time we've seen something like that, and basically with the concern being opening up a broader conflict, a regional conflict. Anyone who is a critic of Israel, then you cannot. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, that's probably true. You can literally be fired for not supporting Israel in many states. College professors are getting unaccredited if they're not in 100% support of Israel. And there's been, like, I don't know if I want to mention this, because it's something that always makes me cry, but Hassan's gonna bring this up later. So, you know, in terms of the Palestinian journalist that was assassinated by Israeli occupation forces, she was a US citizen, and she's not the first US citizen to lose their life for, you know, support of Palestine. You've got the incident in the 2000 aughts of a American college student who was run over by weaponized construction equipment. I don't know what to call it. What militarized construction equipment meant to demolish Palestinian homes, and you know, there was never any consequence for what happened to her. So yeah, the US is definitely, you know, not even, like, you know, protecting its own citizens in that regard, let alone, like, people are spreading bad ideas that today is World Jihad Day. Like, yeah, Rachel Corrie. Yeah, Rachel Corrie. That is okay. So Hassan did cover this. Yeah, the supposed World Jihad Day. It sounds like an op. It sounds like something that's like made up to scare people and to
Understand.
Look, I think Edward Said said it best, that it is not about, it's not even necessarily about designification of Israel. It's about maintaining peace so that everyone has a right to return and be able to live comfortably in their own homes. This area of historic Palestine did have Jews, Christians, and Muslims living side by side before the 1948 Nakba and before the British occupation. There was a time where there was peaceful coexistence. Ultimately, though, I think that the reason why a lot of people get really passionate about this, or the reason why I think the American media does a disservice to show the full breadth of the conflict or even the Israeli perspective by regularly running to the right of the Israeli government. That is, I think, by design. It is because we give a lot of money to Israel for its security and its defensive operations, as we call it. And I think a lot of that money has to be justified to the eyes of the American population. That is, you know, those
you can't even have fun with Friday the 13th. Wait, what do you do with Friday the 13th that's fun? Because isn't there like a scary movie? There's like a scary movie called Friday the 13th, right?
are weapons ultimately that are being used and being deployed. It's our training as well. And it is very beneficial for Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Boeing.
You're gonna do camping on Friday the 13th?
And many other defense contractors.
But you gotta find a campsite with a lake. That's the important part, right?
Saw tremendous gains in their on their stocks immediately after October 7.
Jewish schools and synagogues in New Zealand are being closed just in case people come here to protest, which as far as I know hasn't happened. Well, yeah, like I feel like the psyop that's going on with this like supposed day of jihad is supposed to make people think that violent attacks are going to happen on Friday the 13th.
So to say that people do not have empathy for Israel, I don't necessarily agree with. I think your judgment is made on what you see on Twitter.
Okay, so the only truth to this, and Dak Katie talked about this too, is that there are people that are so discourse brained that they're not really they're talking in a way about the conflict that is disconnected from the human beings that are involved. And you know, that I guess I have seen happen. But I mean, it's not specifically towards Israeli people. There's a lot more dehumanization and disconnection and derealization of the Palestinian people living in Gaza. In France, it is illegal to have pro-Palestinian rally. Oh yeah, I heard about this. Even have a Palestinian flag. They're going to make it like a hate symbol, right? That's what they're trying to do. They've arrested many in Paris just because they had Palestinian flags and maybe a sign of support. God. Oh, thank you, Lexical.
You're like, there's an unimaginable amount of violence that took place in Israel, and then how can people immediately go to defend Palestinians in this action? And it's
Not
understandable.
Palestinians.
Well, I mean, people
Just
were
to be clear.
Yeah. Immediately go to defend these actions in general, and it's because emotions are high in that moment. But I don't think that I do not think that Western media across the board gives a similar perspective, one that you have on the Palestinian plight. I don't think that is represented in the media.
It's worth saying the Western media refuses to humanize Gaza. Okay, like that's the same thing.
It is by design,
and so, you know,
so
it's just people. I'd like people to have. Let me finish what I was saying, and then you can kind of clarify your spot.
Go ahead.
I don't understand the water and power and food being shut off. Like, that makes no fucking sense. What's the end goal there other than just to let people die? Like, hospitals don't have power. Respirators are turning off. Surgeries are being canceled.
Red Crescent paramedics were bombed yesterday after being allowed into the area to take care of people that were stuck inside of the rubble. They died.
Yeah, and more recently, like after this went on yesterday, there was actually like a group fleeing the danger zone that was attacked by IDF forces.
Mm-hmm.
9 UN 9.
Okay, so from North mythology, this is the lore behind Friday the 13th. It was believed that every Friday, the spiteful goddesses convened a meeting with 11 other witches plus the devil. Wait, there was a devil in Norse mythology? I know there's a hell in Norway. Like there's a city called Hell. Wait, isn't there like a goddess? Like there's like a deity named Hell, right? Plus the devil, a gathering of 13. Yo, that sounds like some Kingdom Hearts shit. And plotted ill turns of fate for the coming week. Wait, so that Friday the 13th, then it doesn't sound like it's about Friday the 13th. The bad luck happens the next week. So is it really an unlucky day, or is that just like, I didn't know that. Misinformation has been horrific to people trying to drum up further violence. Yeah, excuse further violence, and it's not Norse mythology. Maybe it was after like the Christianization of Scandinavia. Does Ethan understand the difference between Western media versus a random Twitter account? I believe that you may be onto something there, Chat Alpha. Yeah, maybe Ethan is a little bit discourse brained.
9 UN officials have died so far. Multiple journalists have died so far. It's relentless, and it is chaotic. It is ethnic cleansing, and every single media operative in the United States and in the Western world, and the majority of our politicians have championed it.
Oh, Natalie. Well, it makes perfect sense then.
I was watching the Israeli news with Ela this morning, and she was translating it for me on the news. They were saying,
Yeah, it's a war crime, and there are lots of war crimes, committed against the Palestinian people, and they are most often excused. Area that they told the Gaza people to leave, 1.1 million people are in that area. Yeah, so basically it said, like, if you're in this area, it's like, we're expect to get bombed. Area that has most hospitals and UN schools where people try to stay safe. South Gaza has less hospitals, schools, and houses. And they're going to move there's 1.1 million people that are supposed to move for Israel to just enact what can only be described as vengeance.
the strategy is to get in as much bombing as possible before the international community.
Oh, why is Ela watching Israeli news? Here's the irony, right? Here's the irony. Israeli news as a whole is less pro Netanyahu than United States news, right? United States, we stand with Israel during this horrible atrocities and the animalistic, terroristic, right? That's U.S. news, right? Straight up, like in lockstep. Like there's very few exceptions, right? You got to go to some like Democracy Now! To find a different perspective on that in the U.S. In Israel, it is more mixed, right? In Israel, it's largely more mixed, and I mean there are probably some really right. I'm sure there's some far right news outlets in Israel, but yeah, Ela's talking about what she was hearing from the Israeli news. Yeah, Haaretz is a great example, and even Haaretz is feeling the pressure, right? Because I had an article, there was a op-ed essentially in Haaretz, which got taken down, right? They took it down. They weren't allowed to keep that. There was too much pressure on Haaretz.
Makes them stop.
Yeah.
How fucked up and cynical is that?
Well, yeah.
But they just openly said that, right, Ela?
It's like news anchors like speculating about the situation and all giving their thoughts. It's not an official.
So let's roll that back really quick.
Watching the Israeli news with Ela this morning, and she was translating it for me on the news. They were saying the strategy is to get in as much bombing as possible before the international community makes them stop.
Yeah.
Do you hear that? So, in other words, fog of war, in the moment, with all the emotions, all the fear, all the hatred, running wild, right? And the U.S. media virtually cowed into rubber stamping what we stand with Israel. So whatever when we say we stand with Israel in the United States, that means the Israeli government. That does not mean the people of Israel, who lots of them want Netanyahu gone, right? Netanyahu has made a lot of authoritarian moves lately and is actually, kind of unpopular. But in the United States, we don't know this. We don't hear this. This doesn't come over, right? There's this false dichotomy here of like, we stand with Israel, right? Either that or you're in favor of the terrorists. So nobody wants to be in favor of the terrorists. So the chorus of U.S. media is we stand with Israel. And during that time period where everybody's afraid to say anything else, that's when what Ela is saying is that the news, the reporters, the anchors, the people on the Israeli news are speculating that the IDF is trying to get in as much indiscriminate bombing as it possibly can. They've used phrases before, like cutting the grass, right, as a metaphor for, I don't know, it kind of sounds like lowering the you know, like it sounds like, you know, you're talking about like unaliving a certain percentage of people in the area, right, as a, you know, with the long-term goal of it, further encroachment, further colonization, and pushing you know, the people that are not you know, unalived out of the area. Oh, Netanyahu propped up Hamas to weaken secular nationalist secular national movements in Palestine. Yeah, it's a convenient it's a convenient excuse for whatever sort of violent actions that the Netanyahu government wants to undertake.
How fucked up and cynical is that?
Well, yeah,
But they just openly said that, right, Ela?
Robbie on the Hill just went full jink mode and said that the left loves terrorism. Oh no.
It's like
Did Brianna push back?
news anchors like speculating about the situation and all giving their thoughts. It's not an official like
It's an analysis.
government or IDF
Yeah.
telling their strategy.
Well,
But they're all speculating, and they were saying how, like, in their opinion, we have a short time to respond before, you know, the humanitarian cause there is going to be so bad that everyone will tell Israel, you guys need to stop. So some of the citizens are actually upset because they want them to respond harsher.
Right. It's crazy. That's
Brianna did push back. Yeah, I had a feeling, right? Brianna's not great. There's a lot of things that I disagree with Brianna on. There's a lot of stuff that she says that I'm just like, what the fuck? But on this issue, yeah, I expect her to push back on Robbie's nonsense.
crazy. You know, I want to.
And honestly, this is a weird. I have like I really like Brianna. All right, I want to like Brianna. I am shocked and chagrined at some of the things that, you know, I hear her say from time to time. But yeah, she's really you know.
Say this about settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal, fucking fundamental monsters. They are also, I would even say, you know, settlers, they're participating
Robbie said the F word on air. Well, I guess you can.
in this dangerous conflict.
Technically, I'm allowed to drop the F word if I want to, like the one that rhymes with duck, right? It's just that here's the deal, okay? The first few seconds of a video, you're really supposed to keep the F word out of that, right? And also, you know, there's if you say it too much, it's a problem. If you say it too much, it's a problem. And the thing that really gets me though is that they seem to have a different standard for streams than they do for videos, right? And I feel like no matter what I do, my stream almost always gets demonetized. Almost always gets demonetized. I'm able to appeal it, and usually after about a week, they remonetize it. But it's shitty because all of the views I'm gonna get for the stream, most of the views, 99% of the views that I'm gonna get for a stream come in the first week. So if there's no ads on the stream during that first week that it's up, it's like I'm just, you know, I don't know. It feels like they just don't want to pay me for streaming. I don't know.
Okay.
And I mean, like, you know, advertising as much anyway.
And they're putting themselves in this dangerous place.
The Hill is owned by Nexstar. Yo, The Hill is an incredibly conservative. I had in fact, this is the reason. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Was that the reason that I got blocked by that Vosch mod, Thana? I feel like that might have been it, right? You know, does everybody know Thana? Thana's like a Vosch mod, always posting, always like kind of dick writing Vosch on Twitter. And I was trying to point out that the article that Thana had cited was The Hill, right? As a news source. As like, this proves my viewpoint. This proves this proves what Vosch was saying. Vosch was right all along because the Hill says such and such, right? And there was just no recognition. You are citing a conservative news source as your proof, right? You supposedly mod for a what does he call himself? Libertarian socialist streamer, famous libertarian socialist streamer Vosch, right? And they're citing a conservative news source without even realizing that's what it is, because the Hill will try to portray themselves as both sides. We both got both sides. We got Brianna and we got Robbie, but it's set up in a way to tilt right every single time. And there's some issues where, like, Brianna herself has a pretty right-wing perspective.
Now, I want to make it clear, just while I'm on this point, the people who were murdered outside of Gaza were
is a little bit like that Nazgul vortex,
not settlers. Those were normal motherfucking people living normal lives, living on kibbutz and like communes, fucking communists, living like a peaceful life with their families. They were not settlers. Settlers are involved in this war, I believe.
There used to be settlers in Gaza. The military had to forcibly remove them from Gaza so they could completely shut it off.
So, and that's the difference, right? Is that Gaza is the Gaza's resistance was more active, like including Hamas as kind of like the only the only like sort of governing force there, because it's a force that opposes Israel, whereas in the West Bank there was more of an attempt to kind of like to live side by side, to coexist. And you can see what happened in the West Bank. I showed you the map earlier of how the West Bank has been carved up. Like I compared it to the fjords in Norway, right? It's not and instead of fjords, what you have is settlements, right? Incursions, settlements. Basically, people with a religious justification of like the right to that land based on the Bible, right? The Bible says this is our land, so we can come in and we can take your home, right? And we can set up settlements, and these settlements cut across the West Bank. So you can kind of see why, in a lot of ways, Israel's actions are incentivizing a more Hamas-like response by seeing what happens when you have a more cooperative response, right? If your response enables that kind of settlement, you're going to be, in the eyes of the Palestinian people, you're going to be a collaborator. And why would they want to support a collaborator?
And begin sieges whenever they felt like mowing the lawn.
Oh yeah, the article, Lexical remembers. The article is contradicting its own headline. A funny thing is that it wasn't even proving it. She was linking the headline, and the article came to a different conclusion. Yeah, if you could tell that she didn't read the article. She just found a headline that agreed with Vosch, and she was like, see, Vosch was right. Vosch was right, right? That's all they got to have. That's all they have to have. And they don't even look into it far enough to see, like, yeah, like it says right-wing newspaper, The Hill.
On.
So, and anyway, the Israeli government...
Ethan refuses to see that they're essentially all settlers.
Enables...
I think what he was trying, like, if I'm being like super, steelman-y here with Ethan, maybe what he was trying to say is that they aren't settlers in the sense of the settlers that I was talking about in the West Bank. They're not they're not doing further incursions into Palestinian territories. But it's good to bring that up. That wait, somebody said something. He means that they aren't settling territory that Israel hasn't. Yeah, exactly, Molten Panda. That's what he's trying to say. Did the end times Christo-fascists have a part in this too? Yeah, well, essentially, their prophecy. Yeah, so here's another religiously motivated, and this is why, regardless of what your perspective is on religion, you can't be making real world decisions based on metaphysical notions, right? If you want to be religious, whatever, right? I don't actually have a problem with people for just, having beliefs that don't have to do with material reality. I think the problem for me lies in when people try to bring that metaphysical world into the real world, right? I.e., we have, the right to this territory because it says so in the Bible, or with the, Christo-fascist. We need Israel to take over this territory and fully occupy it, because only then will the Lord Jesus Christ return to earth and fulfill the prophecy. Like it's so wild, right? And it's weird because the prophecy is that they fully occupy the land, and most of them are unalived, and the rest of the Jewish people in Israel convert to Christianity, right? And you've got this sort of like locking of arms between the Christo-fascists in the US, who are definitely, anti-Semitic. Like there is a non-zero sum of Hitler particles in that group, right? Probably quite a proliferation of Hitler particles. You've got those people, and you got the far right of Israel, and they're locking arms, even though you can tell that the Christo-fascists are almost they are mask off about, like, they're not supporting Israel, they're using Israel. And on the converse side, I don't think that the Israeli hardliners necessarily support the anti-Semitic theories of like extinction and then conversion of the Jewish people into Christianity. I think they're using the far right on in the United States. So it's a really ugly it's a really like what is it called, like an unholy alliance or whatever. Yeah, Christo-fascists basically have run U.S. Middle East policy since Reagan. Yeah, they got to fulfill the prophet. I mean, this is like some Dark Crystal shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got to fulfill the prophecy. No, it's got to be by a Gelfling hand, or else by none. Like, or else it just, like, come on. That's...
The settlements, they encourage it.
Jesus likes my butterfly. Thank you, Paul Squall.
With the express purpose
Oh my God, Paul Squall, you just, like, woke me up to the fact that in only 4 minutes... I think. Wait, maybe a little bit more than 4 minutes. No, 4 minutes. In 4 minutes, we're going to have an ad break. It's not the top of the hour ad break. It's like the first quarter of the hour ad break. I don't know exactly what Twitch is doing. I think it's because I started late. But regardless, it's 3 minutes of ads. If you don't want to see those ads, you can get out of the ads with a Twitch Prime sub. You can do that for free. No money out of your pocket, just out of Jeff Bezos's pocket and straight into my pocket. You can do that by paying $5 to buy yourself a sub and thus, saving yourself from the ad break. Or if you are lucky, somebody that is very generous and who we appreciate a lot may you may be gifted a sub. That can happen. It does happen. It's more likely to happen though if you're active in chat.
Of erasing Palestinian land and making peace near as impossible as they can.
So there's something important to mention here.
IDF has sent tanks and crawlers into Gaza.
Important to acknowledge here. I think that that what you just described, especially in the West Bank, which is settler terrorism, at least according to international law, and it's fully understood to be an illegal occupation, demands constant military support, because you cannot over the course of 75 years, build settlements and act like you are turning a blind eye to it, maybe sometimes halt it, maybe sometimes continue those operations of building said settlements, bulldoze homes, build roads that specifically partition off areas where Palestinians are supposed to be living on their own land in the two-state solution that has been reaffirmed time and time again. You can't have that be your peaceful coexistence project and not recognize that of course Palestinians see that and think, okay, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do? There's no Hamas in the West Bank, and yet the Palestinian Authority is like collaborating with Israeli security operations, giving up, 14-year-olds that were throwing rocks and shit like that, while they're losing their land, they're losing their homes. The area, according to B'Tselem, which is an Israeli organization, the area of West Bank of all of the agricultural land, and all of the partitioned off
So
land.
I feel like Hasan's starting to get into what the Haaretz article was getting at.
Lands that have been expanded into through settler terrorism, which is completely illegal, went from
Because of their settler colonial project in the West Bank, the IDF didn't have sufficient forces stationed in the south. So even from like a this is
like 10% in 1967 to more than 75%. The areas that are partitioned off also have no contiguity.
That's
which
what I was getting at.
means
That's what I'm talking about with the fjords, right? That you saw that you saw the West Bank as it is today virtually carved up like Swiss cheese, and the lack of contiguity means that you can live in an area of the West Bank that is very close to another area of the West Bank, and yet to get to this area that is like 5 miles away, you're traveling 40 miles because of the you can't go through the settlements, right? That's
that, like, if you are Palestinian living in your own home in the West Bank, in order to get to your uncle's house, for example, you have to go through a multitude of IDF checkpoints. There are 2 separate license plates given to Palestinians living in the West Bank versus Israelis living in the West Bank. And I think many brave and very intelligent and very empathetic Jewish activists have talked about this in far better terms than I have. But one that comes to mind immediately is
I mean, like, look, the 2-state solution. I mean, it's weird how it's like it used to be like the more conservative, conservative. I don't know if that does that make sense. It used to be the more like pro-Israeli point of view, the 2-state solution. Then it became the more moderate solution, and now it's like that is that's a solution that's very much not in line with the plans of the Netanyahu government, right? But like, to me it sounds like apartheid, right? That still sounds like apartheid, right? Unless you really give the Palestinians autonomy, their own state, essentially, which it would be carved up, right? There's no contiguity between the Palestinian territories, and if you go by the lines of where the settlements have incurred into the West Bank, it's there's even more of a lack of contiguity. So a very weak Palestinian state that is kind of carved up and disempowered, like, right? It just sounds like a recipe to like institute apartheid. Only solution, yeah. This is the you have the interview with the PFLP leader. Where is that?
Bormate, a Holocaust survivor, and a very famous physician, very famous doctor, where he said it best. He said he has friends that live in America and Palestinians that live in Canada that cannot return to their homes in the West Bank, that cannot return to their homes in even Israel proper, their family homes. And yet, his friends, if regardless of whether or not they've ever lived in Israel, or regardless of whether or not where they're from around the world, can go to Israel and go specifically to West Bank and be able to sit on top of Palestinian land and own that land. That is horrifying. That is impossible to come to terms with. And I think that violence.
Yeah, so like the one democratic state, that's the one state solution. The reason that Israel has fought against that, right, is that demographically there's the prospect of them being outvoted, right? So if they want to maintain this as a like as a Jewish state rather than what Palestine has traditionally been, which is a mixed a place with Jewish people, with Christian people, with Muslim people living there, right? That then that doesn't work under the controls not there under a one party, a one state solution. But yeah, you're talking about essentially violence over voting demographics, and what does that sound like? What does that sound like? It kind of sounds like the way that the United States is going in terms of the right wing perspective on immigration. Exclusive interview with Popular Front. The only thing I would ask you about YouTube videos is just like make sure that they don't show any violence, any bodies, any right, because we're streaming on Twitch, and Twitch is very, very strict about what I'm allowed to show.
Violence is a necessity in the maintenance of such a structure, which now many NGOs and even former Israeli officials are considering is an apartheid. And it has been for some time now. And of course, that violence that Palestinians endure on a daily basis is going to create more reactionary forces within it. This is something that I have said about the invasion of Afghanistan and the invasion of Iraq. And this is something that I even said about Russia invading Ukraine, is that more reactionary forces are going to be seen as the emancipatory forces when an irredentist power or an imperialist power goes and tries to seize land that it does not own. This is the second part of the brutality of the occupation that has made it seem as though Palestinians have no choice, that has created no opportunities for them, that has led to Hamas being able to seize more and more power after being democratically elected one time in 2006, pretty much.
Right. And I do want to make clear that, again, as we talk about settlers and all this shit, that settlers are not the same as regular Israeli civilians. And I think, having been listening...
they're American.
Actually, a lot of them are American.
Yeah, they are the most... Yeah. They are... my friend Noah Colwyn calls this the zealotry of the convert, where I was talking to him yesterday. He's a former editor-in-chief of Jewish Currents. I think he was editor-in-chief.
So, like, the zealotry of the convert is kind of a metaphor. He's not talking about, like, actual converts to Judaism. Unlike Christianity, Judaism is not an evangelical religion. You're not likely to be visited by Jewish missionaries or anything like that, right? And in fact, people who do convert into Judaism, it's not easier or quick process. I think Hasan is talking about Jewish people from the United States that have returned, or I shouldn't even say returned. This is how it's phrased by the Israeli government, but like that have come to Israel, and if they don't have any land or property there, maybe becoming a settler, taking over Palestinian land is like appealing. I mean, there's so many famous Jacob from, what was his name, like Jacob from Brooklyn or something, that like he's there, he's there's a clip of him, and there's a woman there being like, you can't take this is mine, and he's like, it's not my fault, I didn't do this, this isn't like, this is just happening, and I'm like, he wants to disconnect himself from the situation even as he's there, facing the person that he's dispossessing. So I think that's what Hasan is talking about when he says the zealotry of the convert.
Still is a contributing editor, we were talking about like the most reactionary,
Nobody hates cigarettes like an ex-smoker. Yeah,
most violent.
I mean, obviously they're not all American, but like the settler. So Ethan's trying to point out the difference between an Israeli citizen who may stand against Netanyahu, who may be against the settlements, and there's all kinds of different views within Israel, right? Versus the far right. Often, I'm religiously motivated. I mean, is that fair to say? I mean, I guess a settler might be motivated just by other reasons as well, but like generally there's a religious excuse, if not a motivation, for the settlements, that being the biblical view that the land belongs to the Jewish people, and therefore that it's not, it's not really taking it from. Anyway.
Activity often comes from the likes of Baruch Goldstein, right? An American.
There's a documentary about the Zionist settlers.
An American Israeli.
Oh God, the one thing is, like, I've been told that BBC copyright claims a lot of stuff.
Who went in I believe 1993 into a mosque and shot and killed 29 Palestinians who were praying during prayer. A person that was hailed as a hero by the current minister of the current administrator of the entirety of the Israeli police force, Itamar Ben-Gvir. Itamar Ben-Gvir and Benjamin.
So yeah, this is Ben-Gvir that we're talking about.
Netanyahu are
somebody who I think was not allowed to participate in the IDF because of being considered a war criminal.
Incredibly far-right politics.
It's been up on YouTube for 9 years. Yeah.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now
thank you for the subs,
radicals.
Charlotte Jackson. We got communists invading radicals in the YouTube chat here. Activating the stream alerts, which I love to hear and I love to see. They may still claim it that, yeah, I'm kind of existing in a strange space where I have to abide by both the rules of Twitch, which limits the content, whether it be slurs, violence, whatever. And unfortunately, a lot of the controversial topics that I cover, some of the footage contains those things, along with YouTube, which is a little bit harsher on copyright claims. And, there's just like a lot of, I've even gotten struck for spreading misinformation, literally for debunking Project Veritas's misinformation, right? We luckily we were able to fight for that, and Jesse Gender retweeted me to get YouTube's attention, and it worked. We got the strike taken off, but I'm still really, trying to be careful.
Politicians that now control the Israeli government.
Yeah, the interview will work fine. Yeah, I think we're fine with the interview.
The last time that there was any kind of negotiation between Palestinians in good faith, between a person who was still a Zionist, like Yitzhak Rabin, they killed him.
Yeah, former Israeli prime minister in the 80s and 90s. Am I right about that? Was he into the 90s? Just a second, chat. I've got to go grab something. I'm going to put Hasan back on. When I come back, I'm going to read the Haaretz article, and we'll take a look at that interview.
And the people that called for his assassination, like Ben-Gvir, are now in positions of power in Israel to show you how much the attitudes and the governance has changed over the course of the past 3 decades in Israel.
I want to say that I agree, and a lot of people in Israel do. It's disgusting, the people that are there right now in power. And if I can add something about the settlers, that's another point of frustration for a lot of Israelis. They send the soldiers to protect them. Soldiers that have to put their life on hold because the IDF is mandatory, They're just 18-year-old. They're children. They have to go and protect the settlers. The settlers don't go to the IDF. Orthodox people don't serve in the IDF.
Fucking nice.
Yeah, this is
insane.
yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done.
No,
I was going to say that of the amount of people that don't know that I've seen that IDF is mandatory service is crazy. Hila is not serving the IDF ideologically because she wants to fucking kill Gazans or whatever bullshit people always say about her. It's mandatory conscription. It's mandatory. Every Israeli has to
That's why there's
serve.
organizations such as IDF Veterans Against the Occupation that are very that are organizations that I rely on when making assessments on what's going on the ground in Israel as well. And here's the thing. This is a relatively controversial perspective. It's just that the official government attitude has oftentimes, or at all, as a matter of fact, ever reflected any kind of attitude within the Israeli population, as it has either deliberately or in secret continued the settler expansion protocols since 1967 especially. So that's basically burning the candle on both ends. Okay? On the one hand, you're telling Palestinians, hey, if you collaborate with us, we are still going to have these psychotic American settlers come to your uncle's house and take it away from you, bulldoze your house, partition your neighborhoods, okay, and set up a two-tier checkpoint system that B'Tselem calls, like I said, the permit regime, and constantly harass you. They can spit on you, and if they spit on you, the IDF's official protocol in that situation is to defend the settlers. They're not there to defend the Palestinians. Mm-hmm. Like, they might in certain instances, but overwhelmingly their job there is to specifically defend the settlers.
And again, like Hila was touching on, you're sending young men out in harm's way to protect these provocateur, fucking religious zealot radicals. And again, like Elis, the irony being that they don't even need to serve the military. I mean, it's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
So I think that it's especially important for people to keep in mind that Israel is so far from a monolith. It's people need to understand that, and that people need to understand that we're not all guilty of the crimes of our government, because if that was the case, heaven would be empty at the end of the day. I mean, this was the analogy I was making. If you're American, and if we're going to blame the citizens of Israel and say they're all, and some people have been saying this, and I have clips that I want to watch later, saying that all Israelis are occupiers in fair game and deserve to die, essentially. If you're willing to say that, then if, like, a terrorist cell comes to a fucking neighborhood in LA and wants to do revenge for the million Iraqis that the American government murdered during that war, then you're telling me you would have no problem with these terrorists coming and killing everybody you know?
I mean, you are sitting next to someone who said America deserved 9/11, by the way.
Okay,
so
well, how would you feel?
I want to let you know.
How would you feel if people were blaming you for the Iraq war and coming and killing your fucking children and your grandma and your parents and your friends and your family, burning your house down, burning people alive?
I don't disagree with you on civilian casualties. I think that ultimately we have a moral obligation to speak out against our government and do everything we physically can to stop that kind of bloodshed. I agree. And I think that plenty of Americans at least kind of recognize that this is a war machine that they cannot stop anymore. So my goal at least is to get people to not champion it. And the same goes for Israeli action, the Israeli government's actions specifically, just like the American government's action. Because at the end of the day, what I want and what I believe many of my friends who are Palestinian advocates and activists and Israeli activists as well on the ground, what they all want is peaceful coexistence. But peaceful coexistence will never be achieved as long as governments can behave in whichever way they want, especially as it comes to blood and soil propaganda and the consequences of that propaganda being, blood and soil actions. That's same with America, same with Israel.
I think that Israelis, and again, I hope that you'll see where they're coming from when you say they're cagey, they're paranoid, they're scared, and they feel threatened constantly.
Yeah.
And so when Israelis see a ton of leftists talking about, go Hamas, cheering on Hamas, or saying like super hyperbolic shit about like civilians are all settlers, or or saying shit like, listen, it's a revolution. What do you expect? Like, what is a revolution supposed to look like? Or whatever of all of these qualifiers, basically, that people want to make. The Israelis see that and they say, oh, these people just fucking hate us. They just want to kill everybody. That's why we're going to vote for these scumbags.
I don't think that the people that vote for those scumbags are motivated by like some random Twitter person being like, this is a revolution.
It's a feeling that people get. It's not a random tweet.
Yeah, so
hold on, go ahead, Hila.
I want to say Ethan is right, and so many people in Israel just feel like it's an existential threat. It's just this, everybody wants us dead. That's how we grow up. I grew up like that. All of our borders, they all want us dead.
Rockets are always coming over.
I was afraid to go on a bus as a child.
And again,
it's like that's your life. You're under threat all the time.
And it's not, and it's important to say this is not about right or wrong. It's about having empathy for the Israeli experience.
Okay.
And how, and it's not about right and wrong. I have to say that. I have to emphasize that. It's got nothing to do with that. Okay? It's about understanding their perspective. And
sorry about that. Did I miss the? I'm like now thinking that like maybe I need to turn this back. That took longer than I thought it would, but like guess what, chat? I just got to see a spicy producer chick once again. She came over and actually brought me some much needed she must have seen my plight on stream, like not being awake. She brought me some matcha, so yeah, that's really cool. Always nice to see her once again. But yeah, I couldn't just like, you know what I mean? I had to like give her a hug and stuff. But anyway, oh, your friend who told you about polys in my stream is very knowledgeable on these subjects about Israel and such. Your friend, oh, Shakespeare, yeah, friend of the VOD, Shakespeare, wonderful streamer, and definitely very knowledgeable about a lot of things, including this subject, include like right, because like the one thing that's missing from a lot of the discussion is historical context. And Shakespeare is great at providing yeah, no, I couldn't just like be like, all right, thanks for the food, bye. You know what I mean? It was so sweet. It's so sweet. It's so incredibly sweet of her to do that for me. So yeah, I was like, wait, why's the doorbell ringing? It's like, oh, hey.
Knowing that when you have these super, accepting views on violence and revolution and all this shit towards Israelis, it's not one tweet that people see, Hasan. It's all the shit people see over the years all the time. And it causes them to act irrationally.
Okay. I think that you bring up a really good point about paranoia.
But yeah, I didn't mean to miss that much of the talk.
the reason why, well, first of all, I mean, we don't have to get into like
Wait, American settlers that have a problem empathizing with Israel. That is an important point as well, right? Like, so, I didn't watch, like, right, because I've been watching a lot of Hasan recently. There's a reason for that, and it's because of his coverage of this issue has, been some of the best out there. Also, the fact that he's able to go through some of the clips talking about the current events, so talking about what's going on there, and he's got the kind of team that can really vet it and make sure that he's not showing anything that's like not, it's not like anything that's going to be a problem for Twitch on stream. But so watching through him, like, is, in some ways my way of vetting the content that I'm watching. But there was so this is this is obviously leftovers, right? There was a moment on his stream where he got kind of bombarded by a bunch of Turkish chatters, right? Which, he normally has some Turkish chatters. He's a large streamer. He's Turkish himself, so it kind of makes sense that he'd have Turkish followers as well. But this was a group of people that were upset with what he was saying, and he starts talking about like different perspectives in Turkey, because there are a bunch of different perspectives out there. But one of the perspectives that one of the kind of Turkish chatters that he was dealing with that day was the kind of Turkish chatter that looks at Isreal Palestine and kind of maps Turkey, Turkey's conflict with the Kurds onto that, right? And when they look at it that way, they sympathize with Israel in that sense. And then in the United States, obviously a settler colonial state is going to have that natural built-in sympathy with the settler colonial project of Israel. A majority of Americans completely support Israel. Well, yeah, and what you're saying is, Chad Alpha, is sign off on whatever Israel does, whatever the Netanyahu, whatever the unpopular, radically right-wing coalition that now controls the country, what they sign off on, right? And that's dangerous.
The history of why Jewish people would be understandably
go back some. This part seemed important. Thank you. Yeah, I thought so. I had a feeling. Okay, chat. I'm sorry. Like, I'm acting like Hasan now. Hasan takes a bathroom break and then comes back and chat makes him rewind it. That's but like, seriously, if I need to rewind it, I need to rewind it.
Empty at the end of the day. I mean, this was the analogy I was making. If you're American, and if we're gonna blame the citizens of Israel and say they're all, and some people have been saying this.
Kurdistan is not the same as Palestine. How could one compare? I am definitely. I hope that didn't come across as me trying to draw a comparison between the two situations. I'm trying to explain a perspective on it from certain people in Turkey that like that kind of so in the same way that it's like the way that empathy works. We're talking about empathy here. Ethan's questioning whether people that he sees on Twitter have empathy for people in Israel. You could push that question back on him and ask, what about like Americans? The biggest problem Americans have deficit of empathy is an empathy for Palestinians, right? The way that but because of that conflict, which, as Afghan Resistance points out correctly, is not a good like comparison, not anywhere near a one-to-one comparison there. But because of the existence of that conflict, certain people in Turkey, according to Hasan, are predisposed to be more empathetic towards the Israeli side than they otherwise would be, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, the Kurds as in the analogy, which, like I said, is like definitely not a a comparison or a.
I have clips that I want to watch later saying that all Israelis are occupiers in fair game, and deserve to die essentially.
Sorry, I was explaining to you Hasan's stream, and it's like difficult because the stream is like a whole
willing
process.
to say that, then if like a terrorist cell comes to a fucking neighborhood in LA and wants to
Turkey and Kurdistan is more comparable to England,
do revenge
Ireland.
for the million Iraqis that the American government murdered during that war, then you're telling me you would have no problem with these terrorists coming and killing everybody you know?
I mean, you are sitting next to someone who said America deserved 9/11, by the way.
Okay,
So
well, how would you
I want to
feel?
let you know.
How would you feel if people were blaming you for the Iraq war and coming and killing your fucking children and your grandma and your parents and your friends and your family, burning your house down, burning people alive?
I don't disagree with you
Natalie, did I pull it back far enough?
on civilian casualties. I think that ultimately we have a moral obligation to speak out against our government and do everything we physically can to stop that kind of bloodshed. I agree. And I think that plenty of Americans at least kind of recognize that this is a war machine that they cannot stop anymore. So my goal at least is to get people to not champion it. And the same goes for Israeli action.
I gotta remember to give her mug back.
The Israeli government's actions specifically, just like the American government's
Sorry.
action. Because at the end of the day,
This mug is from where it's from near where we used to live.
what I want and what I believe many of my friends who are Palestinian advocates and activists and Israeli activists as well on the ground, what they all want is peaceful coexistence. But peaceful coexistence will never be achieved as long as governments can behave in whichever way they want, especially as it comes to blood and soil propaganda and the consequences of that propaganda being, blood and soil actions. That's same with America, same with Israel.
I think that Israelis, and again,
What happens is the second Nakba happening in terms of the displacement and dispossession of.
hope that you'll see where they're coming from when you say they're cagey, they're paranoid, they're scared, and they feel threatened constantly.
Yeah.
And so when Israelis see a ton of leftists talking about, go Hamas, cheering on Hamas, or saying like super hyperbolic shit about like civilians are all settlers,
Okay, look, I gotta say something. If the words go like any sort of faction in any sort of like, right, that's go such and such, go so and so is what you say for a sports team, right? Like either Ethan is like massively paraphrasing and I would say maybe even twisting what he saw on Twitter, or there's some very disconnected people, right? Because when you use sports terminology towards a conflict of of life and death, that's it's kind of absurd. But I kind of doubt that, like, I feel like he's mischaracterizing a lot of what he saw on Twitter, right? I don't think there was a ton of leftists that disconnected where they were like waving giant number one fingers with like Palestinian flag colors. Like that's not how people should be talking about a conflict like this, right? I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
or saying shit like, listen, it's a revolution. What do you expect? Like, what is a revolution supposed to look like? Or whatever.
Okay, so that he's referencing Frogan's tweet there, I think. I think he's referencing Frogan's tweet. It's wild how both sides can plainly be described by Ethan's words, and yet he's clearly yeah, that's true too. That's true. And it's a question of empathy. And we've talked about empathy before, right? In the context that, like, when we think, like, it's a good word, right? Empathy, you want to have empathy. Empathy is good. Yes, true. Empathy is good, right? Being that disconnected from a situation of life and death where you start using, like, sports like language, like go this side, go that side. Yeah, that would be messed up if that was, that was really what's happening, because you should have some empathy, but empathy is a complicated thing. And I'm going to say, and I've said before, it is not always good, right? It is not always good. And especially when empathy only goes one way, like in this situation, like with the United States of America, like what's presented to us, through the news, and like the way that most Americans tend to see this conflict, is with zero empathy for one side, that side being Palestinians, right? So yeah, when you've got empathy that's one-sided, that's negative, right? Despite the fact that yeah, it's generally good to be empathetic.
Of all of these qualifiers.
Oh, it reminds you of Vosch being scared of black nationalists. Yeah, you know what? We might have to revisit that today. Vosch has said a little bit more about the EFF, like, right? So I don't know. I made a clip. I'm not sure. I'm thinking about putting it on the Clips channel.
Basically, that people want to make. The Israelis see that, and they say,
yeah, which ones exactly? Exactly. Well, I mean, like, you can see who he replied to. You can see who he quote retweeted, who he fought with. Not yesterday, but the day before yesterday on Twitter.
oh, these people just fucking hate us. They just want to kill everybody. That's why we're going to vote for these.
Yeah, but Kaya's like, oh no. Yeah, it is pretty bad. But like, I was able to make a clip that I think makes a pretty important point about Vosch. Like, Shakespeare felt afraid days ago, wearing kafaya. They wore it, and people treat them very, very badly. It hurt. Yeah. It hurts when people are. Yeah. So, empathy, is a good thing. Generally, when you're thinking about a human being, you want to have some empathy. It's just, you don't want to have an imbalance of empathy. And there is a way that empathy tends to flow, right? And unfortunately, it is towards privilege and away from the oppressed. And that's the big point. That's where empathy can be a negative thing.
Scumbags.
I don't think that the people
Zembek's got Ethan looking like a ghoul. You think he's too skinny now?
that vote for those scumbags.
Oh God, you know what? He also, like, let's be a little bit understanding, right? He was Twitter's favorite person the night before, right? The day before. That was when all the stuff happened on Twitter, and he might have stayed up all night, as one does sometimes. Chad, I feel like that's only happened to me once on Twitter, right? Where you stay up all night. I think that's only happened to me once, and that was when a very notorious Vosch sysadmin made some very spurious claims, which were backed up by nothing. Against yours truly, and I stayed up like all that entire night with Zara, basically proving her wrong, and was pretty successful. She was pretty. I mean, I don't know. She hit all of our tweets and blocked us both. So I would say we were pretty successful. But yeah, like, I mean, I sort of understand this. Also, this is maybe a particularly emotional time for Ethan and Hila. I don't know, makes me feel sick seeing people excited over more people being unalived and calling for it, or going on about how leftists with no evidence. Well, like I said, Ethan said some fucked up shit, and both on Twitter and in the Wednesday H3 broadcast, and even in this exchange with Hasan. But you're going to see that there is a little bit of a change, maybe a little bit of a realization, and you're going to see where Ethan goes with that, because definitely some apologies are owed. I don't want to spoil whether they happen. Vosch disingenuous? No way, right? Vosch disingenuous? Vosch being weirdly racist about South Africa? You don't say. Yeah, no, that's his jam. Hasan looks like he does. Natalie, you're right. He does look a little bit faded. Yeah, perfectly faded. I don't know. Which leftists support Israeli Zionism? That's not. Wait, was somebody saying that the leftists that Ethan is talking about are leftists that he said were saying quote unquote like that were like go Hamas, right? And that's what I was kind of like doubtful about. I was like, yeah, I don't think that anybody. I hope nobody's that disconnected that they're going to use like sports language to talk about a conflict like this.
Are motivated by like some random Twitter person being like, "This is a revolution."
It's a feeling that people get.
The
It's not a random tweet.
Yeah. So
Hold
on. Go ahead. Go ahead, Hila.
I want to say Ethan is right, and so many people in Israel just feel like it's an existential threat. It's just this, everybody wants us dead. That's how we grow up. I grew up like that. All of our borders, they all want us dead.
Rockets are always coming over.
I was afraid to go on a bus as a child.
And again,
it's like that's your life. You're under threat all the time.
And it's not, and it's important to say this is not about right or wrong. It's about having empathy for the Israeli experience.
Okay.
And how, and it's not about right and wrong. I have to say that. I have to emphasize that. It's got nothing to do with that. Okay? It's about understanding their perspective and knowing that when you have these super, accepting views on violence and revolution and all this shit towards Israelis, it's not one tweet that people see, Hasan. It's all the shit people see over the years all the time. And it causes them to act irrational.
Yeah, that Afghan resistance says Israel is an existential threat to Palestine, though, and a more realistic, a more immediate existential threat than Israel's quote, the borders of, despite the fact that that's like a statement that almost like it sounds like it's coming from like the Israeli experience of the Yom Kippur war. The geostrategic position that Israel is in now is vastly different. And we looked at the other day, in fact, I might have to get this again. I might have to show this, right? Because it bears repeating, right? We've got another image that is a bar graph showing you year by year casualties in Israel, casualties on the Israeli side, casualties on the Palestinian side. And it's orders of difference in terms of, the threat in reality. And talking about feeling under siege, like imagine living in the West Bank, imagine living in Gaza, right? Imagine living in Gaza. You want to talk about feeling under siege? And look, like, I mean, I understand, like, I think I understand what Ethan's saying when he says it's not about morality, it's about, it's just about like understanding. And when you're, dealing with sides, it's important to understand, what each side is thinking. However, in this moment where like, this inordinate response has been authorized and rubber stamped by the United States government, right? And what that means, right, is more than just that, like, oh, well, the US agrees with Israel. No. That means that that Netanyahu's government's going to do whatever they want to do, right? The United States, being the maybe most important geostrategic ally of Israel, is going to their take on the situation is going to really to a large extent dictate the international response as well. So yeah, there's like I get what Ethan's saying here. I really wish he would apply it to the to like we were talking about it, Israeli the Israeli experience. What about the Palestinian experience, right? Which I think is what Ethan is saying about the Israeli experience actually maps onto the Palestinian experience with more severity and accuracy in terms of an existential threat. Like, right, you are under an existential threat every day, living in the West Bank, living in Gaza.
Okay. I think that you bring up a really good point about paranoia. the reason why, well, first of all, I mean, we don't have to get into
Hila admitted that they were scared because of propaganda.
the history of why Jewish people would be understandably paranoid and worried, considering how they have historically been singled out as villains every single fucking time, from blood libels and pogroms all the way to the Holocaust. So.
And so you would understand it's hard for some people to distinguish. No, I know you do, but I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this.
100%.
You might understand how it's hard for some people to distinguish anti-Semitism between like criticism, especially when it's like a criticism that's very lax on violence against Israelis.
So you're absolutely correct on that front. Here's what I will even dive into further, and this is something I talked about on my stream as well. The paranoia now that manifests inside of Israel, as far as I understand, like I don't live in Israel. I've never been to Israel. Is, at least from everything that I have read on not just Israel but also apartheid South Africa, and the Algerian anti-colonial action against the French, and numerous other formations of occupation and the emancipatory struggle there, the paranoia manifests and becomes a part of your identity because of the...
Oh yeah, somebody mentioned Sam Cedar. Like my understanding though is like this week the majority report, I mean, I guess they're gonna talk about this too, but Sam is currently at the Torts conference. And this is something that he does every year. It's just a Sam thing. But I think they sort of did the show with Sam sort of phoning in from the conference and Emma in the studio. So I don't know. Have they? I didn't know if they were doing segments on this yet. Norm Finkelstein has a lot to say about these crocodile tears. How is Palestine an existential threat to? Oh no. So what Hila was talking about was like I said, more related to the 1967, the events of 1967, right? In terms of feeling like, you know, she's in an area. She said all the borders want us dead. That's what she's you know, and yeah, somebody said that, you know, they were affected by propaganda. Yeah, like that likely so. Because the current situation, the existential threat towards Palestinians is way more severe and way more immediate, and that's why it's kind of ironic what Ethan is saying. Being against apartheid doesn't mean that you support anti-Semitism. Does Ethan understand that? Oh, I think, yeah, I hope so. God, see, here's the thing about Ethan. For anybody who's getting here late, like Ethan is not, you know, like I don't think considers himself a Zionist, right? He's not in support of the settlements. He's not in support of Netanyahu. But he's reacting to things that he's seeing on Twitter, and you know, that's kind of where he's at. He reacted a little too hard the night before this podcast went off, right? So this is Thursday. This is yesterday when this happened. Day before Wednesday was when Ethan, I guess, saw some things on Twitter that set him off. That's what he's talking about when he says, like, leftists, you know, saying go Hamas. And like, again, I think that he's summarizing that in a way that's not, I don't think anybody's going to put it in those kind of terms. Support for the Israeli state is Zionism. It's not just apartheid, it's settler colonialism. Yeah. Nobody ever talks about the 6-Day War either. But yeah, that's what Hila was reacting to in terms of her sort of expression of that existential fear, which, yeah, is probably part of far right, you know, Likud propaganda. Twitter is being sanctioned for misinformation. V, are you talking about by the EU? Is the EU doing that? Why is Ethan letting Twitter lead him? Oh my God. Good question. Good question, V. Important to note, Ethan is in fact a Zionist. I don't know what we've changed about. I'm not entirely sure like what Ethan is or is not in favor of. I'm just giving you his own self description, right? That's what's kind of messed up about this, is that like Ethan is not somebody who supports the far right policies of the Netanyahu government.
The
Ethan is a lib, no more or less. Very, very well put, Buffy.
violence that is a necessity for the maintenance of apartheid, because it's, of course, it's almost
Look,
the same
Israel
as, like,
was under
Americans
threat
being very
before all
violent
this
people.
shit happened. I mean,
What's up?
From the moment as Israel was established, the neighbors were trying to kill them.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we agree on that. I
Really?
will say that I think that Nakba was an unjustifiable act of violence that was the formation of the state. Now, you can say every state is formed through an
Neighbors, yes.
act of violence. All enclosures are defended through acts of violence, certainly. But I think that
Israel is occupied Palestine.
there was, this extends, like what you say to West Bank, what you say about West Bank settlers was the original position of the Israeli state's formation. And this does not, in current day, justify like random Israeli children that are born inside of Israel proper to be considered enemy combatants. I agree with you there 100%, because that is not problem solving. That is looking for vengeance. However, if we are to say that like Israel from its development, like in its inception, has always been under the threat of violence from other nations, bordering nations, certainly, sure, but Israel's formation was a violent one.
But let's just be real. Here, let's be practical. I'm talking to the Israeli psyche.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, 1973, every bordering Arab state wanted to just coalesce to destroy Israel. Okay? Like, this is ingrained in the Israeli psyche, this kinds of shit. And even back then in 1970, people were just born there. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not even saying right or wrong. I'm saying it's important to empathize with the Israeli experience if you ever want to achieve peace. Because otherwise, the only other option is one side kills the other side completely.
Yes.
That's the only end to this, otherwise.
And the side that's going to kill the other side completely is not going to be the Palestinian side. That's the point. Like, that's never... I don't think that is ever going to happen. I don't even believe that is legitimately what.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a lot of complex stuff mixed in here. Like Ethan is speaking as somebody who does not live in Israel. I think did travel in Israel. That's where he met Ela. Maybe he has extended family in Israel. I think that's where his concern is coming from. But like Hasan is saying, and like I said before, the existential threat to Palestinians is orders of magnitude, above any sort of existential threat, to Israel as a country, or to the people in Israel in terms of their lives. However, this is all in the backdrop of the history of the Nakba, of the dispossession, and the continued dispossession, as we saw in that graph, of Palestinian people from their home. And it's the real existential threat to Israel comes from the actions of the Israeli government, going all the way back to the formation of the state. So I wish my friend could speak about this. They know history of Zionism and Palestine and such. I don't know if they are online because many things of history. Yeah, and I can imagine them being like, going through a lot right now. Ethan seems to be liberal Zionist rather than a fascist Zionist. Yeah, maybe so. Like I can't tell you everything about Ethan's viewpoint because I'm not like a huge H3 fan or anything like that. I don't know everything about Ethan. I can just tell you what his self-description is, if that makes sense. He's a dual citizen. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. Ela is from Israel. That makes his position pretty understandable in my opinion, but it obviously doesn't, yeah, it does not, make him correct on all fronts, and it does not, excuse the gap of empathy, and that's what I'm going to call this, right? Like Ethan is like, you got to have, empathy for the Israelis experience, not realizing that the what he's describing in terms of the existential threat to one's home and to oneself is so much more severe, orders of magnitudes more severe, for the Palestinian experience versus the Israeli experience. I am not an H3. I'm not a Fupa Troopa.
Every single Palestinian wants either. Just
I'm
like
not a foot soldier.
I don't believe that's what Israelis want across the board.
I'm not saying anybody wants that. I'm saying that's what the peace that they're working towards when they don't have the ability to empathize with the
Wait, you're a dual citizen, not a dual citizen?
enemy. You don't see them as human
Does that mean it's time to duel?
beings. They're never going to fucking see you as human beings either. And
I know,
you're
but
never going to meet in the middle. And they'll
you
never
recognize
be,
that the same goes for, like,
I'm talking about both sides, man.
Yeah, I think that I agree with you that dehumanization does occur, but I also believe that one side does still hold all of the power, and that is the side.
Israel lobbies other countries to make them only send Jewish people to Israel instead of where they might want to go, for instance, America.
Side that is the state that has been backed by.
Yeah, and very much the right-wing reactionary government of Israel uses the fear of this kind of existential fear, which is very much in the memory of Jewish people, understandably so, right? Uses that fear in order to augment its own colonial project, right? In order to try to tell Jewish people that they are only safe in Israel, when in actuality the policies of Israel is the biggest factor in making Jewish people unsafe.
By the entirety of the Western world that gets.
You have to sign a no BDS pledge to be a teacher in Texas.
That has an incredible security apparatus that for the first time ever in 50 years was actually shattered, which is why I think there's like a lot of fear internally inside of Israel and a lot of.
Wait, is dual citizens a Yu-Gi-Oh thing?
Anger towards the security candidate, Benjamin Netanyahu specifically, but overall, it is certainly Israel's conflict to end. You know what I mean?
Ela, you were trying to say something.
Can I add that?
So yeah, that echoes what people in this in the chat are saying about the who has the power.
My generation's grandparents are people that survived the Holocaust, and they escaped to Israel to start a country for Jewish people because they were, we all know the Holocaust. They were all, butchered. And what happened this time is a really scary reminder to all of us.
Oh no, Soul Life, I believe it's 35 states. That's what I heard. Yeah, 35 states, right? Have those kinds of anti-BDS laws on the books, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, it's just a shitpost? Oh, the dual thing? No, I wanted it could be both, right?
Jewish people, and that's how I feel, at least, that it's a reminder. The Holocaust.
I just want it to be about. Wait, is that Alfredo? Is that? I see the dog. I don't know. Is Ela calling in from home, or it doesn't feel like she's in the studio?
It wasn't that long ago, and every year
Norman Finkelstein, Finkelstein Crocodile Tears classic video.
on Holocaust Day, the thing they tell you is never
Teddy Fresh sucks.
forget. You always have to tell the stories to everybody about what happened at the Holocaust. And it's always like something taken for granted for me. You just grow up and you're like, yeah, Holocaust Day, you know, it happened. We all get it. But what happened this time is really scary.
That's the old friend. Was that Trisha's mic? I was gonna ask about that.
And it really does bring up this topic. And
See, I don't think that you can even say something like that without starting a debate.
That was Trisha Paytas's mic.
And I don't think that's
So
right.
maybe they are in the studio. Maybe Ela's in the studio too.
I think the reason why people would react to it, or even myself, as a matter of fact, will react to that is because while you're absolutely correct and your feelings are totally valid, what is happening currently is a ongoing, at least 75-year campaign of ethnic displacement upon people who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. And that is, and
Yeah, Patrick, Craig, you're right about that. There is a distorted sense of proportionality in terms of what it is an event that's very present in the memory, but in terms of the current clear and present existential threat, it's a lot more severe towards Palestinians.
But we're just talking about the Israeli psyche. I don't
No, I
so
understand.
So what is it you're
She looked like she was in the studio from the IMO.
saying though?
Okay.
Like we all know that, but we have to be real about how we interpret.
Yeah, Ethan is not doing good. I feel like he definitely spent. I feel like he did not sleep the night before this.
Everybody's suffering. Everybody is like
No,
bro. You don't know how crazy it was. Like we were listening to the news on the day it happened, live, and families are calling in whispering. The terrorists are killing their children in front of them, burning people alive in safe houses. Shit, you know what I mean? Shooting babies with AK-47s. And so I'm just saying.
Why are we talking about the Israeli psyche? Well, I mean, you can see kind of what Ethan is centering in this discussion.
Like, it's important to empathize with how a Jewish
my
person
God.
or specific.
Afghan resistance just said Palestine did not do the Holocaust. It was Germans and Europeans. Yeah, that is true. You know what I found out about Benjamin Netanyahu though? Like, there's some weird stuff if you look into Netanyahu, right? He is what I guess you'd call a Holocaust revisionist, right? He's got some strange ideas about the Holocaust, right? And the worst one is that it would not have happened. It would not have been done if not for what the ruler of the Mufta of Palestine at the time. He literally blames the Mufta for the Holocaust, right? Oh, the Germans wouldn't have done that. No, it's the Mufta, right? I don't know. That sounds like some wild shit. And Mufti, sorry, I'm mispronouncing words all over the place. Thank you for correcting me. Afghan resistance, Mufti. Yeah, like he blames that's Netanyahu's weird. So the dude in charge of the country, if we want to talk about the Holocaust, is like on some level of I mean, this is soft Holocaust denial. Is really what Netanyahu is, purporting. Like this is a weird conspiracy theory. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Grand Mufti, not Mufta. I'm so sorry for misremembering that word. Reminds me of the Israeli ambassador here saying that Iran is the source of all evil. Well, yeah, that's what they want to do. That there is a faction in the United States, particularly the U.S. military-industrial complex. There is a faction that desperately wants to justify a military action against Iran. And they have been for a long time. They've been pushing for that war with Iran for the long time. That was the original plan. Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran. So yeah, there's like historical events that relate to what Netanyahu is saying. It's just not. Yeah, Bibi is a legitimately scary guy. And the sad thing is about Netanyahu, he is not the most conservative element of that government, right? He had to make deals with the hard right, and somehow in Israel, Netanyahu is not the hard right. Somehow, how there's worse people there. He had to make deals with these people in order to in order to remain in power. Or to I think he actually didn't he lose an election, and then when he came back, he made a Gavir Ben Gavir is one of the, and Smotrich is the other. So yeah, V is saying, yeah, what you're saying, V, I think that Ethan's ire, as far as what I've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is against the leftists on Twitter that he thinks are cheering on
Typically an Israeli might feel hearing these phone calls.
There are kids that survived because they were laying under their dead parents' bodies, and they laid there for hours, the whole day, and that's how they survived. And the last time we heard stories like that was at the Holocaust.
And I'm not saying it's not.
It's funny because I feel like I saw footage of exactly what Hila's talking about, but it was actually like a Palestinian mother who has sacrificed herself to protect her child. I mean, I'm not saying that what she's saying didn't happen. I mean that's literally happening. That's literally happened in Gaza.
Not about right or wrong.
Welcome back. If you just saw ads, it's because I forgot to warn you about the ad break. The ad break happens every hour on the top of the hour. Now at the 20 of the hour or something like that. Whatever time it happens, and it takes you away from watching the stream for a period of 3 minutes. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of that through a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of that through purchasing a sub yourself from Twitch, or you can possibly get out of that through being gifted a sub. It can happen, it does happen, it will happen. It's more likely to happen to you, though, if you're active in chat.
It's just about like having the empathy.
It's almost as if every white person knows white guilt. I was actually thinking about that, right? That the way that white guilt plays out, there's like a parallel in this situation as well.
To understand your quote enemy, to understand the perspective. And I'm not asking Gazans necessarily even to be like, oh, well, I appreciate what they're going through. I'm talking about like people who want to fucking debate it all day long. And, this stuff does influence people. The demonstrations you see out there that happened like immediately afterwards, these people have an effect on attitudes around the world.
I don't think that they have any say or any effect on the Western world.
No one thinks about the poor Afrikaner experience. Well, Ubafly, you'd be wrong there. You'd be wrong because Vosch does. Vosch apparently thinks about that a lot.
United defense of Israel.
It affects
they immediately.
anti-Semitism, and it affects how people treat Jews, and it normalizes, by the way, treating Israelis like animals.
I don't believe that we should treat Israelis like animals. And one thing that you have, I think, that many people do not, is the experiences that you mentioned as far as children hiding under their parents' bodies is, in this very fucked up way, identical to the existence of people living in Gaza every single day under brutal fire from.
Yeah, I agree. He does have this backwards, and he is, in this context, yeah, I contributing to the excusing of essentially another Nakba that seems to be, being attempted against Palestine, against Palestinians. I don't think that he recognizes that that's what he's doing, but because of what he's centering in this conversation, he is unknowingly maybe contributing to that. In an atmosphere where the United States public has given its government the rubber stamp to rubber stamp whatever actions Netanyahu's government wants to take in retribution. Because let's be real, it's not proportional, and it's not practical. It is retribution. And you could see that in some of the speeches given by the defense minister, like the speech by the defense minister, for instance, right? You could kind of see like that was what this was about. He's 2 steps from being a rodebo. Oh, rodabu. Yeah. Gaza won't be launching any major attack. Only Israelis now. Ethan complaining about debaters. Well, he's currently in a debate. He's such a debate lord too, isn't he? Even Biden joined in and said, yeah, dehumanizing language, right? That that he's saying Hamas, but in this atmosphere, that's translating in a lot of Americans' heads to, Palestine. Like that's the conflation that's been made and propped up.
Much more superior military force. The reality is that most of the Western world not only does not see that, but also immediately rushes to equate people saying free Palestine across the board in an unflinching way to a defense of Hamas or Hamas operations and whatnot. There people who do defend Hamas? Certainly. But ultimately, the overwhelming majority of activists that I know, the Haaretz editorial board, and the perspective of like Shin Bet officials that say that Israel's actions in the West Bank is becoming a security risk because it is radicalizing Palestinians into taking an incredibly anti-Israel posture. Former Mossad members, former Shin Bet officials united in saying the same exact thing.
And these terror attacks do the same. They radicalize Israelis.
Of course, I understand that violence begets violence. That is a constant, no matter what. So what we have to remember is who holds the power to scale it back, who holds the power to stop the violence.
I think a lot of people do know that and remember that.
Yeah, and so when people say that this is this violence that occurred in Israel proper is directly a consequence of the brutal apartheid regime and the conditions that it set forth for Palestinian people.
That's a fine statement that I agree with.
Yeah. So when they say that, you're saying that people equate that with like a defense of Hamas.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
There are people
that is not what I'm saying.
There are Gazan
Just
people.
To be totally clear, dude.
There are Palestinian Authority people. There are people in Gaza that are not Hamas at all, or there are Palestinian Authority people that have been going and doing the rounds in Western media. And the question always is, do you condemn these actions? Do you condemn these actions? Of course they condemn the actions. But the reality is that in after condemning the actions 1,000 times over, it feels like the goal there, if you want to understand and empathize with the Muslim side of this conversation, it feels like the goal there is to derail, to stop talking about Gaza, stop talking about Palestinian people, just condemn the actions and shut the fuck up. And even if you do, as I have time and time again, people still go, well, your name is Hasan, you're Muslim, you're a supporter of terrorism. And this happened in the immediate aftermath of 2001 and 9/11. And ironically, as far as I have seen, at least in the Israeli left, the position is significantly more tempered than the American liberals were at that point, where George W. Bush's approval rating shot up to 91% after 9/11, where America's comfortable security blanket was penetrated, and
Okay, so here's the scale. This is the image that I was talking about that really puts it into perspective, right? Yeah, does Israel suffer casualties? Yeah. But look at this is the asymmetry that I was trying to point out. And people were I think it was actually Ethan maybe even that was bringing up that term asymmetry. Like here's some asymmetry for you, okay? We got 2008 to 2020 here, and we're looking at the casualties on both sides. It is, this is the imbalance of power between the two states. God, I can't even say that. This is the imbalance of power between Israel and the Palestinians. And this is the backing of Israel by Western imperial powers at play, right? And you don't see this from the media because the violence towards Palestinians happens every day. Sometimes often enough by the IDF, often enough as outright, violence proper, but also through the, de facto embargo on the Gaza Strip, the refusal of Israel to allow supplies to get through there, right? The quote unquote diet, and that those are the words they use, that they've put, Palestinians on, and the, periodic quote unquote mowing of the grass, the violent actions, right? So, this is orders of magnitude different.
Collective consciousness changed in that very moment to say, oh my God, we can actually experience this violence in our own homes.
What's up?
And the same goes for Israel as well, where you've mentioned rocket fire. Over the course of the past...
Yeah, the embargo has been in effect since 2006, Shakespeare says.
Multiple decades, since 2000 onward,
the current embargo.
Before the October 7 operation, that the casualties were, of course, asymmetrical. Rocket fire still ended up killing people.
How much do you see about the rockets, right? And whether it's like, being like the Iron Dome has, right? Whether it be, technology transferred from the U.S. that prevents those rockets, or whether it be, when the rockets do land, you hear a lot about those. You don't hear about, what's happening in Gaza, right? You don't hear about what's happening in the settlements, right? You don't hear about, the violence towards Palestinians nearly as much, even though you can see it's much more common.
In Israel proper.
Again, it's like, but you can look at the numbers, but like, of course, because Israel has
Palestine is also where repression technologies are tested to be shipped out around the world. Look back at the book Palestinian Laboratory. I will have to check that out, Patrick. Thank you. Water shortages, food shortages, limited movement, daily bombings. Tell me, because your grandparents told a story. Oh God, yeah. I mean, like this is what's missing from Ethan's perspective. I mean, look, I do agree that Ethan has a warped perspective. I don't think that he is, you know, I would say that he's contributed, he's contributing, you know, towards, with what he's centering in this discussion, right? He's contributing towards enabling, you know, massive violence to be, massive and disproportionate violence to be done to the Palestinian people through what he's focusing on. I don't think that he's one, you know, he's the type of person that thinks of Palestinians that, you know, at least not, you know, consciously, a person who dehumanizes Palestinians from what I know of him.
It's still the provocation. It's still the attempt. You know what I mean? Just because they have the technology to shoot it out of the sky doesn't mean that the people in Israel are not going to be affected by it.
No,
Around 40% of Palestinians are under 14. Yeah, half of the population is under 18. Israel committing atrocities is, like those are always killing kids, right? And that's been the kind of, like, you know, language that's been weaponized in order to justify Israel's actions in the Gaza Strip. Basically, you know, talking about, you know, children, talking about babies, you know, as a means to dehumanize the victims of the retribution.
Understand that, but there's
also, I want to say, I don't.
Different.
He is stubbornly ignorant, and I don't blame anybody from being frustrated with it. I believe that Hasan is pretty frustrated with him here as well. And you're going to see in a second, has he talked yet about, yeah, they don't spare, no, yeah, the bombs are definitely not. I mean, and you know, given the demographics of the West Bank, a lot of children are being harmed or having their lives taken.
I need to make something clear that you touched on. I don't think people...
Whenever you're angry at Ethan, remember the Vosch and Destiny exist. Oh my God.
...who say, I support Palestine, are pro-Hamas. That's fucking insane.
Okay.
It's like the opposite of everything I've ever said. Okay? There is something I noticed that rubbed me wrong, which was that as the news was breaking, as people were still calling in saying, I'm in my safe house, I hear the terrorists outside killing my neighbors. People are on Twitter or whatever, or activists, whoever, saying, let's go Palestine.
What?
Go Palestine. So how am I? It's the timing, Hasan. It's important. Like, we got to make this huge distinction. When people are saying go Palestine as they're terrorists killing people, that to me, I don't know who else they're cheering on other than Hamas.
Okay.
Now, if you wait, like, you know, it's the timing, dude. It does matter.
There's an asymmetry to the violence, but there's also an asymmetry to the coverage as well. What do I mean by this? Mia Khalifa is a good example. You and I were talking about this on the phone earlier. Mia Khalifa said things that I find to be distasteful and wrong. Okay?
Worse than that.
I think it was distasteful and wrong. I think it was callous. The indifference to violence that civilians are subjected to
Wait a minute.
On the Israeli side as well is callous.
Okay, this is weird. I do have mods missing. I do have other mods than Shakespeare missing. Anybody heard from other streamers about this? Because that's weird.
However, the reaction to Mia Khalifa has never ever occurred on the other side.
You're right.
When Israel is
You're right.
engaging in bombing campaigns.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
And like you said, the horrific images that you saw that draw so much emotion out of you, of, like, you know, Palestinian fathers holding their daughters in this open air prison. There is there is no equivalence. I think a lot of people who have been advocates for Palestinians for many, many years, especially if they're Muslim, know this reality that you have to be incredibly careful all the time with your rhetoric, and that even in an emotional moment, you can never actually, you can never say something that will be misconstrued. And Mia Khalifa said something that was inappropriate and unacceptable.
Hold on. She showed a picture.
Yeah, I have like less Twitch mods. I have hardly any Twitch mods.
Picture of terrorists roaming in a pickup truck murdering civilians. She described that as a Renaissance painting.
Yeah.
And she went further and said, "Will the Palestinian freedom fighters please flip their phone
I know,
vertically?" I mean, that's worse than unacceptable.
So, I mean, obviously, people can unmod themselves if they don't want to do. I think you could just /unmod yourself, but it's I don't think that many mods quit, right? That's weird.
It's evil.
Yeah, 4 mods is not near this. This is like a lot less mods than I am used to dealing with, but
so you're correct on that.
Okay.
Or I guess if somebody deletes their Twitch account, right, then they would disappear too. But like, I feel like the only thing I know that's been happening is people getting unsubscribed, because I've been unsubscribed to some other streamers before, and I've seen people that are big fans that are always here, like resubscribe and resubscribe and resubscribe, and that tells me that they're getting unsubscribed by Twitch. So we know that the subscription can be messed with, but I've never heard of like mod ship being
So let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
When Lindsey Graham goes on and says this is a religious war and we must ethnically cleanse, we must wipe our
Evil.
enemies,
Should get the same coverage.
No, I know, but it doesn't, Ethan. That's
now
the
I want to check how many mods I'm sure YouTube is
point. Like
I
Marco
understand.
Rubio,
And
Marco Rubio's
I
call for ethnic cleansing. These are people in positions of power. These are people who are literally facilitating in the bloodshed. These are people who actually are engaging in the continuation. These are not former porn stars who were Christian Lebanese who.
Why is Ethan assuming Hasan is supporting Mia Khalifa? That's
now.
Whatever, dude. She was getting a lot of attention. People were liking it. It wasn't like. But here's the problem.
That doesn't.
Here's
but
the
that's
problem.
meaningless, is
Bro,
what
let
I'm
me
saying
talk.
in the grand scheme of things, because that doesn't.
Hasan, let me make my point.
No, go ahead.
When you say like the timing is fucked up, or like why does Mia Khalifa get all this shit, and it's like always a whataboutism. It's always like you can never just say yes, and also can we fucking hold Lindsey Graham accountable? Which I agree, and it's crazy the shit they say, and they should get more attention for it. But it's like there's a refusal to acknowledge, like it's always about like, well, what about us? Which I understand, but it's like you have to say yes, you have this thing, and we also have this thing, and not like in the same breath say.
okay. Well, I'm sorry if like having so few mods has been making it difficult for the mods that are there. I never want you to be in a situation where you're the only mod there, or you feel like you have to be there to protect the stream. We definitely need to add some more people.
Say, but like it just doesn't feel. It feels fucked up.
I think the former Palestinian Authority member.
Wait, Shakespeare. The only thing I can think of is that I deleted one of your comments, but that's not going to unmod you, right? Like, I think there was like a pinned comment that when you take off the pinned comment, it deletes it, right? So yeah, like, but that's not, anyway.
Went on like BBC and did the rounds in the UK, said it best, where it was every single time you bring me on here, when Palestinians have done anything, you demand condemnation from me. Okay, we have done this.
I actually had to remod Shakespeare. Shakespeare was like, at least it said, yeah, I didn't check it before, but it acted like Shakespeare, was like, let me go and check the granted moderator privileges to Shakespeare, right? That means that, because like, wait, what happens if I try to mod a mod? Oh God, it might unmod you. Let me know if that's what happens. Let me know if you're Buffy, I'm going to use you as a test subject, if you don't mind. Let's see what happens when we mod a mod. What does it say? What is the message that it says to me? Already a moderator in channel, so there it is confirmed. Yeah, you're right, Shakespeare. You were indeed. I've seen swords sometimes not show up in like one comment, but then they'll show up in the next comment.
This so many times. I am not Hamas. My family members were killed by Israel. Six-year-olds, like 6 of my family members.
I'm trying to remember though. There is something weird that does. There is some action that you wouldn't think would take mod away that does actually, that you do have to remod. I can't remember if it's timing out or what, but
Were
no, you weren't timed out.
killed by the Israeli occupying force. I have condemned it every single time. I've condemned Hamas every single time. But the reality.
Oh, Buffy's testing. Let's see. Let's make sure. Yeah, you still got the sword. Yay.
Is that no such condemnation is demanded from the media when Israeli officials are brought on to talk about like genuinely genocidal terms in which they're wiping out Gaza, and that is a constant, and that has never ever been anything like, there has never been any equivalence whatsoever. And I think that people who are passionate, or people who say people who are callously indifferent to the wanton violence of retaliation that is reactionary to apartheid are
Yeah, if anybody else got unmodded, let me know, right? Because like I definitely I need more mods than this, and I don't know what happened.
thinking that they can get away with saying these sorts of things because they've seen people who are defenders of Israel say infinitely worse things as more bombing campaigns have continued. More than 1,200.
Yeah, it's really frustrating to see Hasan got talked over like this. I mean, just to like explain where Ethan is at, like my assumption is that I don't know, did he get cooked? Because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. When Ethan went off on leftists on Twitter, right? People he thought were excusing atrocities or whatever like that, right? When he did that, he did get cooked by the left, right? He definitely did. On my timeline, it looks like Ethan got cooked. I did see little peeks and pokes of right-wingers like excited at the prospect of Ethan turning on the left, right? I did see the Destiny community and the commentary people. I think Nick DiOrio might have chimed in, right? So when he's getting cooked, right, by one side, it's the Anna Kasparian effect, right? Anna Kasparian absolutely got cooked, but at the same time, she got like, retweeted by Ben Shapiro. I think she got like, she got some love from some unexpected quarters of the internet, some people that had written off TYT for a long time because they were right wingers, and there was more of a interest there, like I guess from Anna than from what I've seen. Yeah, the quartering is somebody who was like, Ethan, this is what happens when you support the left. Why don't you come over to our side? And Ethan told quartering in no uncertain terms to F off.
Almost 2,000 Israelis died. Israelis are terrified of a violent retaliation, right? Israelis now understand better than ever before the feeling that people in Gaza experience.
When you get that last little bit of your cup of matcha, and like all the matcha has like settled to the bottom, so you're just like, this is like profound bitter taste
On a daily basis, the fear that they live with on a daily basis, that is going to breed more hostility, and that is going to play Palestinians directly into the hands of the most radical, the most fundamentalist forces that were directly propped up.
You were unable to scroll earlier?
By the Israeli government.
The matcha poop? Wait, what? Oh, you mean the stuff at the bottom is the poop? For some reason, I thought you were saying that you're going to have a weird poop when you drink matcha, and I was like, I'm not prepared for that. I don't think that spicy I don't think that spicy producer chick, now spicy commentator chick, meant to give me matcha poops.
Government by Mossad. Hamas was seen as a counterweight, a counterbalance to secular forces and Marxist and socialist forces who also were violently, who participated in violent acts as well. However, the fundamentalist Islamist Muslim Brotherhood cutout was directly logistically supported by the Israeli government and has been propped up specifically by even Netanyahu and every other Israeli government as the only force to take seriously for Palestinians.
Yeah, see how this works? See how this works, right? If you can conflate Palestinians with a terrorist organization, then you can justify atrocities. And empowering Hamas and disempowering other organizational institutions within Palestine is just the way to do that.
It's impossible to ignore this when talking about the violent retaliation. I think that
I agree, dude.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. I think equally it's important for Israelis to understand why there is, if the Israelis cannot empathize with the idea that why people want to do violent retaliation, why people support Hamas, then we're also never going to have peace.
Yes. And
everybody needs to empathize.
And I think it's more important than ever to ensure that people recognize that both in the Western world that props up the far-right Israeli regime, that turns a blind eye to the violence, and it's important for our brothers and
is something seriously going on with Twitch? Like, anybody else getting this? Like, it's not showing all of your follows? Because we've seen it where it takes people's follows off before. That definitely has been known to happen. And it's been happening periodically. Okay, so little background, little inside baseball. Okay, little moment of reprieve, because we've been going through this thing for like 3 hours here. 3 hours and 35 minutes, in fact. But Twitch has undergone a change in API, I've been told. Right, in the past, you could I think your follows were visible. Like, somebody could look at you, because I remember somebody looked at who Keffels followed. Do you remember this, chat? This was like a long time ago. I think it was Kevin Logan. Was it Kevin Logan was looking at Keffels follows, and he was like, "No comment, chick. I can't believe that you'd follow the spicy folders lady." I mean, oh my God, that was such a weird day too. Kevin Logan said some really weird stuff about me that day, and Keffels, and apparently ships us in some way, which is just not anything that I think either of us need. But there it is, thanks to Keflogus himself. We got that. Yeah, anyway. But this was I remember Keflogus like looking at Keffel's follows and like shaming. Oh, that was the big thing. I was not the big bad though, right? So he did go through there, he did see No Comment Chick, and he did, why are you following No Comment Chick? This was a long time ago, and we both followed each other. We were friends back in the day, back before Keffels turned evil. We were friends a long time ago. And the worst person that Keffels followed though was Infrared Haas. And what was worse though was that Keffels was subbed to Infrared Haas, and I think we did find out that it wasn't a gift sub. I don't know. My Kevin Logan impression is actually better than the actual Kevin. Well, that's because I think that Kevin's stream, unbeknownst to him, is actually empowered by Rory cats. You've got the Rory cats in chat. That's what allows K Flogus to let the K flow. The K Flogus flow. It comes from the Rory cats. Why don't you follow MCC? What?
Because it was so peaceful up
Why
here.
don't I follow
but
myself?
Now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the sub. I guess that's a sub on YouTube. It's so confusing too. Subs mean a different thing on YouTube than they do on Twitch. Why wouldn't one follow? I get it. Why wouldn't you follow NCC? Of course. Well, wait, if you're a streamer, okay? If you're a streamer, it might be a little different. Why does anybody know? Why wouldn't you follow NCC if you are a streamer? If you are a fellow streamer? Word on the street is that she has folders, right? There was an image tweeted out by somebody who's like, you know, my last interaction with them was calling them out over being weird to me after having flirted with me and me telling them I'm not interested. They got weird with me after that, right? So I called them out on that. My last interaction with them was that, right? That was, and then that person, you know, out of whatever kind of emotions that they were feeling, decided to post an image showing file folders on like every streamer out there, including this guy, including Hasan. Like, right, Hasan was on there. I don't think I'd ever talked about Hasan at that point. Anavar was on there. I think I may have mentioned Anavar once, but it was in the context because she was talking to somebody that I knew. It wasn't really about her, but there was just like everybody was on there, right? And it is pretty clear what they were trying to do. If you are a streamer and you see a bunch of file folders, like, oh, this bitch has folders, she's doing, you know, Oppo research or whatever, right? She's going to bring down all streamers so that she will be the only big streamer. I guess that's the conspiracy theory. Did I get that right? Do we have any NCC Anon lore experts? Is that the story? Is that the lore? That I was going to bring every other streamer down in order to make sure that I was the only streamer available and everybody would just have to come to my chat because everybody else would be canceled. Supposedly, right? But you know, if you're a larger streamer and you see this stuff, you know, you want to cover it, and that's what that was what the you know, that was why it was set up like that, right? That's why they created an architecture of file folders, attributed them to me, and said that like I had files on everybody, right? And it doesn't even really make sense, but I guess that didn't really matter so much. So that's why you're gonna hear weirdness if you talk to me in, let's say, Lonerbox's chat. Not that I'm suggesting that you do that, chat. Only do that if you want to be banned from Lonerbox's chat, because I'm pretty sure you would. I'm pretty sure you'd get that banned. But like around those parts, you know, any place with Samantha Banana regularly in chat is gonna be pretty hateful towards me. So that's why somebody, including Kevin Logan, apparently would not maybe want to follow NCC. Or would think it was weird for Keffels to follow me.
Sisters that are living in Israel proper, that are anti-Zionists.
Wait, read it again. Did I read something
are
wrong?
also fighting that very same battle every day to make sure that people understand that the only way out of this, well, there's two different ways out of this. It's ethnic cleansing. It's like doing a final solution to the Palestinians, or it's a pathway towards developing a nation state where Palestinians, Muslims, Christians, Jews can live, coexist, and have equal rights and equal representation.
Right. At the end of the day, all I'm asking is
no, I got that, Daymel. It's like, why wouldn't you follow NCC? That's what you were saying.
for people to be able to say that, you know, terrorism is bad, no matter what, without an exception.
But yeah, so chat, when you hear Chud Logic talk about me and he refers to me as a cockroach, that's what he means. He means that the fix was in for me, right? They thought they had taken care of me. They thought that was that there's no way that she can continue streaming. There's no way that people would support her if we show a bunch of files with streamer's name on them and we refer to those as belonging to NCC, which is weird because like I'm doing, you know, content right now on H3 podcast? Do I have an H3 podcast file? Do I have an Ethan Klein file? Right? Am I trying to ruin Ethan Klein? Am I trying to ruin Hasan? In most cases, when I cover content, even if I am, disagreeing, even if we're watching Xander Hall or Keffels or whatever, you know how I do, my streams, and you don't get the feeling that I'm like, this is like, it's got to end. Like, nobody can support this person. Like, I don't have any illusions that when I cover Xander Hall and I say that was a really bad take, you look ridiculous, Xander Hall, that Xander Hall's fans are gonna be like, oh, that's it. NCC said Xander Hall looked ridiculous. She showed him looking ridiculous. She made him look ridiculous. I guess we can't follow. No, that's not how anything works.
Without subtext. No, listen.
Green?
Without a fucking.
Wait, oh my god! I want to buy some fabric, and the color is legit. Because I know what you're talking about, Jules. Are you talking about Canadian geese? You can't ruin people if they're just posting the things that they said. They are ruining them. Well, they thought they could ruin me. They thought they could get rid of me. Chud Logic thought that, he'd gotten the perfect cockroach trap or whatever. And it just doesn't work because apparently NCC is the cockroach that survives the nuclear attack. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I guess just stay on the right side of her so she doesn't get filed. I almost like the idea that people would be like afraid that like if they cross me, they're gonna have their files released. But unfortunately, I'm nowhere near that organized. I don't know. That's just the name. Well, Goose Poop Green. Like I grew up in an area where Canadian geese took greasy little poops like all over the shore of the lakes. Right. Anytime you went by a lake, there was like a ton of Canadian geese. Or maybe only during part of the year, right? Because they're like they migrate, but they do take green shiny poops. So if that is a green shiny color, then it completely makes sense why it would be called goose turd green. My NCC lore didn't show up. What is going on? Shakespeare, are you shadow banned? What?
Asterisk. It's like, yeah,
it's
but what the fuck, man?
No, I understand where you're coming from with that. I think
and I'm not saying you do it, by the way.
Giannis Varoufakis talked about this, where he said there was a practice in the ANC in apartheid.
Any mods see Shakespeare getting moderated? It was so weird when you bring up Haas, as if he was an actual leftist. Wait, is that which? I don't see any Shakespeare. I don't see anything in between. It was so weird to bring up Haas and my NCC lore didn't show up in chat. John Twitch is mad at me. I don't know.
South Africa.
There is something going on with the API, but it shouldn't affect that. I don't think it's kind of like a yellow green, similar to olive. Okay, I just remember it being dark green and like shiny as if the geese ate glitter. I don't want to think about goose poop. Goose poop is one of the grossest things because literally anytime that you go near a lake, like where I used to live, it's like you're having to step around goose poop. There's constant goose poop everywhere.
It was called necklacing. I'm not entirely sure what it was. It was brutal. The ANC originally under the leadership of Nelson Mandela, demonstrated peacefully multiple times. There was a police retaliation in apartheid South Africa where 69 demonstrators died. Obviously, the conditions were brutal.
Wait.
They had this concept called a pencil.
Shucks, baby. Maybe repeat it and like, I don't know, use like a number as a letter or something. I don't know what is it like.
Test, you know what I mean? Like where they would put a pencil in your hair to see if you were how non-white you were. If the pencil stuck, you were considered non-white, not allowed to go into certain places. Now, all of that was violent. The maintenance of that was violent. When all was said and done, Nelson.
Wait, Jules, are you talking about Canadian geese? Or are you talking about like Hong Kong geese? Like, are you talking about like the white geese or the geese that are like they got multiple colors?
Mandela realized that violent reaction was demanded from the people on the ground, demanded from the emancipatory forces demanded from the 90% black people that comprised the South African population. He was jailed. He went to Algeria first. He went to Ethiopia. He talked to revolutionaries. He talked to Marxists. He came back to Africa. He was immediately South Africa. He was jailed. Time and time again, the government demanded that he denounce the violence. He said, how can I talk to you on equal conditions when I am chained? How can you put my freedom as a talking point, as a way to get me to denounce violence when you have made no efforts you've made no conciliatory efforts. You've made no efforts in understanding the position of people that you have subjugated.
Yeah, so that's why I think it's called goose turd green. Is that Canadian geese, like, they do these like weird, like, shiny green poops.
That you have forced to exist in these apartheid conditions. At the end of the day, nobody remembers the violence of the ANC forces, because the violence of the apartheid regime was all too great, was significant, was more significant than the violence that the horrifying violence, even those that, of course, civilians were subjected to. Because if I were to ask you today, what's worse?
Okay, let me read out this copy pasta here. NCC was a complicated 21st century figure. She became infamous for an incident named Filegate, where her successful filing cabinet business was involved in a political scandal. NCC had sold filing cabinets to the Intersectional Socialist Party, which caused an uproar with the Chud Logic Front politicians who had been trying to end safe spaces in the country.
Towards the civilians in apartheid South Africa, or the violence of the apartheid regime, you would say the violence of the apartheid regime, right?
I don't know. Did they mass murder 1,500 civilians?
I don't know the exact civilian casualties, but in Algeria, no, they did
South
some brutal
Africa?
stuff. Yeah.
Apartheid? So
Yes.
hold up, how many? Well, I mean, not that it fucking matters.
No, but like, yeah, exactly. But the conversation is important to analyze from that perspective, because people that are forced into a corner that see no other way out are going to do this, and and if you don't make any concessions, if you treat the secular Palestinian Authority like they're garbage and then use them as a part of your security, your surveillance.
Yeah, look, is Ethan trying to defend the French in Algeria? I mean, you're seeing where the memory hole and unfamiliarity, apparently, with the historical event, it is basically leading him to sounding ridiculous.
And have them be seen as collaborators with the Israeli government that is currently imprisoning and defending the settlers, like you said, the fundamentalist religious freaks in the West Bank. Then, of course, Palestinians that are going to be like, well, what the fuck? Well, this is our two-state solution. This is our peaceful coexistence. That, like, we're losing our homes. We're getting bullied in our own neighborhoods. We have dudes from Brooklyn and
there is something that goes on, like, right? You're not the only person who's experienced that. Like, in fact, I've been seeing that for a long time. Maybe it's ever since we turned the moderation up. So if you sometimes if you say that's fucked up or something like that in chat, which I'm not supposed to say either, right? Because of YouTube. But anyway. I can get away with a few F words, I guess. They're gonna demonetize my stream regardless. But as far as for editing, it's better when I don't say the F word. But if you say like something or like I don't know that like Twitch's moderation perceives to be hostile, sometimes you won't see it immediately, like it won't show up, and a mod will have to manually go through and it'll say like this person said this, allow, deny, is this okay? And usually if you're not saying something awful, a mod will come by or I will hit allow on it. But sometimes things do not show up to us, right? we don't ever see them. And then you get somebody in chat being like, why was my comment moderated? I didn't say anything wrong. There's no free speech in this chat? And I'm like, yeah, that's right. It's a dictatorship of the cat girl, I guess. No, it's actually something with Twitch, something with the moderation that just is weird. If they think it's abusive, they don't show it. Well, wait, yeah, but there's like two levels. There's one level where we can see it and it says allow or don't allow. And then there's another level where we never see it and we just hear the person get mad because they're like, I typed a perfectly normal thing. And apparently, yeah, you sometimes perfectly normal things get like zucked. I'm inclined to be generous to Ethan. I think he is trying. Well, you'll see, like he does have an epiphany. He does have a little bit of a change. And that's why I'm showing you this conversation, by the way. That's why we're watching this. But by the end of this, he's definitely got a different perspective on things. And I had to watch 5 seconds of Vosch being a white supremacist to alleviate how much Ethan has triggered me by comparison. Now I feel bad for Ethan. I guess that happens on YouTube too, where YouTube itself censors chat. Oh yeah, I've seen that in comments, right? In fact, I've made comments, and sometimes it's like, sometimes I'm legitimately saying, like, you're being an asshole or something like that. Like, and that comment, I guess I understand why it gets moderated, but sometimes it's just like a normal comment. And I type it in, and it's like, where did it go? And I type in another comment, and it's like, there it is. So yeah, it's random, maybe. Feel bad once I saw someone get auto-timed out because he didn't know how to spell trainee. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Trainee? That is hilarious. They love Jewishness. That is, I can imagine exactly how that might happen. I feel like Twitch eats my battery 3 times faster than YouTube. That's annoying. What about Discord? Does Discord eat people's batteries? In the West Bank, Palestinians can't even get armed. The PLO is collaborationist and does police the Palestinians. Yeah, we were talking about the difference between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, right? In terms of the approaches to resistance or lack thereof, and the resultant tax that Israel has taken on those areas, right? Being the settlements in the West Bank, the carving up of the West Bank to the point where people are having to walk through multiple security checkpoints, drive like tens of miles out of their way. And basically their life, is very disrupted by the settlements versus, and ultimately disrupted when people are dispossessed and forced to leave, the West Banks forever, right? Because you can't once you leave, you can't come back. So people who flee, they can't, they get their stuff taken, and that's that. But yeah, the sort of embargo and that's gone on in the Gaza Strip versus the settlements, the constant settler violence that has gone on to the West Bank.
Long Island coming in and being like, this is my house now. Like, if you see that as your peaceful coexistence as a pathway forward.
Ooh, they love Judas saying if you use a VPN to Google the conflict from different countries, the news articles points of view will be wildly different. Yeah.
You are inevitably radicalizing people to react to that in more and more violent ways. And that is entirely in the hands of the Israeli government to scale back, regardless of how Israeli people feel about the matter, whether they are understandably paranoid and understandably scared or not. I mean, remember, the first Intifada was rocks. The second one was bombs, like suicide vests and suicide bombs in public transit. It has escalated throughout years as the Israeli occupation has gotten worse and worse. And this is a reality that even former Israeli officials recognize and reckon with and ask for change on.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Shakespeare is talking about the segregated road system, different license plates, depending on whether you're Israeli or Palestinian, and different road systems that are major highways that are available to Israelis but not to Palestinians.
I 100%, dude. I understand everything you're saying.
Like, people forget, like in the 90s, there was at least some form of freedom of travel between Israel proper, West Bank, and Gaza. There were no the border walls and the freedom of movement, freedom of travel was not stopped. It was not restricted. And look where we're at now.
But what is about to be restricted is your ability to view the stream if you don't have a sub. We are approaching the top of the hour ad break. This one I actually remembered, so that I could give you the warning that you may be experiencing up to 3 minutes of ads in the near future. If you do not want your eyeballs to see those ads, you can avoid those ads with a Twitch Prime sub. You can avoid those ads with a sub which you can purchase from Twitch for $5 for the stream to get the emojis and also to no longer see those ads. Or if you're lucky, you might be gifted a sub. It does happen. It can happen. It's more likely to happen to you, though, if you yourself are active in the chat.
What's up?
In the 90s, I feel like there were a lot more talks of peace that seemed actually close. Like, it didn't seem that impossible back then.
Yeah, there was like an 88 attempt to.
I remember.
Yeah, and then what happened?
I'm putting this
the
pineapple
one
away.
dude, the one dude who was like, okay, guys, look, I'm a Zionist. I
Yitzhak Rabin.
think that we should, at the very least, maintain the security of the Israeli state in a reasonable way. We have to fucking reason with these guys. He was called a pussy and then assassinated. And the dudes that literally...
So Rabin was... the Rabin assassination was in 1994.
...wanted him assassinated are now in positions of power.
Yeah, it's
and they have been voted for... they've been voted into office over and over and over and over again.
Okay, so just to be clear, these fringe right freaks are like very... They've been getting more support. But like the reason they're in power... They don't usually get a lot of support in the parliament. Netanyahu was forced into some really fucked up psychotic coalitions with fringe freak, genocidal maniacs.
Yeah, that's the latest government that he put together to stay in power.
I'm a little uncomfortable with he was forced into a coalition with. Like, what does that mean? Right? Let's be real. What that means is he would rather have power, even if it means empowering those, genocidal forces, right? That's not being forced into a coalition. That is joining a coalition because you want to retain power. Like, am I wrong about this? Like, I get that it's kind of a figure of speech, right? But sometimes figures of speech can hide the truth. They do that in our countries too. She just said that, sadly. In Tel Aviv too, most liberal cities in Israel, there's no downside for Netanyahu here.
It's worth.
Yeah. I mean, he did that. He made that choice because that is not a problem for him, or it's less of a problem than the prospect of being out of power.
Mentioning that it doesn't have wide support amongst Israelis.
Yeah, but
Likud's founding charter is based on revisionist Zionism, which says that both sides of the River Jordan have to belong to Israel. So he wants this government.
Even look, there is a member in the Knesset that immediately after immediately after October 7th came out and was like, "This is directly the responsibility of the government and the occupation. This is why people are retaliating." And he was right. So I'm not saying that there aren't voices. It's just that the voices are deafened. The voices are additionally deafened when any kind of retaliatory action is immediately weaponized. It's expected and weaponized to make the Israeli population become even more reactionary and demand more blood.
Let me just ask you this then, and the analogy I gave you, okay? Just to get a direct answer, where as the terrorist attacks are happening,
Here we go, ad breaks.
there's people calling, saying, my neighbors are being shot by terrorists right now. And there's people saying, go Palestine. Are they talking about Palestinian freedom, or are they encouraging Hamas to kill Israelis?
I don't know what people are. I don't know what their demands are.
It's not unreasonable.
I mean, please, Ethan. Like, this is the thing. Usually, H3 will show a tweet if they're talking about something. You know, they got a whole crew there if they want to put something up on right, and like if Ethan's gonna make these claims, like, and I think, like, look, to be real, I think the reason he's not making these claims is that if he shows the tweet of a certain person, you know, he is going to, you know, he doesn't want to call out anybody in specific, even though he did on Twitter, right? He's not trying to bring that, I guess, into the show. And, you know, some of these people that he's criticizing are friends of Hasan's, so
for me to assume that.
No, it's not unreasonable for you to
I mean,
assume that.
listen, I think...
And if you're Palestinian, for the record, I'll take it one step further. Look, you talked about the paranoia that that Israelis feel towards, Palestinians or Hamas, right? And I will say this as well. I think that if you are Palestinian, and it is understandable that they see this as an emancipatory action. It doesn't have to be right, and it's not right, but it does not matter, because for them, this is the first time that they have seen they've seen like they've seen the security apparatus fall apart. That they've seen the barriers that were designed, that were constructed around Gaza, get bulldozed.
Dude, I got no problem with them breaking through the borders, like and doing some kind of shit. Maybe I do have a problem, but let's say
what kind of shit?
Okay,
so
now let me just put something into perspective here. Right? In the past, even approaching the borders has been used as justification to unalive the people doing so. Right? Including children. So, you know, the idea that, well, yeah, no, they have every right to, you know, cut open those gates and go out and do something. It's just that, like, you know, right, that is that is not true. That, like, I mean, they you know, centuries of anti-Jewish hate do not justify settler colonialism and genocide. Yeah, there is, yeah, something actually very disturbing about the process that you're describing there, Shakespeare.
the military outpost, they attacked settlers. I'm not saying I'm okay with it, but like this is more acceptable. But like going and roaming through a kibbutz and murdering families is like, I just don't think there's any room for exceptions there.
No,
there's a big difference. You know what I mean? I understand.
Cheek pass booze
there, and I know you do. I'm just explaining for myself.
Yes,
here.
civilian targets are never seen as appropriate. That is 100%.
And it was just
that is
so,
literally
and it was
the rule. That's the rule. Is that like civilian targets are not appropriate.
And again, Israel kills civilians, right?
Yeah.
Not saying that. I know they do. It's like, it's not even debated, at least in serious people who are trying to have a serious conversation about it. And so it seems a little obtuse, though, to look at an activist during a terrorist slaughter saying, let's go Palestine, and not say like, yeah, they're probably cheering on Hamas to kill Palestinians.
I think that whoever people are cheering on is ultimately inconsequential, because the actions of the state and the actions of our state the actions of all Western
Bro,
states
come on.
is significantly more important.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like,
I'm just, again,
and I find it to be unproductive, and I also think it's ridiculous. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but I think it's fucking ridiculous that the indifference that people have to human casualties is gross, and it's never more perfectly demonstrated by people being like, oh, the BLM Chicago account that is like not even affiliated with the organization, even though I don't even like the official BLM organization anyway, is posting a photo, right? And then immediately people are like, look, this is how BLM is. Like, you know, see, you guys have to immediately apologize. Everyone who has like been associated with BLM has to apologize for this random fucking Instagram account. That is politics. People are using the deaths of Israelis and the deaths of Palestinians to do domestic politics, and I think that's fucking ridiculous. And I also think, and maybe you agree with me,
So about the conflation of the state of Israel with the Jewish people, like this, there's two contingents that really seem to love to do this, right? And that is far right anti-Semites in terms of blaming Jewish people for the not that they need any justifications for their anti-Semitism, but you know, as yet another justification for their anti-Semitism. And then the far right in Israel, you know, which you know, seeks to use that same conflation defensively. In either case, we are talking about the rhetorical strategy that Innuendo Studios identified in his alt-right playbook as the ship of Theseus, right? It is a way to make an argument through essentially sloppy conflations. Sloppy, you know, meaning you're saying like X equals Y, and it's like the truth is maybe X is related to Y, or X is, you know, there's a correlation there or something like that, right? But it's not actually like a one-to-one, but you never mind that because you're just having a casual argument, a casual discussion, and pretty soon you end up with the ship of Theseus itself, right? Was a the ship of the historical the concept of the ship of Theseus was the idea that if you go out on the water with a ship, you go sailing for a long time, over time things break, and you have to replace them, like, right? And you're out at sea so long, and your ship keeps breaking, so that you've replaced the whole ship. By the time that you get to the other port that you're sailing into, it is, for all practical purposes, you know, there's no original parts of the ship, right? So in other words, it's a way to make a bullshit argument, right? If you can start with one ship that like if you can start with one, you know, one ship and then end up with a completely different ship, there's been some deception along the way, and it's like a little bit of deception at a time, one conflation at a time. And you know, I mean, like, that's an example of that kind of conflation that ends up justifying, as it is right now, atrocities by the state of Israel, which are supported and signed off on by the United States.
maybe you don't, that a part of the do you condemn the violence, do you condemn the violence, do you condemn the violence rhetoric is
Yeah, I hope Chad is here.
I think cynically applied to every single person that wants to talk about ending this conflict, even if it's talking about ending the conflict from the perspective of like Israeli security, where the Harvard Student Organization that got together and said the violence that Israel experienced today is squarely the consequence of the brutal occupation. They said that in the United States of America, the Harvard
Ethan is being corny.
Students Organization. There's plenty of Jewish Americans that are involved in writing that. What happened? Every single psychopathic
He
VC
keeps on saying the left loves terrorism.
hedge
Yeah.
fund dipshit said, these people need to be punished. Give us their names. And they got their names. They did canary mission style psychopathic doxing on students for saying what? For saying exactly the same thing that the Haaretz editorial board wrote, word for word, bar for bar. The Israeli paper of record.
I'll say this.
And the Harvard Students Association had an identical perspective. And what happened in America?
I think that the article that we're talking about here, because somebody did find this for me and pass it along to me. Right now, this has been taken down. Right, Haaretz did not end up standing behind this editorial, but I think this is the piece that Hasan's talking about. Editorial: Netanyahu bears responsibility for this Israel-Gaza war. This is okay. It's an editorial, so it doesn't say the name of the author. This disaster that befell Israel on the holiday of Simchat Torah is the clear responsibility of one person, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister who prided himself on his vast political experience and irreplaceable wisdom in security matters, completely failed to identify the dangers he was consciously leading Israel into when establishing a government of annexation and dispossession, when appointing Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir to key positions, while embracing a foreign policy that openly ignored the existence and rights of Palestinians. Netanyahu will certainly try to evade his responsibility and cast the blame on the head of the military intelligence and the Shin Bet Security Service, who, like their predecessors on the eve of the Yom Kippur War, saw a low probability of war with their preparations for a Hamas attack proving flawed. They scored. So this is, from Haaretz in Israel. It's a condemnation of Netanyahu in part because of failing to protect from that attack. And I think they're going to get into why, right? Why where the IDF might have been concentrating its attention, that this was not something that was had been prepared for in the south of Israel. They scorn the enemy and its offensive military capabilities. Over the next few days and weeks, when the Department of Israel defense funds and intelligence failures come to light, a justified demand to replace them and take stock will surely arise. However, the military and intelligence failure does not absolve Netanyahu of his overall responsibility for the crisis, and he is the ultimate arbiter of Israeli foreign and security affairs. Netanyahu is no novice to this role, like Ehud Olmer was in the Second Lebanon War, nor is he ignorant in military matters as Golda Meir in 1973 and Menachem Begin in 1982 claimed to have been. Netanyahu also shaped the policy embraced by the short-lived government of change led by Naftali Bennett and Yair Lapid in a multi-dimensional effort to crush the Palestinian national movement in both its wings, in Gaza and the West Bank, at a price that would be acceptable to the Israeli public. In the past, Netanyahu marketed himself as a cautious leader who eschewed wars and multiple casualties on Israel's side. After his victory in the last election, he replaced his caution with the policy of a fully right government, with overt steps taken to annex the West Bank, to carry out ethnic cleansing in parts of the Oslo defined area C, including Hebron Hills and the Jordan Valley. This also included a massive expansion of settlements and bolstering the Jewish presence on the Temple Mount near the Al-Aqsa Mosque, as well as boasts of an impending peace deal with the Saudis, in which the Palestinians would get nothing, open talk of a second Nakba in the governing coalition. So that's how far right we're talking. I mean, just like saying the quiet part out loud, right? As expected, signs of an outbreak of hostilities began in the West Bank, where Palestinians started feeling the heavier hand of the Israeli occupier. Hamas exploited the opportunity in order to launch a surprise attack on Saturday. Above all, the danger looming over Israel in recent years has been fully realized. A prime minister indicted in 3 corruption cases cannot look after state affairs, as national interest will necessarily be subordinate to extricating him from a possible conviction and jail time. This was the reason for the establishing this horrific coalition. This was the reason for establishing this horrific coalition and the judicial coup advanced by Netanyahu, and for enfeeblement of top army and intelligence officers who were perceived as political opponents. The price was paid by the victims of the invasion in Western Negev. So yeah, this article taken down. They did not end up standing behind their editorial department, and it's a shame.
They got doxxed. There are on the campus right now.
Again,
there are literally their photos are being posted.
I read the letter. It was not that bad. People were going crazy and way overreacting about it. If people are mad about that, it's probably because of the timing.
But there's no timing placed on another a group of people's emancipation. There's no like
Bro,
my
their timing matters.
No,
Let's not be obtuse about this. It's just this one point I'm trying to make. You can't cheer on Hamas, dude.
I do. Well, Ethan, I said, you know what I said, on the day of the occupation.
I know you don't, but like we're being a little silly. Like if somebody says go fucking
the only difference
Palestine
between what I said
while people are being murdered, like that's pro Hamas. That's what it is. You're helping. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And I understand all the little subtext.
But what's the distinction? But what's the distinction between what the Harvard students said, what I said, what many Israelis also said as well?
I mean, Ethan was literally characterizing it as "Go Hamas," and that's why it's hard to take what he's saying seriously in any way. Because, like, I mean, like if somebody's like, right, that's Go Palestine. Well, no, he's saying Go Hamas, or yeah. I think I don't know. It just doesn't sound like something that, like, I would hope that nobody would be that disconnected from reality to use what sounds like a sports slogan in this situation, right?
Versus like what you perceive other people were saying when you don't know the fuller picture of like their perspective.
First of all, I don't have a problem with what
I feel like it's stuff like "We stand with Palestine" that is usually the catalyst for somebody to say that, well, you're just supporting Hamas.
they said.
Okay, you don't.
And I'm curious about how soon after this massacre it was released, because I assuming, and we can look into
what's
this.
the barrier of acceptability though? Or is it that you know me personally and you know what my opinion is, which is why
What did you say?
You can understand.
You didn't say anything like you did not say like free Palestine or some shit after murders were happening.
I said that resistance to apartheid is always imperfect and there are casualties everywhere, which means there are casualties on the Israeli side and there are going to be casualties on the Palestinian side.
Statement, Hasan.
Yes, that is ultimately the same as saying free Palestine. It is, because
it's not,
my goal
dude.
is
it's
to
not.
free Palestine.
I know what you mean,
no,
but it's not. It's not
here's
the same, bro.
Here's the thing.
What you're saying is, and again, people don't be silly about this. I'm talking about the timing. As civilians are being murdered, as the story's developing, people saying this, okay? That's an important distinction. Like your take about like, listen, Gazans are under apartheid, they're being genocided and all this, which is all true.
And that is what's causing this violent retaliation.
And it's what's causing this retaliation, which is all true. I'm sorry, but it's not the fucking same as saying, let's go Palestine as bodies.
Okay, yeah, so he's saying let's go Palestine was what was said. I think it's more along the lines of we stand with Palestine or whatever. And I think what he's doing is he's taking that as being like he's saying the argument is the timing, right? And so therefore, like, while this is happening, being concerned enough to say we stand with Palestine, he's taking that as an endorsement of the whatever actions taken by Hamas. What he doesn't realize is that people who are saying that are saying it in the context of of what they know is the next step, right? It's not about, so he's seeing this in the context of what happened on Saturday, when in reality, the people that are saying stuff like that are saying it in the context of the response that everybody knows is going to happen, the disproportionate nature of that response, the asymmetric nature of the power balance that is going to enable, something that's much more of an existential threat. So yeah, that's France banned being pro-Palestine in public. Other places want to follow suit. Yeah, I am I getting this right? I've heard that 35 of the U.S. states have some form of ban against boycott, divest, and sanctions. So this is Hasan literally just said free Palestine. Ethan's arguments just not working without him saying the same about Hasan. And I just don't know how he's not seeing this. Does he think as the bodies are falling, we are... Yeah, that's the thing. That's what he's not getting. That's the context of those comments that he's reading. And he is, I guess, miscontextualizing them, misattributing context. I don't know how I should say this, but right, to the actions that happened on Saturday, when in actuality, these statements are being made in the context of the perceived and impending reaction to what happened on Saturday. Yeah, tone policing.
Are hitting the floor. It's not the same.
No, I understand.
And frankly, I think people are in the
distinction.
Thank you. And
people
I think
people are not being careful.
And I think people are justified in looking at that and thinking like, oh, okay, this person's happy that Israeli citizens are dying. Like what? Like, I'm sorry, but that's a defensible position to take.
No,
Does he realize that by if you want to call it, it's like tone policing, by tone policing that, he's basically saying that any expression of concern over the impending the impending response is just not just like, you can't do that, because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like anything that you would say to express that concern is going to be seen by Ethan as essentially rubber stamping and justifying the actions of Hamas.
Ethan, you're expanding on free Palestine in that moment to I'm glad that Israelis are being murdered. The jump there
Bro.
is, no, let me explain.
Go ahead.
The jump there is literally you knowing what I represent and who I am versus you not knowing. You want to know why? Because you think when I said that, people didn't misconstrue my statements. My name is Hasan. I am the America Deserved 9/11 guy. If you think that the very same forces, the very same people that despise what I had to say about blowback and 9/11 did not have the exact same opinion that you have over
I don't know what other
others.
people thought about what you said. Okay, I know that I thought it was a much more respectful, empathic take. And I doubt. And when did you do that as bodies were hitting the floor, son? When did you tweet out your statement about it?
It was for the next 2 days, Palestinian forces were still deep embedded inside of Israeli proper positions in southern towns. So there were still people dying.
So how about this as a separation?
What?
When people are calling in the news and talking about their neighbors and children being murdered in front of them, is not the time.
Okay. Except,
I mean, it should be kind of obvious. I'm sorry.
I understand.
Unfortunately,
But
what that does, and here's what I'm talking about. Here's my complaint about. Here's my issue with Ethan, right? And I'm trying to be like exceptionally, you know, good faith here, right? What he's asking for prevents any even expression of speech in defense of the out of concern for the lives of Palestinian people. So if you say in that, because what he's saying is during this time, while this is happening, when this is going on, so in other words, in the lead up to the strike on Gaza, right? No expression of empathy, of concern, of support shall be allowed. That is bullshit, Ethan. That is bullshit.
You just can't do that. I'm sorry. It's
gross.
gross.
I get what you're saying, except, you know, the you as someone who recognizes the violence of the occupation, know that this, by the very same metrics, saying I stand with Israel implies that you stand with Israel's genocidal conduct, right?
Well,
and therefore,
well, it does kind of
stand with
it
Israel.
does kind of seem like that. I mean, that is what it says.
Okay.
I
fair.
disagree with people
No,
saying
that's
that.
fair. So you,
if Israel's bombing Gaza, and people are saying I stand.
Not just bombing Gaza. Israel's apartheid regime and occupation is endless. It might be sidelined. It might be silent. It might be the constant, but that is still.
That's what I was saying when we looked up those figures, right? We're talking about like violence. We're talking about violent actions that resulted in casualties, in injuries, and in people being unalived, right? On both sides. When we were looking at the proportionality of where that's happening. Oh my God, I have a guest star. Excuse me. Hello. Hi there. Are you both in here? The cats decided to show up. My mic was much lower than the vid? Oh, like just in general? Wait, really? That's not good. Testing? Seems like, yeah, I think I just gotta be like up on it and stuff. Oh my God, I got distracted. 1828. Go back to 1819.
Israel's apartheid regime and occupation is endless. It might be sidelined.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that, like, we were looking at the results of violence, as we think of it, violent acts, right? There is also a violence in the embargo. There is also a violence in the settlements, right? There's harm being done, not in a quote unquote, violent manner, but, through the policies, through the actions, through the administration of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, that also, needs to be, that's what Hasan is speaking about when he says that it is, sometimes, active and sometimes passive, right? That's what he means. Like right now, you've got a bombing campaign followed by an incursion into the territories, right? But at other times, even when that's not active, even when that's not going on, there is still being violence done to Palestinian people.
Might be silent. It might be the constant, but that.
I don't know. I think it's because I was facing away from the mic, actually, Rebel.
It's still violent.
If Israel is bombing Gaza.
Meow.
Okay.
Non-Israelis just bombing Gaza.
Dude, let me.
Okay.
I heard you.
Go on. Sorry. I have to pee so bad.
If you leave, I win.
It's over. I'm holding it.
If Israel.
He's holding it.
IDF is bombing Gaza, and and you're seeing the media that I saw, or even not seeing the media I saw, because that civilians are getting injured or killed, and you say I support Israel in that moment, then I do think you are supporting the IDF and the Israeli regime's fucking apartheid violence.
Okay. Do you think that there is
Whoa.
the same energy and
Sorry, chat. I'm trying to open up a sody pop. I'm trying to open up a 2-liter here, and it just like gushed. It just gushed in my hands. Anyway, that tends to happen to things.
same condemnation, even remotely the same condemnation and energy for those who say I stand with
There we go.
Israel, all
We're
the way
good.
from Justin Bieber using a photo
I have
of
that.
destroyed
Wait,
Gaza.
hold on, let me pull that up.
Yeah, Rebel. It was frothing a little bit.
Like praying for Israel.
Where's
Like,
that?
what are you praying for, bro? Israel to stop? Like, what's going on?
That
What are
was-
you praying for?
That was one of the craziest things I've seen.
Yeah.
He posted a picture of Gaza being basically a whole street block being leveled by Israeli
what
bombs.
the fuck? Wait, this is Justin Bieber? Did you hear that? Like, so the soundboard, was that Boblax? Was that Bobby? Does everybody know Bobby? Are we aware of Boblax here? I know this is probably not your favorite streamer, not mine either, but we're talking about the person responsible for the stop laughing at Sonic. You know, Bobby's the one that just yells weird stuff, like you know, not a huge Sonic fan. What was the other? Bitch, you got nothing. Bitch, you have nothing. It was a what did they actually play though? What, like, I want to know now what that like soundbite was.
The same condemnation and energy for those who say I stand with Israel, all the way from Justin Bieber using a photo
I have
of
that.
There we go.
destroyed Gaza.
Wait, hold on, let me pull that
to
up.
be like praying for Israel.
Where's
Like,
that?
what are you praying for, bro? Israel to stop? Like, what's going on?
That
What are
was-
you praying for?
That was one of the crazy.
I wasn't trying. I can't tell if that's Boblax or not. Anybody know? No longer a believer. Yeah.
Craziest things I've seen.
Yeah.
He posted a picture of Gaza being basically a whole street block being leveled by Israeli bombs.
So crazy.
Yeah.
With the and it says, "I'm praying for Israel."
Yeah, he was praying for Israel to stop. Jamie Lee Curtis
That was
posting
crazy.
photos. Jamie Lee Curtis posting a photo of children in Gaza looking up at the sky as Israel is bombing them and going, "I stand with Israel." Israeli flag, like the
Seriously?
and so many other examples. Charlie Kirk showing photos of the Israeli
I don't think that was Bobby.
occupying force entering West Bank homes and posting that video and going, "Look at what the Hamas terrorists are doing," or so
Yeah,
many
it's
other
insane.
examples
There's
of
so much dumb.
There has been a lot of stuff that like was attributed towards like Palestinian. Wait, do you know what I'm talking about, chat? There have been a lot of things attributed towards Israel, or attributed towards being done by Palestinians. That when more news came out, it later turned out, oh no, actually that was the IDF, right? That was.
so many examples of
Stupid propaganda.
Palestinian children, babies in cages that the Israeli occupying force put them in, that people are posting and going, "Look what the Hamas is doing. Look at this cruelty.
Yeah,
how cruel, how unusual."
I've
That is
seen
the
it all.
constant.
It's
Propaganda is one hell of a drug.
it's all crazy. It's all
Yes.
psychotic propaganda.
I don't even blame
Super
them.
cynical, fucked up things.
No, it's not. It's not even cynical.
Well,
Ethan,
no, the people who create the propaganda are
yes,
cynical. Not
It's not even cynical though. I don't even fucking blame them because yes, there is an asymmetry to this violence, and you have been willingly or you have completely been shut out
Here.
from one side of that of the recipients of said violence, and therefore you simply do not know. You don't know what the reality is, and
I mean that was just bad.
by God, there is a lot more examples pre-October 7. There's a lot more examples of like Israeli brutality and Israeli cruelty upon Palestinians. So you're inevitably going to accidentally post shit
the
like
thing
that.
is, like, with all this nuance and background and history, you still, if we're being serious about peace, you still you can't look at an Israeli, you know, who is traumatized by what happened in context of everything you've said, which I all agree with, and say, yes, but, you know, it's horrible, or like, yes, but It's like I'm just saying on a human level in the real world, you can't do that. You can't you have to just give them their grief. You have to give them you have to grant them. I mean, they made them victims on that day. Those people anyway.
Yeah.
And so do
you feel like
when you're having a conversation with Israelis and Israelis are looking to the outside world, I'm saying I agree with everything you're saying, but if you're trying to communicate your condolences for grief or something like that, you don't say yes, but.
I think people should be more careful.
I understand why
I think
you
people
do.
should be more careful, and I think people should be more open-minded. I agree.
I understand why you do it, Hasan.
What?
I'm just talking about in the real world.
Yeah.
When you're talking to an Israeli who it comes from the Israeli perspective. Here's a fucking hard truth that I don't know if people will accept it or not. Listen, if you're born in Gaza, you're going to hate Israel 100%. If you're born in Israel, you're probably going to hate Hamas and maybe Palestinians. I don't know. I don't think most Israelis do, but Hamas for sure. Okay. And so it doesn't even the human experience is constant. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you're born on. You're going to believe, you're going to fucking identify with whatever world experience you're going under.
I don't disagree with you. We've already established this. So now I ask you this. I genuinely, the major point of contention that you and I have in this process is I think it is frivolous and I think it is unproductive to find numerous people that may or may not have even openly condemned Hamas time and time again and be like, you're bad, you're wrong for saying this. Like, sure, they're wrong. But that doesn't change the reality on the ground.
I don't think it's fair to characterize it as like a few rogue tweets. I mean,
because ultimately,
this was a lot of people.
No, I get it, but
Yeah.
people tweeting whatever the fuck, right, does not stop bombs from falling. People tweeting
Israeli
did not stop
perspective,
more.
bro. That's all I'm saying.
I know, but the Israeli perspective, if tomorrow the Israeli perspective shifted and was like, 85% of the fucking Israeli population currently thinks that Benjamin Netanyahu is the reason why 2,000 Israelis died. 85% of the Israeli population right now, according to the Jerusalem Post, in the latest
And let's all
polling that
fucking
was done.
remember that when talking about Israelis.
Yes. So some of them, though, obviously think they should be more brutal. Some of them think that Benjamin Netanyahu's occupation, or a much smaller percentage, think that the occupation is responsible for this violence. Now, having said that, do they have a say? Can they unseat Benjamin Netanyahu? Is he going to jail? No, of course not.
He's being tried, actually.
And exactly, which is why he built a coalition with fucking Ben Gvir and all the other far right freaks.
He was actually being tried for fraud or some crazy shit.
Yeah, even more far right freaks. And many people are calling for his resignation. He is not going to do that. It's not going to happen. Even if he resigns, think about it this way.
Hold on, 86% said that the attack from Gaza is a failure of leadership.
Yeah, 86. That's what I said.
And by the way,
you did.
This is just
That's like everybody.
This is Jewish citizens, so this isn't even including obviously the Arab Israelis.
And people who watch this show know when we do polls and it's 86%, that's basically everybody.
Yes, exactly, 100%. Like, who the fuck is?
I love the idea that the FUPA troopers they know their statistics. Like 86%. That's like everyone basically. That's
dick riding Netanyahu in that point because like
I think what Ethan's trying to say is that on most issues you're not gonna find an 86 whatever split, right? That's
from either angle. Even if you think like Palestinians should be ethnically,
Hasan is wasting his time. Ethan is biased. Like 99% of every
plans, or you think Palestinians should the occupation should end.
So we're gonna watch this up to a point because this is a long stream. We can't watch the whole thing, but I want to watch it up to a point because this does come to a little bit of a catharsis, and you sort of see Ethan start to take a different tack on that.
for the security purposes of Israeli citizens, it doesn't matter. You're still going to arrive at that conclusion that it is Benjamin Netanyahu's fault, because the power player in this situation is what matters. The power player in this situation is entirely responsible. The situation, for example, in Afghanistan, with the Taliban's numbers not withering away, but instead growing in popularity during the American occupation, is a perfect example of what happened.
Okay,
and
so
is a perfect.
before we get to that part, which we're almost at the conclusion of the coverage of the Hasan and Ethan thing. I just wanted to look at what went on. What went on with it. So this is one of the tweets that was deleted. That is in fact actually the real Ethan Klein. How do you know? Look and see. Does it say productions like this one? That's the real Ethan, or does it say Producticons? Because Producticons is the fake Ethan, and it usually parodies Ethan. Unfortunately, this tweet is not a parody. This is actually Ethan saying, responding to Margbar America, saying I'm in South Beach having fun on party favors, and Ethan responding, enjoy your party favors and being a sex worker. Hamas would unalive you on the spot. So this one I don't entirely understand. I don't know what the context of this was. It seems like a random and messed up thing to come back with, though. Yeah, a lot of people, at least on my timeline, are upset with Ethan. There's random small streamer chick. So if you haven't already, give that stream a like and retweet, even if you so choose. It should be in the pinned chat on both. Oh no, God. There's like I'm trying to find more of the it seems like a lot of the Ethan stuff. Wow, okay, I just realized that like anybody could post anything on this. Maybe I should type Ethan Klein to make sure that I'm getting that Ethan and not any other Ethans. But yeah, it's all leftovers. It does seem to. In fact, there's like one like clip that seems to be.
His infant. It was like a year
Okay,
old.
yeah, this was earlier. Oh yeah, somebody comparing like Ethan's response to Andrew Tate's. There's Nick Diorio. Okay, so this is what I was talking about, right? There is a contingent of the commentary community, of the Destiny community, of the Edgelord community that would like Ethan Klein back, and the stuff that he's saying, right? So here's the tweet. I'm guessing this got deleted, right? From what I've heard, maybe an apology has been issued here. Ethan unfollows Froan after Froan making a comment about about something that, like, you know, leftists in the US foam at the mouth for a revolution here, but are unhappy when one happens elsewhere. And so this is Ethan responding. People are talking about me unfollowing Froan, so I'll explain why, since she wants to talk about it. So yeah, so Froan, wait, is that looks like Discord though? Okay, so that's like a Discord message posted posted on Reddit. Must be on the Ethan on the H3 subreddit. Frogan saying Ethan probably has this quote unquote damn Ethan was probably like this damn supports Hamas. Ethan, I'll support the IDF. Refollow me, what? Why am I sad, Lamau? Ethan Klein unfollowed me, Lamau. So yeah, then Ethan says, I'll explain why, since she wants to talk about murdering children and burning families alive in their safe houses is not a revolution. It's a massacre. If you think that's what a revolution is supposed to look like, I'm terrified about your idea of the American Revolution. Oh, that's Philly DeFranco. But yeah, this is the one I really can't figure out. Like, how did this happen? Does anybody have any anybody have any insight on this?
Example of what's constant with occupying forces and with their violent means of subjugating, humiliating, and murdering the population. You fucking kill, fuck, who was it? Even that, I forget who this was, but I remember someone saying like, look, in 2014 or in 2004, time and time again, whenever bombing campaigns occur and people die and children die, you know, their relatives are still alive. The ones that are still alive are going to go, well, I know who fucking bombed me. I know who fucking killed my family. I know who fucking dropped bombs on my house. I'm not going to forget that. That is at the heart of the matter. And a real reconciliation with that means completely going back on 75 years of brutal occupation and policies that were deemed necessary at the time for Israeli security, that absolutely was just a cynical way to justify taking more and more land.
Wait, what is going on YouTube chat? What is going on? Seriously. Can somebody explain to me what is going on in YouTube chat? I don't know about blocking bots. I think maybe, no, I don't actually know. Is the stream down or something? Wait, I guess you wouldn't hear me if the stream was down, right? If you can hear my voice, that means the stream is not down. But what's going on? Yeah, just be careful, because those bots, I think, have mod, and there might be some kind of an effect where if you block a mod, you get, and even though that's not how it's supposed to work, it's supposed to be if you block a mod, like, right, if people go into a chat and they try to say things like and get around the mods by blocking the mods, right, I think that it might auto ban or something like that. Is that what happened? End of stun luck. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in chat, because it sounds like There's just weird stuff. There's people talking to people who are invisible to me. If those are people who've blocked RestreamBot and they are no longer... Wait, but then people wouldn't be able to see their chats. I'm so confused. I don't know how it works.
And from Palestinians who had no say, who have never had a say in the conversation, and still to this day have no say. I mean, seriously, the resilience of Palestinian people all around the world, the 5 million displaced, 2 million living in Gaza, and another 2.5 million living in the West Bank is unimaginable. They've never had allies. They've always had imperfect allies and allegiances with people that are just simply only interested in destabilizing Israel. Like, I don't think
Iran just fucking wants to use them as a puppet.
I don't think Iran gives a shit about like Palestinians being free.
Dude.
I think it's very cynical, and they have nothing. They have nothing. They've never had anything. There is no equivalence here between the well-oiled military machine of the Israeli army that has gotten $264 billion in American taxpayer dollars to continue its operations. It's just not. There's an asymmetry to the violence, and there's also an asymmetry to the conversation where Palestinians like living in fucking Gaza are being called by the BBC, and while bombs are being dropped on their fucking heads, the BBC anchor is like callously being like, "Do you condemn the Hamas violence?" It's
by the way, that's fucking stupid.
It's like fucking insane, and they never.
And I don't want people to conflate what I'm saying with BBC asking someone in Gaza taking bombs if they support Hamas.
So here's the thing: I've never, ever in my entire life, ever seen a couple things. I've never seen the American government, the State Department, ever say this was a provoked act of violence from Palestinians. I've never seen that. They always say it's unprovoked because it is supposed to be that violence is like, they act like that violence was in a vacuum. And I know you agree with me on this. I don't think you disagree with me on this at all. They never say this was a provoked act of violence. Okay. That is by design. And I've never seen somebody bring up an Israeli official, okay, to television when Gaza is being bombed and being reduced to rubble, or even when Gaza is not being bombed and the brutal occupation still remains, and been forced to
the chat on screen is really behind real chat.
Condemn the violent actions of the Israeli government.
There is something weird going on because there's people like talking in chat that actually aren't showing up. They're not even showing up maybe to other chatters, right?
Government. I've never seen that. I've never heard that. I've never seen that. And I don't think that will ever happen because at the end of the day, America wants a military base in the Middle East. America wants a destabilizing force that they see in the Middle East. America wants to keep selling weapons.
Yeah, so like, did you refresh? Yeah.
America still wants conflict. The Western world still wants conflict. And they use Israel to that end.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
And they will continue doing this in 35 different states in the United States of America, where all of these like free speech, supposedly First Amendment defending states. It is illegal to ask to boycott and ask to make divestments and to ask to sanction the state of Israel. It is illegal. You cannot hold a position as a school teacher without signing a fucking thing that says, I will never participate in the peaceful demand that you want to boycott, divest, or put sanctions on the state of Israel. What?
What countries is that in?
In the United States of America, 35 states.
35 states.
Oh, 35 states.
37 as of now, I believe, but 35 as of 2021. Think about that.
Nuts. Yeah,
and the AIPAC wrote that legislation. They helped push it. They wrote the legislation. There is no comparison.
And by the way, conservative support for Israel is about as cynical as it gets.
Absolutely.
Their whole worldview is that the Jews are guarding Israel until Jesus comes back.
Yes.
And when he does, he's going to kill all the Jews.
Yes. It is a suicide cult.
It's Friday the 13th. That, like, Soul Life, as weird as that sounds, it makes more sense than any other theory, a game theory, but a theory nonetheless.
It is a suicide cult. The assumption that like from the river to the sea, the chosen sons and daughters of God will maintain Israel, and therefore Jesus Christ will come down and defeat Shaitan and Megiddo, is a psychotic, suicidal cult. Yet that is the reason why not American Jews, but evangelical Christians, evangelical Protestants are the #1 defenders of the Israeli occupation. They are the ones
You're starting to feel the catharsis. It's coming. It's coming.
who push
They're
for
crazy.
it. They're the ones who fucking fund the psychopathic settlers that you pointed out.
Yeah.
That they are the ones who open up 501c3s
So
so
it's
that
all
they can get
Christians' fault.
tax
Thanks for
deductible
finally saying
donations. Yeah, no, I think
Oh, chats are being hidden for a review, and when they are allowed by mods, the chat does not appear on stream.
yes, of course, Christians play a
Interesting.
gigantic role in this. I mean, it was
Got
the
all
fucking
kinds
British
of,
that propped up Zionist brigades. Yes,
I mean,
this still
in a
goes back
way,
to England.
I mean, in a way, though, it is like, you
It
know,
all comes back to the Brits,
it's like,
doesn't it?
you know, if you're coming out of World War II at the Holocaust and you're being
my
offered
God.
land by Britain and you're
Look, if you are not subscribed to this channel, in about what, in like 2 to 5 minutes. Wow, what just happened to? Look, Ethan just disappeared. Okay, yeah. So anyway, we've got an ad break coming up on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, you're about to see a 3-minute ad break. If you do not have a little Persona 2 icon by your name, that means you too, my friend, could be subject to the ad break. And it's 3 minutes of ads. It's kind of unpleasant. I don't know. The only other way to do it is like 1 minute and 30 seconds at a time. For some reason, Twitch switched me from one to the other. You can get out of those ads with a Twitch Prime sub. That one is free. If you have Twitch Prime, you basically have a free sub. If you can give it to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, that means you will no longer see the ads. If you also, if you pay $5 for a sub to buy yourself a sub, you will no longer see the ads, and possibly you might be gifted a sub if you are active in chat. More likely to be gifted a sub, because like I said before, it's whether you have a Persona 2 icon next to your name. If you're in chat without that icon, somebody's more likely to see you and take pity on your soul and save you from that ad break before it happens, because we are, I think, like 3 minutes away from it. Do I have a Persona icon? No. So like for instance, Rebel Communique does. Yeah, it's those like faces that are next to the name. So that's just the what in this case 3-minute warning for the ad break.
Hold on, your camera's out.
I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee while you're gone. Oh no!
Yo, everybody's camera's broken.
Now I'm censored.
I'm fucking winning this argument.
I feel like I'm gonna get censored.
I'm not taking a pause to pee.
Well, they can hear me, right?
Wait, can I pee faster
So
than
I
Hasan?
was.
Let's do a race.
So anyway, I'll continue my point as you guys work it out. I was saying that, you know, coming out of the Holocaust, you can hardly blame people who are offered land in their historic religious, most important religious spot by the British, are hardly going to say no to that. Like, you know, it's just, again, the human experience. What group of people would have said, nah, that's not cool?
Right. And then important to note that those same British simultaneously also promised the Arabs in Palestine a state there.
Yeah.
They were literally offering conflicting offers to two different groups of people.
So
good work,
like,
guys.
again, when people, I do think when people try to reduce this conflict as something that's not simple, it's something that's so easy to understand, I don't think is entirely fair. I really don't. Like the war crimes, the murder, all the shit that's happening is obvious and easy and easy to point to Israel. But if you're talking about like the establishment of Israel, the long feuds over the land going back 75 years, where, again, as Dan was saying, the British went to the Jews after the Holocaust and said, you guys want to live in Jerusalem? And they're like, fuck yeah. And then
To be
What,
fair,
to the
they were
Palestinians?
lobbying for it for a long time too. They wanted that.
Okay.
But they
Well, they got the green light.
right. They got the green light. But yeah,
And by all the United Nations, or whatever, the League of Nations, whatever the fuck or I don't know. It was UN.
it was and in fact,
Yeah, it was
had
League
been
of
a long time.
Nations.
Originally, it was the League of Nations, but no, it was the UN had just been established after World War II, which is what set up the state. And when I was doing kind of a deep dive on all of this history in the past week, I was shocked to see. I guess I maybe knew this at one point, but the USSR was in support of it too. One of the very few times that
Ooh, you want to know who
the United
else?
States and the USSR were on board with each other.
You want to know who else is a big time supporter too? China. China
Right.
is a major ally and a major trade
Really?
partner to Israel. Yes,
Oh,
abso-fucking-lutely.
that's what RFK Jr. was talking about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the COVID doesn't affect the Jews
Well,
and
no,
the Chinese.
but yeah, no, it's not. So you know, remember that when people in the chat will say like, "Oh, you fucking major defender of China." No, I think that China is also not exactly a fucking equal party here, or one that is advocating for reasonable solutions. I think that. There is a reason why they are not saying anything. They're not coming out with like big declarations as they normally would in an effort to be like, look at America being fucking imperialist again or whatever.
But just to finish my point, when you were in the
Go
bathroom.
ahead.
I lost the P race. Did he just get back? How much did I lose the P race by? It's because it became a P plus hummus race. I literally am like starving, and all I have in the house that I can eat quickly and easily is hummus, and not in the Donald Trump sense, but I'm talking about the actual food made of chickpeas, sesame seeds, and olive oil and salt. 5 minutes. He's been back for 5 minutes. What? How slow am I? How many early Americans fled religious persecutions? Does that justify one of the most successful genocides? Yeah, I think I did lose the chat. Is maintaining fair use? Wait, so he's not back yet.
Fuck yeah.
If I roll it back to there.
And then
To be
what
fair,
to the
they were
Palestinians?
lobbying for it for a long time too. They wanted that.
Okay.
But yeah, but they
They got the green light.
right. They got the green light.
it
But
was 10 to 15 seconds down.
yeah,
And by all the United Nations, or whatever, the League of Nations, whatever the fuck or I don't know. It was UN.
it was and in fact,
Yeah, it was
had
League
been
of
a long time.
Nations.
Originally, it was the League of Nations, but no, it was the UN had just been established after World War II, which is what set up the state. And when I was doing kind of a deep dive on all of this history in the past week, I was shocked to see. I guess I maybe knew this at one point, but the USSR was in support of it too. One of the very few times that
Ooh, you want to know who
the United
else?
States and the USSR were on board with each other.
You want to know who else is a big time supporter too? China. China
Right.
is a major ally and a major
Really?
trade partner to Israel. Yes,
Oh,
abso-fucking-lutely.
that's what RFK Jr. was talking about.
Oh, really?
He did have a little bit of a head start. So he beat me, but maybe I beat him in time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the COVID doesn't affect the
okay.
Jews
Well,
and
no,
the Chinese.
but yeah, no.
I mean, I gotta look. For a long time, like Twitch was the main feature. Okay, like everybody was on Twitch. You know, most of my support, like the 90% of my support, came from Twitch, right? And YouTube was just there. You know, like that's obviously where I post videos, and I also offer a stream there because some people do not like Twitch. You have to sign up with a username for Twitch. If you don't have that username, why do you want to make us, you're going to make a Twitch account just for me? Maybe not. Maybe you want to stay on YouTube and hang out there. And that's fine. But at some point we got like this, YouTube started to overtake Twitch for like a week. Like there's a week where YouTube was just dominant. YouTube was killing it. And you know, like the memberships increased, the people hitting that like button increased, and YouTube was killing it. And when you see in the chat, it was mostly like Twitch receiving the restream chat from YouTube. Now it's gone back to like equal. We're like at an equal footing here between YouTube and Twitch chat.
It's not. So you know, remember that when people in the chat will say like, "Oh, you fucking major defender of China." No, I think that China is also not exactly a fucking equal party here, or one that is advocating for reasonable solutions. I think that There's a reason why they are not saying anything. They're not coming out with like big declarations as they normally would in an effort to be like, look at America being fucking imperialist again or whatever.
Just to finish my point when you were in the bathroom is that I think it's unfairly reductive to say it's not complicated. You know, going back to the establishment of Israel, the duplicity of the English, going back to the skirmishes and all there's been atrocities on both sides from the beginning, okay? Obviously, Israel has continued to take more and more as they've enjoyed the benefit of funding and support from the international community. But to write it off as like the Israelis are just genocidal is unfairly reductive.
I don't think that Israelis are genocidal, even though there are certainly Israelis that are genocidal. There are Americans that are genocidal.
Palestinians that are genocidal.
Like, see,
just saying, there's people who are. I'm just saying.
Yeah, sure, but
there are. Everybody has genocidal mania.
I think that like.
Am I not? Is that?
Look, everything's complicated on some level, okay? But in terms of the proportionality of violence, I showed you that graph, right? When you look at it, and it's just, you know, it's 2008 to 2020. Obviously, there's, you know, more years to the conflict, but I think it's generally true and pretty hard to refute the fact that the violence is happening mostly to the Palestinians. This is literally what PragerU says about Israel. What Ethan is saying. God damn, that's a bad look, Ethan. PragerU, yeah, has several, I think, really bad videos on the subject of Isreal Palestine, including maybe a new one. Did they put out a new one?
Bother you?
1988. No.
Does that bother you that I said?
Of course there are. But the reason why I think it's like laughable is because like, which direction is the genocide happening,
bro?
You know what I mean? Like it's usually I think that you have moral clarity overall, which is why this is a much more charitable conversation. But I think plenty of people do not have that moral clarity, and when they are using the condemn Hamas line, it's not necessarily to get your perspective. It's to deflect away from you talking about Palestinian emancipation and all of the wrongs that they.
Even though everything you're saying is right,
yeah,
to diminish this idea that there are Palestinians, terrorists mostly. I'm not saying all Palestinians. I don't think most Palestinians even support Hamas. That saying that Palestinians who want genocide of Jews isn't relevant because, again, it affects the Israeli paranoia. It affects the Jewish paranoia, the paranoia psyche, the Israeli psyche. So, like, even though it's absurd, you say that's silly because the Israelis are doing the genocide, still fucking feeds into the pathology of what it means to be an Israeli.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from, but ultimately, you know, getting swept away in demanding condemnations over and over again is entirely unproductive and also not reflective of the reality of the American population's attitudes towards the defense of Israel and
I don't think that's a fair
occupation.
I don't think that's a fair assessment of what I'm asking.
Okay. Okay. Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
No, you're saying.
But like there is
the expectation of constant condemnation of Palestinians against Hamas is not what I'm advocating for.
If you want,
just to be totally clear, because I know people think that about me.
If you want to talk about like if right now you want to talk about Palestinian emancipation, whether you are Jewish or whether you are Arab, whether you are Muslim, it does not matter. If you talk about Palestinian emancipation at any point during this endless occupation and senseless brutality, you are immediately met with condemn Hamas. Why do you love Hamas? Why do you want to
not support that? That's a different thing.
I know, but
okay, I just want to make that clear.
You and I having this back and forth.
I just want to make it clear because people think that's what I think, and I want to make it clear that what I'm saying is different entirely to expecting everyone to constantly condemn Hamas. That's not what I think people need to do.
What you have a different perspective on the matter that is not widely shared in the Western world. and that is no better demonstrated by the actions that people are taking against the fucking Harvard Students Association versus like what the Israeli paper of records perspective is, which is identical to said Harvard
the
Students
sad
Association.
part about what you said is that you say Westerners don't agree with that, and you're right. But a lot of Israelis do. And that's fucked up. That people, you know what I mean? Because that's not what people see.
Okay.
Even though
now that we've established that, do you understand that what I mean when I say there's a double standard with the callous indifference that people demonstrate to the death toll over and over again? I mean, we're talking about dudes that literally Benjamin Netanyahu, when in 2008, people living under brutal occupation in the world's largest open-air prison in Gaza, where 2 million people live, and 47% of that population is under the age of 14 and under, okay? Where their water, electricity, like you also pointed out, is controlled by Israel. They did a peaceful march, a demonstration for a right to return. Thousands of children, babies, and adults alike were ruthlessly shot at by Israeli snipers in that right to return as they walked and demonstrated and walked towards that fence.
So, right, people, that are criticizing Palestinians are doing so on the basis that, like, it's always better to do, like, a peaceful, like, protest, do a demonstration. Okay, that's what happens when you do a demonstration. That's what happens to kids, even when they participate in that right to return demonstration. Do you see what that does? What that does to people who have no other outlet? Oh, there's a Hasan reacts to the ground encourages. Look, I hate to have to watch so much of Hasan, but it is like the one thing that I know is not going to be is not going to contain imagery that's not allowed on Twitch. They do have a different standard than YouTube.
Okay, walk towards that border fence that traps them inside of Gaza. Thousands. While that was happening, if you had seen, or maybe you weren't paying attention, maybe you didn't see this, the media coverage of the matter was some of the most disgusting I have ever seen. While that was happening, the Trump administration was pushing to further annex Jerusalem and offer it in its entirety and recognize it as Israeli, which is, of course, a major point of contention and has never been allowed by the international authority. Completely unjustifiable, inhumane, immoral. Okay? So on the one hand, the Trump administration alongside the Israeli government were celebrating this action. On the other hand, on the other side of Israel proper, you had babies being fucking slaughtered, medics, press, journalists. And
there's a double standard.
Yes,
absolutely.
Now hold on. This is really important. This is really important to understand. Okay? If you demonstrate peacefully and get slaughtered, and then Benjamin Netanyahu goes on television and says, callously, these are telegenically dead children. Palestinians have telegenically dead children. If former Israeli ambassadors are going on TV and saying Hamas is using these babies as meat shields, that somehow Israel is like RoboCop or this like force that simply cannot stop.
I've never seen RoboCop, so I don't exactly know what Hasan's saying here. Does anybody get the RoboCop reference? I mean, I get what he's saying about Netanyahu's rhetoric, that when Palestinian children end up being unalived, that there's a lot of there's an attempt by the state to blame that on Palestinians or blame that on say that like Hamas is like using them as a PR tool, but the fact of the matter is that when you do massive violence like that, that is going to be the result, and it is not something that anyone should accept, right? So no, this is not PR. This is literally the consequences of the actions of the IDF
itself from butchering, slaughtering fucking Gazans, and it's always in the hands of Hamas.
He means unstoppable.
And that is the constant position in both American media, and it is reflected in polling over and over again, where more than 50% of Americans side with Israel on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and only 9% of Americans actually side with Palestinians on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, constantly going back and forth about like what the DSA affiliated organization doing like a Free Palestine demonstration or whatever in the aftermath of October 7, and saying that feels like you're in defense of Hamas, sweaty, is unproductive, and it also doesn't even reflect anything. It doesn't reflect the reality. We know that in the Western world, Palestinians have no...
it's like, it's emotional. You can't blame people for seeing that and getting upset.
But if you recognize that, then you recognize when you see a sea of I stand with Israel, I stand with Israel, Israel must ethnically...
Look at this atmosphere, right? When we're talking about like the opinions in the United States, I would say that if Hasan's right, I haven't looked at the polling, but Hasan's saying like 9% of Americans support Palestine in the conflict, right? If that is anywhere close to true, then it really does feed into this atmosphere that you have in the United States, where it feels like it's got McCarthyist like overtones, right? In terms of like, you effectively aren't allowed to support Palestinians in the United States. You effectively you're definitely not allowed. There are 35 states where they've effectively banned BDS, and even at other places, even just like what he's talking about with the media attention that comes to any organization that expresses any kind of support in this context, and how it is, pressure is brought to bear on them, like, and sorry, those pledges that we were talking about that teachers have to sign to not support BDS in order to teach in a state, right? If effectively what we've got is something really close to Red Scare politics. I shouldn't say Red Scare because that's a podcast, and I don't mean to invoke the ladies of Red Scare, but
cleanse Gaza.
I do
varying degrees of people saying that.
I always have.
Then how are Muslims in America that have lived in a massive surveillance state post 9/11, how are Muslims in the Western world who are constantly treated like fucking dogs, who literally are used as a political pawn, even though their homes have been destabilized by America's unjustifiable post 9/11 actions in the form of the war on terror? How are they supposed to think, oh, well, I guess everybody wants us fucking dead. I guess everybody wants the Palestinians to die. Everyone thinks that this is the normal position. Everyone thinks this is the constant position. Like, of course, they are going to look at that and think the exact same things that you're saying Israelis are feeling, the exact paranoia that Israelis are feeling. And quite frankly, if we look at the asymmetry of violence, if we look at the displacements, if we look at the subjugation, the brutal colonial occupation of not only Palestinians, but many other Muslim countries that have also been ruthlessly occupied and slaughtered by Western coalition forces, it is perfectly understandable and well within the right of Muslims to look at that and be understandably paranoid, and not necessarily paranoid thinking that, you are going to have Hamas forces do a second Holocaust.
Like, friends, I can't wear kafaya or wear a Palestinian flag without people being angry at you. I cannot return to my country. USA has ruined it with occupation. Yeah.
Holocaust in Israel, when the exact opposite is happening to Palestinians right now. Do you disagree?
No.
Okay. All right. That's why I think it's unproductive that a lot of, not you, but like especially so many liberals in America are like, oh man, the optics of this look really bad. And also,
And
you know,
that's the other really disturbing thing about the situation is that it's not just, you know, it's not just right wingers that are enacting this, like, you know, and even Ethan. Okay, like, look, Hasan's trying to let Ethan off the hook. Ethan is his friend. Ethan is his co-host. He's trying to build bridges here. Like I understand that, but even Ethan, like, right, what he's doing with this response to anybody saying, expressing concern for Palestine in this situation, is de facto approving of the worst atrocity you can pull up from Hamas, right? That is a way of silencing support, you know, critical support at the time when, you know, more violence is being justified, at a time just before, you know, these attacks are gonna happen on Gaza, right? You're not allowed to say anything. You're not allowed to say any at the time that you would need to say something to maybe make the U.S. consider its support of, you know, its signing of a blank check of whatever Netanyahu decides to do in response, and you know, maybe, you know, change the, you know, mind of the Israeli officials. As daunting as that task might seem, there's just no chance of it in a atmosphere where, you know, even Ethan, like, who is not on the, you know, far right on this issue, is kind of enacting this tone police that is nonetheless enabling the actions of the far right. And then even like, you know, liberals, right? In fact, a lot of liberals are you know, terrible on these issues. Yeah, where can the Palestinians go? IDF has 500,000 soldiers already going into Gaza, 25 miles across. I keep on getting anti-Palestinian ads on YouTube. They're not those Epoch Times ads, are they, by chance, Dave? Gaza is only 25 miles across. Why, well, yeah, they're pushing, you know, people, pushing people out.
Palestinians really fucked up their chances of emancipation. It's like you have to be oblivious to the reality. And
This is what TYT said. I can't say for sure, right? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Hasan was aware of what Jink and Anna are saying, but I'm not gonna assume that either. But yeah, this is literally Jink and Anna. Epoch Times is Nazi shit, and they relentlessly advertise on YouTube. Yeah, there's actually an article about them that just came out today. You know, and it's disturbing, right? They have they're the #4 news source, I think, online. Fortunate to use AdBlock and have YouTube Premium so that you don't have to see the ads. That is, yeah, you don't have to deal with the Epoch Times. But yeah, like people are saying, the Epoch Times, those advertisements are pretty relentless. They even had like a anti-trans ad on for a while. I reported it. I don't know if anybody else did.
I know you're not, but others have to be oblivious to the reality of the Palestinian existence to make such callous takes, to be like, oh, well, optics sweaty. No, the optics in that situation just imply
it does
that
matter. Optics do matter.
I know optics matter, but optics don't matter because optics matter in general, but optics do not matter.
Epoch Times reporting on Afghanistan is largely full of lies as well.
When we talk about the plight of Palestinians, because there's not a single person that is out there defending them in the Western world, whether it be elected officials or whether it be people in the media, and those who choose to do that, those who choose to stand up and say, no, Palestinians deserve emancipation. I'm not saying you're not one of these people, but those who do stand up and say that, okay, they get immediately cast as a terrorism defender, and I saw the spiritual consequences of that in a post 9/11 America. We are still living in the rubbles of post 9/11 America, and its attitude towards Muslims and its attitude towards Islam in general, and oh man, it does seem like this is somehow even worse than that, because I guess it didn't impact Americans directly, so they can be even more bloodthirsty without any fear that there could be violent retaliation.
Right. I think we both have said our piece on this, and maybe we can move on to another topic now, because there is other stuff I want to talk
Ben
about.
Shapiro got mad at me.
I didn't actually watch that yet.
Yeah.
Are we going to get to the Taylor Swift film soon?
Hold on, there is stuff.
Oh,
there,
okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
This great March of Return is fucking crazy, though. Just reading about this. Fucking 100 and...
Did I like walk out at the part where Hasan cried? Did that already happen? Did you already see Hasan tear up? Yeah, you could see Dan, the co-host, very content-brained in terms of... I don't know if Dan is responsible for the YouTube channel, but maybe that might explain his desire to cover more topics. I feel that same like kind of pressure myself, but like I always feel like I always feel like there's more to talk about on certain issues. It's coming up. Okay. Yeah, because that was the part that I wanted to get to. I didn't realize it was like almost 2 hours into this, though.
What does it say?
Are you talking about 2018 March, the freedom, the
Hasan
right
does not cry
to return?
I'm just reading
I mean,
about
some things it's impossible not to.
40 kids, 190 Palestinians were killed.
You know what the
At the
IDF,
protests,
you know what the
thousands were
IDF official
injured.
account posted and then deleted? Shouts out to B'Tselem one more time. Wonderful organization. Okay, wonderful Israeli organization, by the way. They captured it before IDF deleted it, because this shows the indifference.
What did they tweet?
They said every single bullet was accounted for. Here, read out the casualty reports.
Says 190 Palestinians were killed.
I'm sorry, like maybe I don't want to know, but like what does that mean? Every single bullet was accounted for? That sounds like dark.
40 kids, thousands were injured.
There's videos of IDF snipers filming, like putting their phone like this, propped up against the optics, sniping a child, killing them, hitting them in the head, celebrating that his legs flew up in the air as he was shot, and others around them celebrate.
That's what they're saying is no misses.
That's fucking, I mean, that's demonic.
So when you see that, when you experience that, and then the American dogs in America...
Wait, killed by IDF, not third parties. Was there a allegation that it was like a third party? Because yeah, I mean, like this is as far as I know, this is confirmed.
American media.
This happened. You know, this was the result of a peaceful protest, a protest of walking up to the walls, right? What was met with this kind of violence and this kind of sick mentality towards it, right? When, you know, they're cheering at the legs of their target flying up in the air, when they're saying things like all bullets were accounted for, right? Like that. Seen the video of Palestinians in northern Gaza, 1 million people who had been told to evacuate to the south of the Strip within 24 hours. The Palestinian men and boys protested instead, chanting death or humiliation.
Refuse to reckon with that violence and instead turn around and have former Israeli officials say these are Hamas-backed operatives, like the fucking 2-year-old or 4-year-old, the pregnant mother that was shot. These are Hamas operatives that deserve to be fucking killed for peacefully demonstrating. What do you do? What can you do? No one hears you. and you're constantly backed into a corner, you are going to retaliate. That is, of course, going to happen.
And Israel needs to understand that. The Israelis,
And I think some
and the
Israelis do.
government, they need to understand that. And that's,
Okay.
you know, it's
So
like,
then-
it's that mutual empathy. Like, Israelis need to understand why Hamas is attacking them. If they can't understand that, then there's nobody can be helped. I mean, it's just, it's insane to not see their perspective.
The major thing here is that I think I mean, this is there's a reason why Israel did not have local media go to the kibbutzes that you were talking about that were slaughtered. They originally went immediately. They said, we're having foreign press come here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There was a reason for that. Because they know that internally, the opinion of the Israeli population currently doesn't matter. The Western opinion
I think
matters.
the Israeli opinion on the massacre was pretty unified, dude.
Well, what they say about that is that
Whoa.
they don't.
What
Everybody's
the hell?
already.
Hold on one sec, Hila. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
They're saying everybody is already in such grief and broken that they don't need to show this terrible footage. But
I mean,
they're saying it's important for the world to see what happened, so that's why.
yeah, they're doing propaganda. It's like, it's
Yeah.
not surprising.
Oh, the hotel Wi-Fi asked if you wanted to use your phone to control someone else's YouTube. I've like done that before. I've done that. Like, oh my God, what is it? Like the Google Stream thing? The thing where you can stream like YouTube to a TV and like, I don't remember what it was. I think it was like some music. It was like an anime music video or something. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, like I remember as a joke, kind of like wait, what is? I can't remember what that's called. Google TV, yeah, but there's like something stream something. Make all TVs play NCC. Oh my God, take over. That's how we'll take over.
No, it's not. But I'm just saying that, like, I think that
I mean, it did happen.
I think that there.
Chromecast, yeah. Sorry, I don't know why I thought it was. Thank you, Platycus. Thank you for chiming in. That is exactly what I was thinking of. It was, yeah, I guess that's Google Chromecast.
There's more.
They're not like putting.
Yeah, like we had Chromecast on our TV, so like I'd be like in my room and like I'd kind of hear like, you know, I could hear what's going on the TV, and I think as a joke, I like put something else on. I might have sent a ContraPoints video once.
The bodies there and like putting them in fucked up ways.
Of course not.
I'm just saying,
That's not
you
what
know,
I'm saying at all.
It's
Come
not
on.
that
But wait,
cynical.
because it's reading your phone and like other people's phone, or your phone and other people's TVs as being part of the same like system.
To send in the
No,
press.
I think that
It's not cynical at all. In that case,
I think that the coverage from certain Israeli outlets on the matter.
When you say you have your hacking gear with you, it makes me think you're talking about like Ghost in the Shell. It makes me think like you're gonna plug something into the back of your neck and you're gonna go into the virtual space.
Is more critical on the Netanyahu administration, and showing that, I think, and like the interviews that I've seen as well of the parents fucking demanding, basically kicking out Israeli Knesset members that are visiting the hospitals, yelling at them, telling them to fuck off, telling them that this is their fault. I think that like there's two different reasons for obviously that level of anger. Some of which say you did this to us by you know being more.
Anybody else disturbed at the uniformity of opinion? I mean, if Hasan's right about this, right? He was like talking about like 9% of people supporting Palestine in general. I don't even think he was talking about like in relation to this current conflict, right? But like the difference between that and the different opinions, the different perspectives in Israel, like it feels like to me that the United States public is further in support of the objectives of the far right in Israel than Israel is, and that's really disturbing. Oh, gay porn. That's a great that's a great idea. It backfired. He thought I cast my. Wait, he thought it was a mistake?
more brutal, and that this violence, of course, is going to be a constant, and it's going to be a violent retaliation. And then there's also the people that are saying you are not violent enough, right? But ultimately, everyone is critical of the Israeli government at this point from different angles, and I think that's the reason why they care more about the Western media's opinion than anything else, because they don't want to repeat the mistakes that happened last time in both 2018 and also the Shireen Abu Akleh murder, again, in the hands of an Israeli sniper that the Israeli government said was actually Palestinians, and Western media immediately...
Yeah, as long as there was any confusion, they tried to claim that this was not the IDF that did this.
Disprove that. And then what did the IDF do? What did
you thought you were aiming for your TV?
IDF do?
I don't know.
When a wonderful voice for good, a Christian woman, a Christian Palestinian, and an American citizen, Shireen Abu Akleh, was murdered as she was on her
Although a very low number would be for Afghanistan as well.
way to one of these refugee camps. She had a press vest on. She had a press helmet on. She was shot in the neck so that she could...
Particularly in the wake of something like the events of September 11th, 2001. It feels weird to talk about it as 9/11. Like, I don't know. I feel like somehow 9/11 is the propaganda branding for it, and like that maybe if we just talked about it like an event instead of a metaphysical like force unto its own. I don't know, it seems more rational to me, but whatever. In the wake of those events, right? The American public actually like had some really ugly like thoughts towards just about anybody that they could possibly twist the logic, twist the facts to distort into being associated with the attackers. Right? And Afghanistan was one of those was definitely first and foremost on people's minds. And yeah, no, it was like the kind of thing where if there was an opposition, if there was, a contingent of Americans who did not agree, they were silent because of the overwhelming force and marginalization of any viewpoint. Like, right, it was it's much like this, much like what's going on here in terms of the tone policing that Chat's pointed out.
Be assassinated. Okay? This was a major issue. They wanted to do... Sorry. This is really fucked up. They went to her funeral and beat the shit out of people and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her. Palestinians can't have a moment of peace in this fucking world. They can't even mourn the dead. Sorry. The IDF went in and beat the shit out of the Palestinians that were mourning her at her funeral, that were holding her casket, and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her casket. How is that allowed? How can that continue? How do you not see that? That's in the West Bank. This is a Christian woman. This is not a Muslim. This is not Hamas. This is a journalist that was beloved in the Muslim world. And she was assassinated for speaking out and trying to shine a light on the atrocities. It's hard to Look, it's very hard to hold my composure on this. This is something I've talked about for years and years. But when that kind of ruthlessness, sound like fucking Jordan Peterson when he talks about men. Jesus Christ. When that kind of brutality is so normal, so normalized, when that's the everyday existence of Palestinians in the supposed collaborative project with the Israeli government, how can you expect them to do anything but violently retaliate? There's no end in sight for this. And now you have cynical pieces of shit on social media. If you want to talk about social media and people saying stuff on social media, you have cynical liberal commentators that supposedly adorn the politics of radical emancipation saying, oh, how wonderful that Joe Biden is trying to create an exit corridor, a humanitarian corridor for those who are being bombed in Gaza right now to escape through Egypt. That's still ethnic displacement. That is not humanitarian. It is completely unjustifiable. Completely. There is no equivalent. There is no moral equivalence. There is no equivalence whatsoever. And there is no symmetry in the way that this is covered in the Western media. And that is by design. They refuse to show Palestinians as humans. And they have very successfully been able to dehumanize them. There are voices out there. There are voices in Israel. There are voices out there who see it, who see the brutality, who see the endless humiliation that Palestinian people have endured. And I stand with them, and I don't care. I will always stand with them, even if there is a moment of violent retaliation. Okay? They have nothing. They have no allies. They have nothing in the world. And people celebrate their destruction. It's happening right in front of our eyes. There's nothing. There's no equivalent. It is so horrifying that this can happen in the supposed only democracy in the Middle East, the supposed beacon of prosperity, in a sea of barbaric Arabs, right, who do mass rapes and love to behead people. All of these, some of which are true, by the way, I know. All of these are racist canards specifically to heighten the tensions and to justify what Israel is doing in broad daylight in moments that the world even chooses to care about paying attention to what's going on in Gaza. That's why I wanted to make the distinction that what goes on in the West Bank, this is constant. This is every day for Palestinians. Every day. It's crazy. Like, I know it's, you can say like, oh, land back movements are supposed to be violent or whatever, but there's nothing more violent than this. This is the violence. It's just that it's legalized. It is state-backed. So we are not trained to see it as a violent act. That's the difference. It's only violent or it's only terrorism when it's a non-state actor or a foreign adversary that engages in it. And that's why if you look at the United Nations, if you look at British or European authorities that have spoken out, correctly condemned Russian atrocities in Ukraine, you will hear silence when it comes to Israel and what Israel has done and what Israel continues to do to Palestinians. Disgusting. Sorry.
I think I can say I don't know.
I'm feeling a lot of things right now. I mean, obviously a sense of grief, but also a real sense of fear at the ability of propaganda to manipulate people's empathy and affection to the point where we're not perceiving reality, that the deletion of Palestinian people as moral beings, as you know, worthy of empathy and consideration, is so complete as to utterly obfuscate the atrocities that are happening, I guess is what I'm trying to say here. And it scares me. It is a perverse and gruesome power that that kind of propaganda has, and it's using, you know, our own human affection to achieve that. The very thing that should be the very thing that should be like the very thing that should be connecting us to what's happening in Palestine is actually disconnecting. Like the same human emotions, the same human impulses, right, are being used not to not to engender, you know, any kind of empathy, but rather to erase it. Ethan learned nothing and it made Hasan cry. I mean, hopefully, like, your earbuds just popped. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I hope it wasn't. I hope it didn't hit the microphone or something. Did Ethan learn anything? I mean, we'll see. Like, right?
Seeing this,
It's fine. I'm good. I'm good.
Seeing this and hearing you talk about it, I do probably feel like I haven't been as empathetic with the Palestinian experience as I haven't, you know what I mean? Like, I can fully acknowledge that I haven't been 100% empathetic with that. And that, you know, my perspective is different. Or I mean, not right, but I'm just saying, like, seeing this and seeing you react makes me feel like, you know, some of the dealings I've had with people on Twitter and stuff is like, even though I disagree, is probably not empathetic enough towards this perspective. This is really sad.
This is just a very, you know, it's just one example of many. It's every life is important. Like, you know, the Israeli lives are important too. I recognize that. It's just that there's no one out there that will speak out, and those who do are immediately branded as supporters of terrorism. I'm not saying you're doing that, Ethan, but the reality is, when you have the audacity.
Look, I mean, Hasan's not saying that Ethan's doing this for whatever reason, but I gotta say that what he is doing is enabling this, okay? I'm not accusing him of, you know, doing this consciously, but it is essentially preventing the one discussion that might have an effect of preventing, like, disproportionate retaliatory violence is being shut down by people like Ethan, by people who react to any kind of support for Palestine as with an accusation that this is that you're justifying whatever atrocity that they want to bring up. So we're facing a genocide complaint about Twitter meaning when you're facing a genocide complaints about Twitter meanings just fall flat. Yeah, I mean it is, and it is a graphic demonstration of what content brain, I guess, looks like in a situation like this. American Jews are literally in the streets chanting "not in our name." Our grief is not a weapon. I mean, yeah, I guess that's a pretty good way to put it. Weaponized grief. That's why it's so painful to watch. My heart aches for Hasan watching this, and my soul breaks for Palestine. 5% of everything, 5%.
As like a journalist in British media or a journalist in American media, to sit across the desk from someone whose family has been murdered and to say, do you condemn the violence of Hamas when you have never asked an Israeli official if they condemn the ongoing occupation, when you turn a blind eye to it? I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck what like some random person said about land back movements being violent on Twitter, because one is the entire state. One is the entire media apparatus.
Dave, are you getting these ads on my stream? Like, are they advertising that shit on here?
The other is some fucking person on Twitter. And I don't know what the full scope of their perspective is, but I can tell you, I know the full scope of the perspective of mainstream media and the fucking dogs in America and the fucking violent.
Okay, you know what's funny about this? Like, no, it's not funny. It's deeply and disturbingly ironic. Right? That this stream, which YouTube demonetizes every single time, is still spitting out ads like anti-Palestinian ads. That is fucked. Used to get PragerU ads. I feel like I get Epic Time ads a lot, especially the transphobic ones.
Dogs in all of the European nations, with the exception of Ireland, that have regularly supplied weapons, turned a blind eye to the atrocities, and still to this day, cynically and in the most disgusting way, declare that any kind of anti-Zionist sentiment, no matter who speaks it, could be Jews, could be Arabs, could be Palestinians, could be Muslims, is anti-Semitism. It's so unimaginable. You have people in England. A woman or a man who had a Palestinian flag was seized by the authorities and was arrested. Now they're talking about possibly declaring the Palestinian flag to be a terrorist flag. That conflation between Hamas and the Palestinians is the policy. That is the policy that is cynically built up, propped up, and defended over and over again, so that when babies are dying in Gaza, when children are being slaughtered in Gaza, when settlers spit on West Bank Palestinians and kill them and don't get punished. And as a matter of fact, the families of said victims get punished. When they're ruthlessly thrown out of their homes, you can still always turn around and justify it by either turning a blind eye to the atrocities or only covering the atrocities when there is any sort of retaliation from Hamas or from the Palestinian side in general. And then, sorry. And then we just say, why won't you condemn the violence? Why won't you condemn the violence? You are supporting Hamas.
Let's I gotta pee.
Okay, I win the argument then.
I'm gonna button out that whole fucking
the whole last part?
Yeah, the whole last part.
Okay.
Okay, so if you don't know the button, Ethan has a button. I'm not sure exactly how it works, or like, right? It's basically a dump the certain part of the portion of the VOD kind of button. Now, I definitely don't have one of these buttons. The best I have is that if my VOD is under 6 hours, I can edit the VOD. If there's something on the VOD that I don't want on the VOD or that shouldn't be on the VOD, if it's over 6 hours, I'm just kind of, out of luck. But yeah, he's got some kind of button that I don't know like what covers. It usually you see like the technical difficulty sign or something like that. It'll, that's usually what happens. And it's when like he says something that's like shouldn't have said that. So I don't know exactly what that last part is. I'm guessing we're not seeing it, right? Because he said he hit the button. It's like he zaps us with the thing from what's that movie with the aliens and Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones? It's like the alien CIA, MIB, the Men in Black. It's like the thing that like zaps your memory. Ethan just raises that up and erases all of our memory. Yeah, it's Men in Black. Yeah.
No, I feel like I definitely understand where you're coming from. Like, I mean, I 1000% understand where you're coming from. And I do think I can acknowledge, like I touched on before, that
chat knows
I am capable of being more empathetic with their experience.
And I think you are more empathetic by an incredibly wide margin.
It's called a neuralizer.
In comparison to the average American. Even though they're, of course, and this does not reflect American Jewish people in general. American Jews are at the forefront of demanding the end to the occupation. The Jewish Voice for Peace, if not now, is another organization. There are wonderful friends of mine that are.
Oh, it's probably on his end then. So Soul Life's saying that it's probably something that you, even if you're watching the stream live, you wouldn't see. You just hear the. Yo, I feel like though, like if I had that button and like, I had that like that technical difficulties like if I had that screen to like erase one of my mistakes and just, the delay and everything, like, right, what Ethan has, the button, if I had the button, mine would be like this. Whoops. Sorry, folks. Had to press the button. Yeah, it would be something like that. You'd see this. Why do I love that song so much? It's like literally,
regularly writing
literally elevator music
about this in very thoughtful ways, and have never ceased their coverage. It's you know,
Chat, my editors hate it when I play music while I'm on stream, and sometimes my editor is me. It's not a great thing to hate yourself for playing music on stream.
it's so shitty. It's so sad. I don't know what else to say about it. Look, there was another point I wanted to make, but now I'm forgetting it.
Let's do this. Let's enjoy this video, and then I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Okay.
Here, we never got to watch this. This is the mashup of us having a fake conversation with each other.
Wait, Spanish Flea, who is that? That's like I know that artist that does Spanish Flea. Why can I not remember?
Yeah.
25% of their targets were civilians, okay?
Did you not just see that they killed 700 people?
But it doesn't matter because they're not a fucking real military. They're disorganized, and of course they were.
There we go. This is the fake argument between Hasan and Ethan that never happened.
People who did some fucked up ass shit, and civilians died as a consequence of that too.
It's war, innocent people die. All right, so let's bring the Iraqis out, Iraqi terrorist groups to your neighborhood, and see if you care. People murder everyone you love.
Of course they did that.
Wait, it's Tijuana Brass, isn't it? That does Spanish Flea, or am I like totally mixing that up with something else?
And that is completely fucked up.
There's like a cut while you're talking.
They do a really well. I think they do a decent job of like at least interlacing your audio, so it actually does seem like I'm responding.
I don't know.
Look, I could edit that super easily, right?
Oh, it seems so far
Herb Albert, yeah.
fetched, but people are believing it. Pretty interesting.
This is wild.
They're saying, yeah, it's wild. When immediately after, but like, how fucking cynical is this, man? To create this, people are saying, "I support Palestine," and what they don't mean Palestine,
people,
they mean
the
Hamas.
targets that they fucking killed, they're military. That's according to the Israeli numbers.
Even more than Israelis, perhaps, deserve to be burned alive by terrorists.
Like, bro, do you know what life is like? Have you read a book? Have you like watched anything that isn't like pure Zion?
It like reminds me of the DJ Danarchy. Does everybody know? Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass. Has everybody seen there's like a, you know, when they go into the fun half on Majority Report, there is like different little songs that they'll play, and one of these songs is a song where Sam Cedar gets Michael Brooks and Jamie Peck so faded that they think that they're dinosaurs. Like they feel like their body is a dinosaur, right? That's the kind of, you know, Te say and Sebe Day that Sam Cedar will give you if you're in his vicinity. But like it's the one that the song gets me excited and turns me into a little drama frog. Is that how I turn chatters into drama frogs? Do I like want to do that? Is this like Pokemon? Chat, are you like Pokemon? You would tell me, right? If you were like Pokemon, you would tell me. Like, because I would need to know that, right? If that's actually how streaming works. Is that chatters are like Pokemon, and you have to use different candies and things to power them up in different ways. They get activated into drama frog mode. They become VOD frogs. Yeah, you would tell me, right? If you were like Pokemon. Okay, just making sure.
And is copium propaganda.
Wait, somebody said ditto. Is that like a sign that chat is like Pokemon?
Just make it easier. Why don't you just fly to ISIS and do them a favor and just let them, just serve yourself on a platter.
Why is Israel so violent? Why do they not act?
But it reminds me of one of those DJ Danarchy things. That's what I was trying to say. Like this edit, like, right? Because that's what they did is they took, Sam saying random things during the stream, Jamie and Michael saying random things during the stream, and they like just kind of like made it like they were talking to each other, even though they weren't actually saying those things to each other. They were saying those things most likely to callers.
Actually, scale it back a little bit.
Freaks. Bloodthirst.
I don't know how Pokemon works. Does that not exclude you from being one? No, it actually makes it more likely.
savage.
sitting here and being
You're
like,
like Magic the Gathering? Oh my god.
oh, that's totally
Wait, I don't know that many Magic the Gathering cards. I only know Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
justifiable. That's
They come to your neighborhood
that happens.
and they just
Like Dark Magician Girl.
start burning people alive, killing people, kidnapping kids,
absolutely insane that somebody
desecrating
did
bodies.
this.
I
And
am
the first
much more
take is,
interested in
you know,
how that happened.
It's pretty fucking. I mean, props, I guess.
Like if they
Dinarchy.
had done it as a
Yeah.
joke, it'd be one thing, but to try and trick people.
I remember
nuts.
what I was gonna say. Okay, this is not
What do you think, chat? Do you think I'd get copyright claimed if I played a DJ Dinarchy song?
about anything here, but it's neither here nor there. But like you didn't know about the 2018 numbers, right? The march the march to return.
No.
So you didn't know about that. You didn't know about Shireen Abu Akleh, and you are.
That's pretty wild. Right. And look, I'm not trying to like super blame Ian, right? He is you could regard him as like a spot check for like, did this person living in the United States of America hear about these stories, or are these stories that might have been like underreported? And what we're hearing from Ethan is that they were underreported. If you weren't cued into the right news sources, you maybe didn't see this stuff.
Despite not knowing any of that, and these are just
You're terrible at MTG, but you have the cards.
some of the hundreds of examples. There's a reason why you don't know, even though you are empathetic and to the Palestinian plight. Okay, there's a reason why you don't know, though, and I think that deserves examination. Why have you never heard of this? Do you want to know why? Because it will never get the same level of coverage that the Israeli retaliation and the justification for it gets.
To be fair, I haven't really been paying attention to the news until like very recently. But
Well, there's a lot of Americans.
but I'm not disagreeing with you. Just trying to defend my own ignorance.
No, I know. It's just, I hope that people.
So, I hope that was a little bit of a catharsis for you, chat, in terms of, I know it was a really frustrating conversation. I totally forgot that it took 2 hours to get there. But yeah, Ethan does at the end of all this say that he feels like he owes some people some apologies. I'm guessing that Froan is among them. They don't really mention Froan by name, probably thankfully, right? Because like Froan got a lot of hate for this already. The average person isn't 100% plugged into tragic news that isn't happening in their area. The amount of misinformation in the USA makes it worse. Yeah, it was. So I mean, like that. It's a little bit of hope in terms of there are people that say awful things that end up perpetuating awful things. And I do think it's a horrible thing, to shut somebody down in their concern for Palestinian people by saying, well, I guess you must support Hamas then. It gets much worse from now. VTalk, you're not entirely wrong. I have maybe not watched this whole thing, but I've watched a lot of it. And I know what you're talking about. Ethan has some points that he wants to bring up too. He does, especially with Hasan bringing these two things up that, he wasn't aware of. It does, seem to change his disposition, but I know what you're talking about, VTalk. I don't know how much did NCC say Rogan? Wait, what did she say? What did NCC say? I want to know. The amount of misinformation in the USA makes it worse. What did NCC say? I said something that sounded like Rogan. I probably didn't say Rogan. I'm probably not talking about Joe Rogan, but what did I say that sounds like Froan? Oh my God. Froan. Sorry. Let me enunciate my consonants a little bit better so that you can actually hear the F that is in front of Froan. I obviously I need to hydrate more. My mug from Seattle. So yeah, Froan is a streamer. Froan on Twitch. Pretty large, pretty decent sized streamer. Also a mod for Hasan in the Twitch chat and a mod for Hasan in the Discord. And you know, generally a pretty cool person. Right? And this was you know, somebody that Ethan didn't exactly go after Frogan. Ethan unfollowed Frogan, which, you know, I guess was something that she then decided to tweet about, and then the, you know, the subsequent acknowledgement of the unfollow and the reason given for it for Ethan, and you know, quote retweeting Frogan's original tweet had a lot of like nasty people going after Frogan, right? And if you look on my Twitter, at Irene Geller, right, you'll see that I show like an example of the kind of hate that Frogan got, which was like misogynistic, Islamophobic, and weird. Actually, just you know, so Frogan was dealing with that. Ethan definitely has, you know, apologies to make, and I think he actually did. I think he actually did make those apologies from what I understand. Yeah. So Frogan with an F, FR0GAN, on Twitch. I guess I'm giving a shout out. Shout out to Frogan. Wait, can we do that? I don't know. I'm like assuming this is also Frogan's like Twitch name. Is that gonna work? Channel does not exist. Okay, so it must be something other than just straight up Frogan. But regardless, we're talking about a Twitch streamer and a mod for Hasanabi's channel, and you know, somebody who I think runs, from what I understand, the Discord.
That are faced with this reality have a more empathetic approach rather than turn around and...
It's hard to when you're trying to make an argument that goes against the dominant Western media narrative. It requires so much explanation because you're challenging basic doctrinal assumptions, whereas if you're amplifying the dominant narrative, people already accept a basic set of assumptions that you don't need to justify.
Say they deserved it, and you deserve it too because you're a supporter.
Imagine Ethan owing Joe Rogan an apology. That would be hilarious.
Of terrorism. You're not doing that, of course. There are those who know about it and yet still push this line, though. But I am a firm believer that if the media was a little bit less interested in manufacturing consent and creating a justification in the minds of Americans for ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, that more people would most likely say this is unacceptable, completely and utterly unacceptable.
All right, I'm gonna go to the back.
But not as unacceptable, of course, as the top of the hour ad break, which happens not exactly at the top of the hour, but at the 15s for some reason. Every, you know, 5:15, 6:15, 7:15, 8:15, 9:15, etc. But like clockwork, and there's nothing I can really do to stop it. There is something that you can do, though, to stop yourself from having to see those ads. If you no longer wish to see those ads, you can stop seeing them by using an Amazon Prime sub for free to get out of that break that way. You could also buy yourself a sub for $5 is another possibility. Or you might possibly be the recipient of a gift sub, but it's going to happen more often if you're more active in chat. That's the best that I can tell you. It's not a sure thing that you can count on, but it does happen and it will happen. It will be more likely to happen to you the more active you are in chat. So,
bathroom.
I forgot to say this last hour.
I'm gonna do all of this, so it might take a while if you're okay with that.
It's fine.
But
Wait, is this going to be like the shirtless Jimmy? No, shirtless Eddie. Do y'all know about the shirtless Eddie thing? Has Israel even signed the Geneva Convention? I'm actually not sure. Does everybody know about the shirtless Eddie incident? This was a TikToker that Ethan brought on basically to be like his co-host. And the incident I'm referring to is when Ethan supposedly went to the bathroom Like, right, I'm gonna just take a little bathroom break here. Ethan leaves. The camera's on shirtless Eddie, and he's just sitting there. And I don't think he even realized that he was the show at that moment. But for like, I don't know, a good 10, 20 minutes, he was all that was on the show. And then they had like Ethan's mom called in, and like, you know, people like interacted, but it was this weird thing. And then you see Ethan all of a sudden, and Ethan is in the drive-through of like a fast food restaurant, like getting food. So Ethan didn't just go to the bathroom. Ethan went to the bathroom, and then he got in his car, and then he went and got food. And it was this whole thing where, like, I guess he just like wanted to just put shirtless Eddie on his show and see what happened. And not aware of shirtless Eddie. Anyway, it's an H3 thing. It's strange stuff. Truly strange stuff.
I think I think that we're having a good thing happening here, so
yeah, we're solving it.
I want to keep it going. I mean, yeah, so I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. Hasan,
but if you leave, then Hasan wins the argument.
Turn off his mic, please.
Yeah. I apologize for being emotional. I
definitely don't need to apologize.
This has been a long past 3-4 days.
Absolutely.
There
I barely slept.
There are certain stories that everyone holds on to, you know. There's always a moment that is a radicalizing moment for many others. Like I said, Gabor Mate talked about his Palestinian friends who could not return to their homes when any Jewish person can just go and live in that house, whereas those in the West Bank that have left are, by state policy, not allowed to return. I think that was his radicalizing moment. I don't know. It's really sad. And we didn't even talk about the Canary mission. I want Ethan's perspective on that, especially because there are so many organizations that operate within American boundaries inside of the United States of America that do not have the fucking smoke for Nazis and fascists and anti-Semites, that only have the smoke for random Palestinian nurses, teachers, and students. These are organizations that work to dox and threaten those who have been in support of Palestinians, and we just turn a blind eye to that completely. Most people don't know about it though, and I think that's the reason why they turn a blind eye to it. I think it's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. It's completely ridiculous. Same with the boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement, which was incredibly important in demanding the end of the apartheid in South Africa. I think that the American government has learned its lesson from that former example and has moved very swiftly and very efficiently to make it virtually impossible to coexist or have a job and keep a job while simultaneously holding the position that
This is what I'm talking about. That reminds me of McCarthyism and like the actual Red Scare, right? This type of this type of blacklisting that goes on.
The position that you can defend Palestinians and demand a boycott, divestment, and sanctions from the state of Israel.
Do you know why it is that that, like, I have to imagine that those laws that are on the books in 35 states about
do they sound unconstitutional? What do you think, chat? Do those sound unconstitutional to you? Right? Not allowed to laws against supporting BDS,
making it illegal to support BDS, have been challenged by some groups on First Amendment grounds. Like how How has that not gone to the Supreme Court yet? Or has it? Has there been a ruling on that? It just seems so blatantly not.
It's been challenged and won. I think Abby Martin was one of the people that challenged it and won. But ultimately, it still exists in, like I said, in a lot of states.
35 is most, yeah. It just, I don't know. I guess I don't know what the status of any fights over that is, but it just seems so on its face unconstitutional. I'm shocked that so many states have been able to pass that.
Yeah, you're right, Jules. With the current Supreme Court, there's a lot that that sounds unconstitutional, probably is unconstitutional, and even when it does get challenged, it gets upheld. So, yeah, that's it's not a great Supreme Court to be trying to bring cases like this in front of.
Jerusalem Post posted this today over this stupid fucking debate, but they said the Jerusalem Post can now confirm on verified photos of the bodies that reports of babies being burnt and decapitated in Hamas's assault on Kfar Aza, the kibbutz, are correct. And
that was such a God.
There was a lot of fucking people being like, for some reason, they're like, Hamas would never do that. They would only slaughter 1,500 people. They would only shoot a baby with an AK-47 as if that.
So this is what one of the chatters was talking about earlier. It gets they do go back and forth. That was once again debunked. I mean, regardless, it's not. Yeah, they go on this. Like, there's like almost 2 more hours here. Even Biden walked this back.
You know, it's not exactly.
Okay, so that's so Hasan brings some stuff up too.
One point on that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Rape under incarceration in a carceral structure in general is very difficult to study and document. The fact that doing so inside of an apartheid structure makes it even more difficult to document. And even then, there are still
it has been debunked.
Obviously, witness testimonies that you can rely on in situations like this. I mean, okay, well, I'll.
Like there is the care thing was the only thing I could find.
There's definitely more. Ethan, that's
well then
it's an inevitability that it happens. Basically, it's not like
I'm not saying it doesn't
not
happen,
correct,
bro. I'm just saying like. I just want to know more. I just want a reliable source. And I just don't know what this is.
It's almost all on testimonials from Palestinian women. And that's, you know, it's not exactly considered to be.
I'm not even finding the accusations though.
Okay.
Like I'm not even calling women liars or something. I want to make that clear. Like I'm not saying like they're lying. I can't even find the accusations to read. I mean,
yeah, there's way too much to cover entirely, and we've got other things that I wanna cover today. Especially considering that Natalie Marie actually put something up on her channel here. For me to be able to have access to, because I've been looking for this. I've heard about this. I was wondering about this, right? We're talking about the Brianna Wu thing. We've been talking about it for a long time. I am not going to take us back into that, even though there is more that we could watch. There's in fact a transmed versus gender self-ID panel that happened that Brianna Wu crashed in order to well, it wasn't Brianna Wu. It was like it was Ginny Matrix, actually, that called a creator named Econo Boy the F slur on that lovely panel. So there's that's gone on too. I'm not gonna mess with any of that, okay, like at the moment. But what I did want to what I was looking towards was the effect of the Brianna Wu incident, the leaking of the group chat, the kind of horrible thing said to a fellow streamer, transphobic things that Brianna Wu was screen cap saying. It's had a lot of reverberations. It's going to cause what seems like, looks like, feels like a realignment in the, I don't know, debate content sphere, whatever the hell you want to call it, like trashy bread tube or whatever, whatever you want to call it. And this is, we watched Demon Mama be upset about it. Take a stand against Brianna Wu, take a stand against transmedicalism, and even, have a little bit of smoke for Keffels. We watched Keffels make sort of a half apology and, pledge to disassociate from Brianna Wu should anything like this ever happen again. And, but, and also in the context where Keffels has just declared amnesty, right? So, she banned anybody who was following debate bros for a while, so she had a whole list of of people that if somebody followed this person on Twitch, she was gonna auto ban them. Then she did the same thing for Destiny's community. At this moment though, she has apparently had a heart-to-heart with Destiny at VidCon, and that has resulted in her declaring amnesty. So any DGGers, any Destiny fan, any of the people from the community that was definitely kind of playing fast and loose with the docs of Keffels and some of her mods, they're now welcome back, right? And with that and the continued support for Brianna Wu, it almost kind of looks like is Keffels a Vosch orbiter at this point, or is Keffels looking to be a Destiny orbiter? I feel like that would be a really bad idea, but there are a lot of things that they agree on. They are they're I never thought I'd be saying this, but yeah, they're the kind of like reactionary takes Destiny constantly makes are the kind of takes that you're seeing come out of Keffels now. And for some reason, I don't know, dude, chat, I don't think that Destiny really trusts Keffels. And I hope that Keffels does not trust Destiny. But it looks like there's somewhat of a realignment going on. And it's all been spurred by this Brianna Wu stuff. So Vosch finally spoke up about transmedicalism. Also ranting about a do you know this YouTube or this Twitter account WAP Goblin? This is somebody that's just constantly tweeting Vosch's L's. Anyway, let's see what's going on over here. There he is.
WAP Goblin's looking for leaks now. I have to say, when I purge the subreddit, and by the way, there are plans underway, one of the rules that we're coming out with is stop giving attention to clout seekers. Stop with the constant fucking posts of all of the lunatics who literally like wake up every day in a rat-filled fucking studio apartment that they're...
Yo, you have some hate for studio apartment dwellers. Damn. Listen, like, I've lived in efficiencies, okay? A studio sounds kind of nice, right? When you have to deal... WAP Goblin has made it her mission to expose these shitty streamers it takes. Yeah, not just of Vosch, of Keffels and a lot of people. But yeah, it does seem like there might be a realignment. Obviously, Demon Mama was in Keffels' chat, so, bridge not burnt. And Demon Mama didn't say that she was burning the bridge. But I don't think that Demon Mama was particularly happy with Keffels' ukulele tinged apology. So it does there's a non-zero chance that everything about the Vosch orbit is destabilized at some point, and some people may go with Keffels, and I don't know if the sad thing about this is, as much as this is a bad thing for the White Leaf Network. It's kind of empowering potentially for the DGG side of things. Coastal elite classist insults come off of Vosch's tongue so easily. I feel called out by that. I feel called out. I like Wap Goblin, though I'm not familiar. If I remember correctly, Jenny Matrix also went on to was it OK Gallagher? Maybe I'm mixed up. Maybe Jenny Matrix went on Demon Mama's stream too. For some reason, I thought it was OK Gallagher. And they're both just vile transmeds, so it almost doesn't matter which one it was, but
their parents pay for, and their entire life and purpose is dedicated to, like, all the bad empanada posts. Did you not get, like, the past 50 trillion times that he's a lunatic and a bad person? And now it's like, oh, well, this, and then it's always so self-righteous, too. The Reddit post will be like, he's really lost it this time. No, he hasn't. He's been the same for years. For as long as
I've been
making content, he's been the same. Why are you still saying that? Like, that shit's getting instant.
Wait, Gabby, does that have another meaning? I feel like that might have another meaning besides played with a ukulele.
Banned. Because all you're doing is giving them the attention they want. Like, why? That's the battle they're fighting. Guys, if you want to lower yourself to their level, or your battle...
Lower themselves to your level. Yeah, the Vosch community. You know, I gotta say, though, is there something going on with Vosch's camera? Or did he just hire somebody who did a different color grading? Because maybe it's a better camera. It feels like a better camera. I don't know. I don't need to see Vosch in higher resolution.
Your wins and losses are these petty internet Twitter beefs or whatever, then fuck off. Like, seriously.
It's funny though, because like, you know that Vosch and his community and Whiteleaf subsist on these petty internet squabbles. Like, this is literally their bread and butter. Not Jenny Matrix. It's wild how many people in the group chat are well-known racists. Yeah, well-known racists, well-known transmeds, and overall sussy bakas, as the case might be.
Don't do it in my community. Bring that shit elsewhere. Bring that shit to some other hypothetical large streaming community that thrives entirely on drama and not on politics, okay? Hypothetically. Don't fester in mine, all right? Holy shit. Like, one of the easy rules is, like,
it looks like he added a light and maybe, yeah, I thought some color grading might have been it.
If you're doing a post, okay, it's got to be like related.
It just makes me jealous because I want to make my stream look better than Vosch's, right? Because, like, I don't know. He got a new chair. That's right. His old chair was all scratched up by his cats.
To the stream, or related to the.
Why does it seem like usually Vosch? If I'm covering Vosch, that's the toxic part of the stream. Like, that's the icky part of the stream. That's the part of the stream that's tough to get through. But this time, Vosch is like comic relief somehow. I don't know.
Content of the stream, or like something like that, you know, something.
Urban Dictionary told me it's a Japanese term for a partner on the bottom. That it is.
Something immediately pertinent.
It is.
Can't stand the obsession with like regurgitating these.
But I think it's uke technically.
Lines over and over. Yeah, drama's bad, he says after $1,000 dono. You sent the $1,000 dono, Ben, not me. You sent that, for one, and I'm not going to turn that down. But with regards to that dono and the content thereof, there are politically beneficial reasons to tear into jank. And
$1,000 dono is
Hasan. Obviously, drama is, like, to an extent.
So it's okay. So here's what he's saying. Anybody smaller than me, we are not going to engage with, right? But anybody bigger, we're gonna tear into Jink, we're gonna tear into Hasan. Honestly, the TYT thing was Vosch's one little moment of, like, social blade success in the last couple of years. He got to, you know, he built his channel pretty quickly, got to 300,000 pretty quickly, but then kind of like leveled off and like stopped, and for a little while even like rolled back in terms of his size during the Cat Black thing. And so you know, the only thing that's kind of let him grow after that was the just grotesqueness of TYT, which, you know, not a difficult thing to decide to stand up to if you're Vosch. I could use 1K for nothing. Well, yeah, I mean, no, Vosch provides these people a valuable resource.
part of this, but I hope everyone watching understands that there's a pretty big difference between posting like, here's like image comp number 738 of this lunatic on Twitter, look at how bad they are, this is bad for the left, and like criticizing the positions and behavior of people who are not only my size but larger than me.
It's funny because these are the people who said, like, you know, she's got files. She's got files, and what do? They screenshot people, they send the files back to daddy's Discord, and they say, what are we going to do about this woke scold, right? Who's got files? VGG's got files.
To the effect of sort of...
You're kind of jealous of his glasses. I think it's like the color grading.
Procuring some kind of lesson.
Like the color grading, either that or, like I said, I guess it could be a new camera.
Or learning something. There's definitely a meaningful difference there. You have to be constructive with it, right? Otherwise you turn into one of those... like, it's, you know, those people whose entire, like, their whole, like, political thing is, like, these people are bad for the left.
It's an anti-Vosch action.
It's like, I see this a lot with, like, transmeds, where, like, theoretically, their advocacy should be about trans positivity. But
transmeds are just like woke scolds? Is that what I'm hearing?
In practice, it's all just saying,
the frame shape.
Genders are bad for trans people. Non-binary people are bad for
Dylan Burns and Lonerbox might go with Destiny. Wait, does Lonerbox have like a white forest site? I don't want to go to that like web page. I'm really afraid of I gotta be 100 with you, okay? I feel like DGG is a mafia, and I'm pretty sure that VGG is a mafia too. I you know, take that with a grain of salt. Like, I'm not literally saying that they're like fitting people for concrete shoes, but they do a lot of ops, it seems. Right? It's an established thing, and the, you know, culture of VGG is definitely an apple that has fallen from the tree of DGG, right? There is definitely a relationship there. Yeah, so Dylan, I think, had like a white leaf website. Lonerbox, I can't remember. But those two people, Lonerbox talks to Destiny a lot. Dylan Burns has a history with Destiny, and in terms of his politics, they're you know, pretty damn close to being in alignment. So it makes sense. Xanderhall is gonna stay by Vosch's side. No doubt, Dave. No doubt. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Trans people.
He's awful and terribly boring. I agree.
Trans people who don't...
He's hard to listen to. Lonerbox, literally, Dronerbox.
Medically transition are bad for... and it's like, fuck, dude. Like, you know, I would respect...
But that's what you say about people being bad for leftists all the time. Now, he did just, like, kind of chide his chat on doing that, on engaging with people and endlessly screenshotting people and brigading people. Maybe it's backfiring. Maybe it's actually making some people like Wap Goblin more prominent. But that is essentially like what they do, right? In terms of, if there's a parallel to transmeds, it's Voschites. It's Voschites, right? These lefties make the left look bad. These woke scolds make the left look bad. Like, that's you, Garfield. That's you.
Transmeds a lot more if there were transmeds who would just...
Wait, Lonerbox is a watership down Dylan Burns? Like, Lonerbox is a rabbit?
Their arms up and go, man, I don't know. I kind of think that, like, the surgery is a big part of it. Like, I don't know, whatever. Like, we're all in this together. But none of them are like that. Like, see, zero of them are like that, you know? I'd still disagree with them, but, like, at least they're... Would
you want the transmeds as part of your alliance, really? Like, because, like, right, they're not just transmeds. Like, I don't know, chat, I hate that I have to bring my expertise because, you know, I didn't used to know a lot of transmeds. I in real life, right? I know very few transmedicalists. On the internet, unfortunately, there are a lot of them, and they also tend to be racist. It tends to not just be like a self-hate against, you know, themselves for being trans and a hate of other trans people, right? With transmeds, they tend to be bigoted in a myriad of ways, not just
their heads pointed in the right direction on that one, but like that's never how it actually works out. Yeah. I've been liking your drip lately. Need a necklace or rings. Complete the process of becoming a mob boss. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I wish rings weren't such a
Yo, he is a mob boss though. Like low key.
Yes, you know, just like having
low
them
key
on your fingers all the time. It is a good pain in the ass.
They are
So, like,
conservatives,
Brianna Wu?
yeah.
No.
They are
Brianna Wu
conservatives.
has
That's
said
true.
stuff that I strongly
I mean, like,
disagree
look,
with.
most trans meds in the Twitch periphery, I would place their politics along the same lines with the IDW, right? They're the kind of people that are conservative, but they'll claim that they're not really that conservative, and it's only like lefty extremists that see them that way, right? That they're the real liberals. You're not liberal because you're the regressive left, right? You are the illiberal anti-free speech left. He said the thing. Wait, he said the thing. Which Vosch video is this? He just got asked about what? Thank you for.
Brianna Wu has said stuff that I strongly disagree with.
Oh fuck! I didn't realize he'd actually.
Brianna Wu has said.
Okay, I didn't expect. Yeah. I didn't think. I thought he would dodge this, right? Because here's the deal. Okay, Brianna Wu is an odious and just icky person. Okay, like horribly cruel. I don't know. Like normally, why would anyone associate with Brianna Wu? Well, why? Because she's got power. Because she's got connection in terms of her political action committee, in terms of her political connections, and also in terms of, from what I've heard, the kind of money that she's able to donate to streamers. So even when streamers don't want to be associated with her, don't like what she's doing, and are generally disgusted by her, there's a lot of them who refuse to burn the bridge with her. There's a lot of them that want to stay in good graces with Brianna Wu. And, that's kind of what you'd expect. But, is it what we're going to see? Let's find out.
Stuff that I strongly disagree with. And, you can imagine that to whatever extent you like. But Brianna Wu, I don't know if you know this, actually just facilitated a big PV meetup. Clearly does a lot of stuff that's actually beneficial. The idea that Brianna Wu's entire overriding political impact is purely transmed bickering is it's just not true. Don't go looking for.
Oh, that's so weird. Okay, so yeah, not God. You know what? I feel like I was too charitable to Vosch in terms of representing his principled stance against transmedicalism. Right? What he just told us was that he wished that maybe transmeds would have some other issue other than attacking other parts of the trans community, right? Like, he wishes that transmeds would play nice. If you want to be a trans med, fine, whatever. If you think you are better because you have a diagnosis, because you have dysphoria, because you've had XYZ surgeries and you consider yourself a trans, whatever, right? Not really a problem. The problem is that, you're going along with, siding with transphobic forces against the trans community, right? And they are, because they're conservative, right? Blair White's a conservative, Calvin Guerra is a conservative, right? This is this is part of, being transmed. It is a militant, I just call it a militantly assimilationist ideology within the trans community. And it's dangerous and harmful and not part of the trans community, at least in terms of solidarity, right? It literally puts itself in opposition to other trans people. So yeah, and then he gets asked about Brianna Wu, and he's like, basically focuses on, well, she's done a lot of good stuff with progressive voice. So you can see the power of Wu. The power of Wu. Yeah, transmits are fine. Tankies, straight to the camps.
And, you know, you can imagine
woke scolds as well.
That to whatever extent you like. But Brianna Wu, I don't know if you know this, actually just facilitated like a big PV meetup. Clearly does a lot of stuff that's actually beneficial. The idea that Brianna Wu is like...
That's so wild. That's so wild. So it's almost like she's buying indulgences from High Priest Vosch. And literally, in some cases, maybe, like, you know, buying indulgences. Like, I don't know where exactly her money goes. The only person I've heard of, you know, confirmed is Wick. But, you know, definitely, even if she's not donating to streamers, she's got an amazing, incredible amount of influence in terms of being connected to a political action committee, especially and particularly for where Vosch is going and for where Vosch wants to go, trying to mainstream himself, recently trying to get into the White House. If you saw my recent video on YouTube, you will find out why Vosch was unable to get into the White House, and it's actually a very interesting story. But yeah, he needs Brianna Wu. He's not gonna distance himself. He's gonna
entire like overriding political impact.
So here's how that works, right? He could go two ways. Either he distances himself from Wu, or he's gonna probably push Demon Mama further away. So that seems to be what's happening then, right? Because Brianna Wu didn't just say some transmed stuff in a group chat. Brianna Wu attacked a number of trans streamers, including the partner of Demon Mama, and that is not something that Demon Mama should be expected to accept. And yet Vosch seems to think, you know, whatever. So yeah, that's how it's coming apart.
This purely like transmed bickering is it's just not true. Don't go looking for excuses to dislike people, right? Like if you dislike a thing that somebody has done or said,
yo, tell that, or you just say that to Demon Mama. Don't go looking for excuses to dislike a person, even when they attack your partner.
Engage,
dehumanize your partner, like just
with that and that specifically. But when you start generalizing, it's like what Contra said, right? If you it's the generalization and the essentialization, where you have issue with something someone has done, and rather than just engage with that thing specifically, it has to be pulled out into these broader tendencies, where now you're attacking the tendencies, and the tendencies may or may not like...
Yo, there's people in chat saying, tell that to to President Sunday. Keffels with good coverage of it? Oh my god. Brianna Wu is a good person, despite dumb takes sometime. Okay, well, there you go. That's where VGG is going.
Vaguely correspond to specific things that have been done.
I don't think the imps are going to be okay with this.
But not always. And then you're arguing on like the difference between a generalized accusation and a specific one. And then it's like, okay, well, what are we even talking about at this point? It just, I'm telling you, it's gonna be the Big Pants arc, okay? It's gonna be the arc of Big Pants. All right.
What is this? What is this cringe? What? Yeah, this is going bad? Wait. I mean,
this is going bad. 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 This is going bad.
That's right, President Sunday.
Because the circular firing squad shit, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yo, when it's your own, like, oh my god. It's not a circular firing squad when you're mad that somebody attacked your partner in a group chat. No, actually, it was, they came into like, yeah, they came into like Demon Mama's group chat to talk shit about Demon Mama's partner. Like, and Vosch is just like, yeah, well, if you got a problem with that, I mean, that's like circular firing squad, my dude. You can't be like that. The big pants party's like a big tent.
What's the fine line between criticizing someone and versus practically not bringing drama?
This is going
I
bad.
feel like
This
I'm
is going
pretty good
bad.
about this. Normally, when I criticize other people on the left, I usually try to do it from this like, I think this is really fucking dumb, but I still think their videos are good kind of thing. Maybe not always. I mean, it really depends on the person, right? I guess it's just a matter of like how warranted it is, because some people you can just tear into, and it's warranted because they're just bad. And the determination as to whether or not a person fits in that category is always going to be like kind of up to a personal decision, you know? Vosch, you're a lightning rod for drama. What? Yeah, from other people. When do I start that shit? Dude, I like wake up every day. It's like some person is mad over this or that. Genuinely, almost every time there's some kind of disagreement between me and another community, it's the other person who's initiated it, right? Like Contra, randomly, just out of nowhere, the Cat Black stuff, the
Okay, now here's where I'm gonna notice more minutia about Vosch's stream. He does have some kind of camera. He's got something that is, I don't know, correcting for like the bumps on the, for the camera being bumped. Like look at
this. It's
look
like
at the background. It's not entirely steady
every time, you know.
Look at. Do you see how the background kind of like bumps, but his face stays, you know, centered. His face, he seems to not move in the shot. It should be the other way around, right? The normally, like when I like bump the you know, the desk, right? You know, I like move around as a result. He's got something that is like tracking his head.
We have to be strong. How much of the hate towards you is legitimate, or is it mostly just scripting? It's mostly legitimate. I mean, a lot of people just do the essentialization thing, right?
Okay, there it is. Oh my god, there's more bad TYT stuff. There's more bad TYT stuff? For patriots. I'm not a patriot. They must have me confused with someone else. Okay.
A popular social media influencer who is not the person you see in the images next to me, named Deja Black.
This is what, I mean, this is not quite stock footage. This is more like stock images.
Well, also known as Meatball.
Like if you were to go and look at, you know, type in the word streamer to Pixabay, this is the kind of stock images you might find.
Online was arrested after live streaming a crowd of people looting stores in Philadelphia's city center last week. Now,
oh, he went on to talk about his feud with Destiny. Nice. Yeah, I'm sorry for the Anna jump scare. I should have warned you.
Lawyer is accusing people who are
just like I've got to warn you about the top of the hour ad break, which is coming your way in 6 minutes. That's right. If you were watching me on Twitch and you want to continue watching me on Twitch without interruption, you're going to need to find a way to put a little face by your username on Twitch, right? See how some people have the faces by their usernames? That means that you've got a sub if you've got that. And that means you will not see the ad break. If you do not have that, then you will. You will experience the ad break in all of its glory. Now, there are ways you can get out of it. One way is a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you've got a free Twitch sub to use to give to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, and you give it to me, then you will no longer see ads on my stream, right? If you If you want to, you can also buy one of these. They are $5 for the subs. If you do not have the Twitch Prime sub, and you could also possibly be gifted a sub. It does happen. It can happen. It's more likely to happen, though, when you are active in the chat.
Criticizing her of being racist. So before we get to the lawyer's claims, let's get to what happened with the looting, how this woman was arrested and why she was arrested, and then you can judge for yourselves. Now, what happened? So groups of looters hit multiple locations in Philadelphia, including an Apple store, 18 state liquor stores.
This is like Anna's favorite kind of story. Pharmacies,
Lululemon, and more. Authorities ended up arresting 52 individuals, and they even recovered an illegal gun. 3 of those arrested happened to be teenagers. The looting took place over a span of 8 hours. And while I mentioned city center, it started in city center and then expanded to other neighborhoods, including Northeast Philly and West Philly. Now, here's an example, just so you see with your own eyes, what the scenes looked like as the looting took place.
Oh no, so, I mean, we got to be a little bit careful here. If there's any violence in this, I can't show it to you. I can kind of scan through this though, as long as it's not running like video.
Going to get lit. It's going to be a movie.
There's no violence in that one? Okay.
Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Everybody.
Okay, so there's a streamer here, and that's what she's mad about?
Must eat. Everybody.
That person is streaming?
Everybody must eat. Yes. Everybody must eat. Free iPhones. Free iPhones. Free iPhones. Look, security running.
Oh, what's up?
Now, the woman you hear yelling free iPhones and kind of laughing off what's happening is Deja Blackwell. At one point, she's heard saying, "Tell the police they either lock me up tonight or it's going to get lit. It's going to be a movie." Well, Meatball, you said it. You got arrested. And now she and her lawyer are crying about it. She could also be seen walking with the crowd.
Wait, what was she arrested for? Wait, what was she arrested for? Is it a crime to stream that? What the hell? Does anybody know?
As they moved from one store to another. So Deja Blackwell has been charged. She was arrested, as I mentioned.
Criminal use of communication facility? Wait, is it so streaming it itself is a crime? Has Anna ever tried to understand why people would result to raiding, or is she too Karen to understand? Did she steal an iPhone? I mean, they didn't show. I would have assumed that Anna would have showed that, but I can't. Is that what happened? I don't know if it is or not. This is why cash eliminating cash bail is bad. Yeah.
What are the charges? Burglary, conspiracy, criminal trespass, riot, criminal mischief, criminal use of communication facility, receipt of stolen property, and disorderly conduct. The 21-year-old was later bailed out by her mother. That happened early Thursday morning. Unsurprisingly, the influencer with close to 650,000 followers across Instagram and TikTok got some blowback. Luckily, her followers were really not appreciative of her involvement in this. And now Blackwell's lawyer is accusing those criticizing her of racism. Because had that person been white or Latino or Muslim, I mean, the commentary would be different, right? Except it wouldn't. I don't think it would be.
You don't think it makes any difference? Is she just going on record as saying that, you know, Americans don't look at an event like this through a racially tilted lens?
The idea that she is now facing criticism and prosecution simply because she happens to be a Black woman is ridiculous, and yet another example of providing cover for illegal behavior, bad behavior.
Anna's like, this is why iPhone prices are so high and I'm sick of it.
By using and weaponizing race. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting when it happens, and I'm sick of it. So let me give you what her lawyer had to say. Her name's Jessica Mann, managing attorney at Shaka Johnson. It sickens me to witness the media's complicity in what can only be described as an all-out assault on Black and brown people, as their character and actions are mercilessly vilified. Can you guys cue up the video again, please? We're gonna
look. I mean, I've seen plenty of videos of white kids doing similar stuff, like after a football game. And, you know, it does get picked up, it does get shown, but it doesn't get obsessed about. And nobody's like trying to track down, you know, the streamer that might be, you know, their IRL covering it, right? I do think that there's a difference. And I do think that attributing that difference in how she's being treated and you know, I do think that it's a logical conclusion to say that might be due to her being Black.
watch it again. I'm gonna read that quote again.
Yeah,
and then we're gonna go to the video again. Let's read the quote again.
Like this is weird, right? Because TYT lately, they are all about anecdotes, right? They want to use anecdotes as a way to not just talk about things, but almost as if we're going to substitute the anecdote. We're going to substitute an individual incident for a broader analysis of literally what's going on in society. This is generally a right-wing tactic, right? If you look at, you know, Andy No, you've literally got a media provocateur who, you know, or James O'Keefe. They'll show you, you know, selective parts of a situation, in other words, cherry pick to try to create this anecdote that can be passed along, that can be retweeted, that can be shared, so that people think that they substitute what's happening in the video for what's happening in real life.
Jessica Mann is quoted as saying, "It sickens me to witness the media's complicity in what can only be described as an all-out assault on Black and brown people, as their character and actions are mercilessly vilified." Now let's take a look at the character and actions of Meatball. Let's watch.
Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Everybody must eat. Yes, everybody must eat.
Jink's book was really bad. Oh, so surprised.
Free iPhones. Free iPhones. Free iPhones. Look, security running.
Oh, I saw.
Now, mind you, the media didn't post that video all over the internet. Meatball posted that video all over the internet. So was Meatball vilifying herself? I would say so. By the way, the lawyer Mann also argued that the media should have focused on how Blackwell was.
No, this is 100% racist. I gotta say, this is 100% racist. There is a multiplier effect on how much people will cast judgment and obsess over, you know, a black woman in that situation compared to you know, a white person. That is 100%.
Doing nothing more than capturing the raw reality of public outrage when she streamed the events on September 26th. Now, what she's referring to is the context is a case involving a police shooting. The police officer killed a 27-year-old man by the name of Eddie Irizarry during a traffic stop last month. The police initially said that Irizarry had lunged at the officers while outside of his vehicle, but later admitted that that actually wasn't the case. His family has now filed a wrongful death lawsuit. Blackwell did refer to Eddie at least twice during her live stream, so I want to give you the full context of that. I also want to tell you I don't care, okay? You don't respond to injustice by looting 18 liquor stores and an Apple store. Okay, and by the way, there were peaceful protests in regard to that situation.
Okay. What she said was that everyone needs to eat. I mean, this is what I heard. Everybody needs to eat. And these are our iPhones. And I gotta say, she's right. Right? In terms of how much is being taken from people in terms of the extraction of surplus labor value, she's right. People don't want us to think this way, okay? But everybody working for a wage is, by the very definition of how, you know, capitalism works, entitled to more than that wage. Everybody is getting ripped off. And, you know, an iPhone or whatever kind of technology somebody could take away from there is, I would say, lower in value than what people are being, you know, essentially fleeced of through the process of capitalism. So, I mean, she's right. Yeah, there's a police shooting, and she is talking about this. She's talking about this as the problem. The loss of property by a corporation. That is the damage. That is the problem. That is who needs the smoke. According to Anna. Anna is incredibly racist here. Peaceful protest means shut up and get back in your place. People loot because no one will pay attention to them if they don't. Well, I mean, you're talking about like group psychology, and the placing it within a moral framework of individual morality is absolutely absurd. That is not how anything functions. That's just a
and those peaceful protests were not in any way tied to the looters who decided to, you know, exploit the situation in order to engage in the criminality that you just watched. And the reason why I'm so angry about this at this point is because, honestly, our side of the political aisle.
The only thing you got to be angry about is the fact that nobody should need a reason to take back what's theirs. It doesn't need a special occasion. It doesn't need more damage done. It doesn't need more injustice to be shown. You know, for just to say that people wild start to a story about looting and waiting halfway through the segment to go, Oh, by the way, a police shooting was involved. Yeah. That's the only problem I have, right? But it's not really. Yeah, this is
loves to provide cover for it, and I find it gross, and I'm done doing it. I'm done trying to be understanding toward that perspective. I'm not understanding anymore. It is destroying communities.
There is money to be made by dick riding the right-wing racist, anti-crime, tough on crime bullshit narrative. And I have had it with not making that money. Other people get to make that money, but we're the home of the progressives. We don't get to make that money. Bullshit. I want that money too. I want that. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Right? There is a right-wing gravy train on coverage like this. And Anna has decided it is ridiculous that she should have to miss out on it. Why should she? Why should she have to miss out on it?
It is mostly victimizing majority Black and brown communities. Stores are shutting down, people are losing their jobs, and then you have these wannabe revolutionaries streaming day in and day out, providing cover for this garbage.
Who is she really mad at, chat? Who do you think she's really mad at? Streamers, so-called revolutionary streamers who might do agitprop, let's just say. It's my money and I want it now. And this is the Tim Pool is already eating at that table. You think he'll let you sit next to him? These poor stores, these poor corporations, yeah. The wannabe revolutionary tanky woke skulls. I think she's talking about, I think she might have watched Jink versus Hasan and been a little bit upset at Hasan. Like, do you remember her going off and like she's joking about, like, it sounds like she's joking about being jealous of Hasan. I don't know if that's a joke. I don't know if that's a joke. I think that this person is a proxy, in this case, for Hasan, but obviously easier to motivate hatred towards because of the ongoing dynamic of anti-Black racism and, and misogynoir. She's been mad about Hasan. She's not joking. I don't think she's joking. I think you're right, Sarah. I think you're right.
I'm not into it. It's stupid, and I'm glad she got arrested. Great. Cenk, what do you think?
There's something so utterly cringe about Anna right now. There's like, I'm beyond just the fact that she is craven, right? There's something just so, I don't know how to put it into words, right? It's like she's pared it down to the bare essentials. Like she's not even really trying, right? She just like knows the elements that you put together to a farm outrage like this.
So when you say to the cops, come and arrest me, and then they come and arrest you, I don't think you get to complain at that point.
BCAT case says
so you couldn't have been any clearer.
It's because maybe it's because she's completely disingenuous, yeah, and transparently so. She's mad at Ole and Vosch. Oh, that's right. I mean, like, look, this is one commonality that I've seen between Anna and Kethels, and I'm actually wondering about that now. I'm actually kind of wondering because right, we talked about the Brianna Wu thing. We talked about the hay that Vosch was able to make off of the Anna Kasparian situation. And maybe the two concepts that I didn't connect was Brianna Wu and TYT. Like, yeah, Brianna Wu is a huge supporter of TYT. Even after all the transphobia that they've done, Brianna Wu still finds them to be, important allies to work with, right? So my understanding is that after making an entire video essay about the fallen empire, fallen kingdom or whatever of TYT, Kethels is now like sort of making overtures of understanding to the likes of Anna Kasparian. So this is more realignment stuff. If you are with the Destiny community, if you are supported, by Brianna Wu, there's a large incentive for you to forgive and forget with TOIT. And yeah, Vosch may have crossed the bridge too much to do that with the amount. Like, he's literally, like I said, he grew off of Jink and Anna's fall. Community was mad because police showed up to the scene. Less than 5 seconds, he was pumped full of bullets. They lied about it until the body cam was released.
Sure. Okay. I actually think that when they overuse racism like this, and they say someone who's on tape saying, everybody get free iPhones, everybody go in and break in, you're only targeting her because she's black and you're racist. Well, that's the boy who cried wolf. And
no, you're not noticing the fact that society is going to pick that up. Look, there is a truth to that, Jink, but maybe you're not thinking of it in the right way, right? You are talking about her, preferentially, to another story that you might cover, because this is the face of a black woman being associated with crime and, frankly, like, with tropes. Like, am I right in this? Like, there's tropes at work here. Black woman wants free stuff. What a better way to make, racist white people mad. What better way could there be to mine that outrage than that kind of story, right? So, I mean, he's getting incensed about this, but it's absolutely true. Racism, fascism, Nazism, all overused. These words have lost their meaning because of the left is always using.
It does great damage to the cause of actually fighting against racism, and it itself is a little bit racist, because oftentimes you'll hear people, and I get it, this is a defense attorney, he's trying to make a case for someone who's on tape and indefensible. But it's a cheap, terrible way to make that case, because it hurts
the way she was reported on was in a racist way, not that she's being arrested. Oh yeah, that's what I took from this. Yeah, it's wait, is Jing trying to distort that towards? Yeah, he kind of is. He kind of is. I didn't even notice that. Like, there's so many moving parts here to this grift that they're on, this tough on crime, outrage, mining, racist grift that they are on, that I didn't even really notice that. But yeah, he's trying to, it sounds like he's trying to say that the lawyer was saying, she's not guilty because of or that she was, arrested because of that, when in reality the lawyer's talking about the way that the story is being covered.
The black community and all people of color, because they say, oh, you're prosecuting this criminal, and that's because you hate black people. No, wait a minute. Black people have been targeted in this country by prosecution a lot of times when they did not deserve it. And we've covered those cases hundreds of times here, right? But when you just defend all criminals and say it's because they're black, you're almost saying that, oh, right, like that somehow black people do this, and hence, if you prosecute a criminal,
you know what you can say? That if you take a black person and you take a white person, on average, who are accused of a crime, whether or not they've committed it, if you average out the sentences, it's going to be higher for the black person. That I can say with certainty. That is data. That is a data-driven analysis.
Prosecuting black people. No. You're not prosecuting all black people. You're prosecuting that black person. By the way, in an effort to protect the rest of the community who happens to be black and brown. Look, Dr. Martin Luther King said that riots are the voice of the unheard. And there's a lot of truth to that. And in the 1960s, people were genuinely outraged.
Greatest damage against liberation is not marginalized people behaving a particular way, but instead everyone who cares more for respectability and order more than dismantling systems of oppression. Yeah, it's literally like what is being covered by the media, in this case TYT, that the lawyer has a valid complaint about.
George
and
Floyd.
that the lawyer's complaint is directed towards.
A lot of people were genuinely outraged.
This is going to end so well with Jink quoting MLK. That's
and it has happened throughout
almost as great as Destiny quoting MLK.
American history, right? And so, as it's painful to see the fires, et cetera, and the damage that's caused, there's a part of you that understands the rage and what led to it, especially after a massive injustice, right? But looting is not the voice of the unheard. First of all, we just heard you. You were on tape. You were very loud and clear. And you're talking about everybody's got to eat, everybody's got to eat. And you're like super proud about all the looting going on. What part of the unheard is about stealing iPhones?
Right, it's actually the voice of opportunity.
The fact that you're getting fleeced by your employer year in, year out.
Opportunists and scumbags. That's what it's the voice of.
Well, you know what TYT is not the voice of? It's not the home of the progressives, okay? You gotta stop saying that. Look at this. Oh my God, look, I'm not even trying, but look at the freeze frame, chat. I got the Shinigami eyes when it comes to this, right? I got the killer instinct. I mean, that I just revealed their souls, okay? There we go. There's TYT for you. That's what they're about. That's who they are, right? They are grotesque opportunists feeding at the trough of all the worst human impulses. Like, you want to stand in judgment of people who've been fucked over all their life by corporations taking something back? You want to call them morally reprehensible? Why don't you check the mirror first, Anna? Why don't you check the mirror first, Jink, and then tell me who's fucking morally reprehensible? Who's being an opportunist here, right? It's you.
And when you take, like significant rage that comes with the injustice that has been visited upon black people in this country, and then you use it to steal iPhones, and then
make the rage and use it to steal iPhone. What?
Make excuses where you hide behind the color of your skin. That is not at all helpful to the cause. So no, and guys, do not think that a defense attorney for this particular person, or maybe a couple of loud voices, which I haven't even heard yet, online, represents the whole community. There's no way in the world. Look, and it's deeply insulting to people of color. They also have eyes and ears. They just saw her on tape, okay? And she doesn't represent all black people. That's insane. Those looters do not represent all black people. That's insane, okay? So they took advantage of a situation.
Who said that, Jink? Who said that? Who said that?
Shouldn't have done that. And then she had the audacity.
It's my only hope that somebody on here said that like Tim Pool like already occupies the lane that Anna's trying to get into. I certainly hope that there are too many right-wing pigs already feeding at that trough. I hope that there's like a natural limit and we're reaching it, and at some point it's gonna be saturated, and that like there will not be room for more grifters to grift. I hope that we're gonna come to that point, as you know, sometime soon. Jink is basically shadow boxing, straw manning.
Basically rub it in everybody's face. And I'm not shedding one tear that she got arrested for something that was obviously criminal, so much so that she bragged about it and asked the cops to arrest her.
Now, a few final details on this. Philadelphia's interim police commissioner, John Stanford, accused Blackwell of leading a caravan of looters from store to store, as well as committing burglaries herself and encouraging others to commit.
Okay, wait, like she was the leader of that? Like leading them from store to store? Like they wouldn't have done that without a streamer there? Is that Like, what's even going on here?
Burglaries. Now, as I mentioned, she was arrested, so she did spend some time in jail.
How did they identify her as somehow being the leader? I mean, I got that she was there with a phone, but like her stream, you know, she sounds like a pretty big streamer, right? So her stream was, you know, realized that she was there, but like, I mean, to everybody else, and unless they know her, unless they're familiar with her stream, like she is just a person with a cell phone. I don't see how are they like identifying her as leading that? Why hasn't Philadelphia stopped murdering citizens?
Before her mother bailed her out. And so later she posted on social media about it and said, "I've never been through nothing like that in my life. What happened? I need some sleep. I'm scared. I'm traumatized. Never again in my life." You know what's also traumatizing? Working in one of those stores that's getting looted by a giant group of people who have no concern for anyone inside the store, no concern for the workers. As I mentioned, one of the individuals had a gun on them. Luckily, no one was actually hurt as a result of that. But she also told local reporters that she never wants to go back to jail. She said, quote, "I just prefer, you know, never loot again, stay out of trouble." So apparently, serving a little bit of time behind bars does serve as a deterrent for some. And I certainly hope that's the case for Meatball. Any final words, Jake?
She's almost doing an ad for law enforcement. You know, law enforcement works. People love to brag and haha, we're stealing stuff and it's so much fun.
There we go. We have studies that show that deterrence does not work. That is not a thing, right? We've got studies, right? Systematically showing that. But never mind that, because Anna and Jink can show you this quote and show you this anecdote. And based on that alone, well, it just kind of looks like maybe deterrence does work, right? It kind of looks like that. So I guess that must be the truth.
Fun, and then all of a sudden they spent a little bit of time in jail, and it turns out.
Oh yeah, Philadelphia was where the police bombing went on.
For some people, at least, this scares them straight a little bit, and then all of a sudden she's like talking about never again, and I'm not going to loot. Good. That's how it's supposed to work. And you're not supposed to brag about committing crimes on tape. And guys, this is not just like, guys, like it bothers me deeply that they made this about race when it's about criminality. And I hate that those two things are now getting intermingled when they have no business being intermingled.
Look, there's criminality and then there's guilt. And I'm gonna say that Jink and Anna at this point are full of guilt, right? What they're doing is criminal. There's just not a crime. Yeah, the move bombing.
Intermingled. Okay, but
nobody was hurt in the looting, but they're just gonna let you, they're gonna rely on your ignorance to fill in the blanks, okay? To put that violence there where it wasn't.
Top of that, this is also about our sick need for fame. In the past, people would know not to brag about crimes. Now people do it all the time because they gotta get more famous. They gotta get more famous.
Mr. Public Access. Mr. Public Access, you want to tell me about people's pathological thirst for fame? Really?
But by the way, if you think at the end of the day that this is going to be bad for Meatball, I'm not sure that that's the case. She's going to get fame that she didn't have before, and at the end of the day, she might think that it was a win, and that's deeply disturbing.
Hey, thanks for watching that video. We really appreciate it, guys. And we appreciate it if you become members because that allows us.
So they send you to members only video, I'm guessing, so that it'll say, hey, this video is members only. If you wanna be able to watch it, here's the button to join. But mostly like they keep I think they're what is it? Their live stream behind the members only paywall. Because that's where all the juicy drama gets released. Wait, Natalie sent me something. Oh my god! Chazarus, thank you for re-upping your membership. And triggering the spicy file lady. Oh my god, a member twice. So I don't know if that means like secret Halo Club or something, maybe. Members only is where they say the N-word. Yeah, they're TYT is like known for that. Known for like, you know, just like, I mean, that was the thing that the compilation Olimi tweeted it was like all the TYT N-word incidents. So wait. Let's take a look at oh wait, this is the Vosch thing. Wait, what? Okay. That's not what I'm looking for. I think I copied the wrong thing. Went on to, oh wait, that's more. That is a good thing. Okay. So Natalie sent me more from Vosch. Apparently he went on to talk about the feud with Destiny. Unfortunately, I can't. I would love to show you the Destiny video responding to this, right? Because it's really interested. It's where he talks about Keffels and
the this, it's like every time, you know. We have to be strong. How much of the hate towards you is legitimate, or is it mostly just scripting? It's mostly legitimate. I mean, a lot of people just do the essentialization thing, right? No, thank you, Kowalski. Not anymore, Quoteth.
So like I said before, his stance on Brianna Wu makes it hard. And I don't know what President Sunday tweeted about that, as if Vosch made a good statement about transmedicalism. I don't see that. I don't see that as being a good take at all. But you know, President Sunday's trying to orbit. So anyway, that statement makes it harder for Demon Mama to be part of all this white leaf shit. What he's gonna say about Destiny, though, I have a feeling actually has implications towards the bridge with Keffels, because Keffels is moving into you know, making up with Destiny. I don't know how that's gonna end, chat. Like I said, I don't like Destiny's talking now like, you know, all is forgiven because Keffels takes are you know, closer to like DGG takes than Vosch takes, and you know, it's definitely the direction that Keffels is trying to move in. I get the feeling though that Vosch is not. So let's see what this is about.
Literally yesterday you started it. With who, Jank? Nice on you. Have you seen the big Destiny breakdown of your attacks on his community? No, of course I haven't. But like, who cares? Dude, are we on 2.5 years now of like mono-directional whining? Like, yeah, obviously. Like, I do find it particularly funny that after a VidCon panel where the main thing that Destiny wanted to contribute, much to the detriment of the broader conversation, you know, apropos of nothing, was, isn't the left bad because the left will virtue signal and nitpick and like tear apart one another and not work together on critical issues? And then he like storms back to his stream and he's like, I refuse to work in this environment anymore. I can't believe this. And then does like an hour of attack. Like it's been going on for years, folks. It's not going to change. Just volatile, you know? If the two of you are working together for PV, wouldn't it be better for the two of you to get along? The whole point of progressive victory, an organization, is that you can just send people over to do the canvassing. And the point of this is that not everyone who's sending the people has to get along. That's literally the design. That's the explicit purpose of the organization.
Oh wait.
That's what I advocate.
I'm sorry, that was a gifted YouTube membership. I didn't even catch that. Oh my god, for some reason I am not seeing this.
For it on the basis of if the precondition for being able to contribute was always like everyone involved has to get along, then it wouldn't work and it misses the point of coalition building. Also, he could like not be a freak if he wanted to, you know? Is Destiny angry you drank his water? That was my water! I brought 2 water. Vosch Juniper is
Listen, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it would suck if somebody drank my water. But what I get really mad about was the person that drank my wine. I was hanging out with some friends of mine, and they had another friend over. They thought they would introduce us, and you know, maybe we would hit it off or something. And like no, instead like this person like like I set my wine glass down and it was like fairly full, and then like they took my wine glass, like they'd already drained their wine glass like 90%, you know, and then they took my wine glass and drank the rest of that. And then afterwards the host was all like, would anyone like more wine? And they're like, yes, me like, right, they like drank all the wine. Like that definitely pisses me off.
Spend it again? Wait, again?
I don't usually drink wine. It's definitely him. The username is Kowalski from Nebraska. He has brought Mr. Host gifts before.
Like again?
I'm just like, it was really good wine too.
No.
Here we go.
How'd
Soul
she get
Life. There we go. There we go. Finally see it. Thank you for the gift membership to Chazardus.
How'd she get banned then unbanned then banned again? What's going on back there? God damn it. Comedy's illegal again.
As it should be. No, seriously though. Like, what is up with comics? I have so much... Look, I like being funny, but I have such a hard time, like, relating to stand-up people. I'm just like, seriously.
Supposedly, Destiny was saying you were kind of hijacking his polling/canvassing efforts in Wisconsin. He's saying that because he's a drama queen. I'm sorry, that just doesn't tie to reality.
Yeah, but so are
He'll
you.
say it for, like, it's completely disconnected from any rational assessment of what actually happened. I think that one of the things that I've actually been pretty consistent about is congratulating him for the work that he's done canvassing. Even, like, despite, like, the last time I saw a clip of Destiny on my stream and, like, reacted to it was him saying he wanted me dead. And in spite the, like, fervent, irrational, hysterical hatred from his side of things, I've always been like, well, the canvassing's good, right? And then, like, but that's not enough. Like, there's always whining. There's always, I'm being wronged. There's always, like, in spite of all of this, like, I'm the victim.
I mean, it is a little bit like Trump, right? The thing that Destiny does, that Vosch is talking about, is real. I did see the video that he's talking about. And yeah, Destiny's absolutely being a drama king. And I don't know. I mean, if anything, what it does is it makes the community tighter, more cult-like. It reinforces this idea because there are Vosch fans and there are Destiny fans and there are fans of Vosch and Destiny that call themselves friendship truthers. And what they mean by that is they want to think that Vosch and Destiny are secretly friends, right? They have worked together before, they have been friendly before, and they just want that back, right? It's ridiculous and sad and terminally online, but it does exist. But Vosch is honestly just too damn useful to Destiny as a bête noire. That's really what he serves as over there.
Blah, 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 blah. whining. And you know, the only objective of the whining is to get me to pay more attention to it. It's always like, well, if you want to debunk these ridiculous claims,
Oh, you got to
then
come
why
on my
don't
stream.
you spend 8 hours reacting to this 1 hour of him talking? Like, nah. Yeah, like a jilted ex-lover, but it's been years. Years. Pay attention, pay attention. It's funny, the only reason Juniper's tweet worked. I want Juniper back. Like now. Wait. What about her backup account?
Wait, we're not allowed to talk about her backup account. Vosch, stop dry snitching. Is he dry snitching?
It was unbanned? No, it got rebanned.
It got rebanned? Oh, I didn't know this. Wait, they never do this though. They never like, okay. So if you, I think what we're talking about is this. Juniper, aka Pudding Person, is a shitposter on Twitter. You know, on the left, but you know, in like the Vosch Keppel's frame of what is left, right? And you know, they got banned. I'm trying to remember for what. Oh yeah. They brought up Elon's pedo guy tweet and then said something like, you know, like that, like called Elon a PDF. And the joke in the, you know, the ideas was that like, well, you know, he does this to other people. Like he can't ban somebody for saying the same thing about him. You know, all kinds of audacious claims like that are leveled every day on Twitter. He doesn't seem to have a problem with it. With Juniper though, Juniper got banned and subsequently made an alt account. And what Vosch is saying, I think, is that alt account got banned. Now, generally this doesn't happen because if somebody makes an alt account, like, unless they're literally like, I am so-and-so, like, you don't really have any proof that they're so-and-so. It can be the same, you know, avatar, the same everything, and you don't really know if that's like really them. So a lot of times they just let people make new alts. For instance, no, I can't say for instance because I would be dry snitching, but I think you might know an account online that belongs to a streamer whose other Twitter account was banned.
What the fuck? Aren't backup accounts illegal on Twitter, Vosch? I mean,
technically, but it's hard to prove one.
Technically, but people do it all the time, so. Yeah, she has risen.
What?
What'd she get banned for? Okay, so Elon Musk removed the metadata, like the title and the subtitle, that is shown if you link an article. So now if you link an article, it's just like an image, which looks really dumb. And
no, it doesn't just look. No, what it looks like is it looks like a photo. It looks like a screenshot. It looks like it's just an image, right? But if you click on the image, you'll go to the article. It just doesn't show the link to the article because Twitter, like, low-key doesn't want you to know that's an article, because if you know it's an article, you might click it, and if you click it, you might leave Twitter. So Twitter wants you to stay on Twitter. They're hurting really bad. They need to keep everyone on Twitter themselves. So they basically just kind of like, I don't know, hamstrung, you know, your ability to link articles. And so as a result, you just see the image. And some people will type in like a headline, and you know, so that way you could kind of make it look like, you know, whatever the headline you want it to be. Elon is a PDF, you know, could be the headline,
that everyone was like, you know, new evidence found in Elon Musk pedophilia case, something she did as well. And it got like 100K likes, and she got banned for it. I assume she got banned for that. I don't know what else it would have been for, you know. But like the idea, like Elon Musk is currently being sued for lying and saying that some like left journalist was a neo-Nazi or whatever. And the tweet that he made that's getting him sued over it is still up. Libs of TikTok constantly.
Yeah, it was.
You know,
Was it one of those? It was one of those like masked Nazis, right? That got unmasked, and people started saying it looked like somebody, and it wasn't this person. But Elon, I think Elon, like signal boosted that.
Makes post that leads to death and bomb threats against doctors and schools, and all those tweets remain up. And then an innocent little joke. Not even a journalist, just a random guy. Oh, just
the other person that I'm wondering like how much they're going to be able to sue people is God, what is his name? Ray Epps. Ray Epps is a chud. Ray Epps was at January 6th, and basically at some point was filmed saying like we need to go into the Capitol. And everybody around Ray Epps in that video was calling him a Fed. And, you know, I mean, like, I guess I get it why you'd think that, you know, that person is a Fed. They could be a Fed, but they more likely are a chud. They want to go in and they want to stop the peaceful transfer of power. And Ray Epps was far from the only one that day that was there that day that wanted to be that, right? That wanted to do that, right? So they've kind of focused on Ray Epps and, you know, just in the conservative press and, you know, basically insinuated that he is like working for the federal government, that he was there to, and it feeds into the story that like, oh yeah, the chuds didn't really want to, you know, run into the Capitol and stuff, but they got tricked. They got tricked by feds. There was feds and Antifa and anti-feds and Antifa feds. And they were all there, and they tricked the good people of this country into doing that stuff, and you know some of them you know caught charges for that. So Ray Epps is the other person. I think Ray Epps is definitely suing. Was it Tucker Carlson or Fox News? I can't remember, but somebody that was on Fox News got legal action from Ray Epps, and I wouldn't be surprised if Elon did as well, because it's the kind of story that he loves.
a random guy, just a random guy. He defamed some young Jewish guy.
Ew, the serfs is in there.
Calling him a neo-Nazi who lived 3 states away. It ruined his life. The lawyer who took out Alex Jones is defending him. Nice, yeah, and that's still up, you know? Oh, by the way, you want to know why? You want to know the actual reason why he got rid of the metadata associated with links? It's this. We know why now.
Okay, I kind of
Twitter is serving users with a new ad format.
I kind of want to know this.
That can't be blocked or reported, and they're not even disclosed as ads. Here's an ad format. See? This seems unbelievable, but it happens in Dubai every day. And then, apparently they're also going to be removing the engagement underneath a tweet, so they're not going to show likes, comments, or retweets. They're only going to show views. That's not legal in the slightest. No, to my understanding, it is not legal. You have to disclose that an ad is an ad. So yeah, Twitter is just going to be full of this from now on. You can't block it. You can't remove it. It's just like, cool, now this gets to be interspersed. Every third tweet you look at gets to be this.
So in essence, it's to make it more, to make those ads more believable by having them appear to just be like links made by a user.
Or this, if you suffer from ringing ears, you're going to love this recent breakthrough, and you know it's all going to...
I love recent breakthroughs.
...be like absolute bottom of the barrel, like posts as well, because the only people who are paying for ads on Twitter are going to be like, is that fucking baby oil?
It's baby oil. He's putting baby oil in his ear.
That says baby oil.
It does. It's made from real babies, Vosch.
Don't put baby oil in your ears to cure tinnitus. I don't think that
I mean, it's
works.
probably not a good idea.
I don't know for sure that that doesn't work, but I don't think that works. Kill the snail in your
Epps
ear.
is suing
Yeah.
Fox. Okay.
Baby oil is usually used to help swimmers here. I don't think it helps with tinnitus. Yeah, well, anyway, in case you were wondering why Elon removed the metadata from links and also seems to want to remove the likes, comments, and retweets.
He threatens to do so much effed up shit, right? And some of it he does, and some of it he just like for instance, right? He's threatened to remove the ability to block. So if there's somebody harassing you on Twitter, you wouldn't be able to block them. You could mute them. You could not pay attention to them, but they'd still be there. You know, if you do a regular post, you know, they'd still be able to reply, still be able to at you, still be able to, you know, cause problems for you. Yeah, so they want to remove the blocking feature. He said that even right-wingers were not in favor of that. Right-wingers were afraid of being, you know, subject to you, dear chatter, potentially having to listen to your tweets, right? Who they've maybe blocked. But there's how many lawsuits does Fox have? Yeah, what is Fox going to do? Smartmatic lawsuit is huge, maybe bigger than the Dominion lawsuit, right? And I think there's, yeah, the Ray Epps lawsuit. So many. No wonder Rupert Murdoch is retiring. Hey, I hope they go the way of the dinosaur too, but unfortunately, if they do, they'll probably be replaced by OAN.
Under a post. It's purely.
Yeah, he wants to remove the blocks, and then what was the other thing that he threatened to do? Oh yeah, make everybody pay. Charge a nominal price for just using Twitter. So now it's like if you want to be a blue check, if you want to get your replies to the top of every thread, you can pay $11, $8, whatever it is. But he wanted to like require, you know, some sort of nominal fee from everybody. He said in order to limit the ability of bots to operate, but everybody knows that that isn't actually going to work.
So that Twitter can be like 50% this in a desperate effort to make back some money. The evaluation of Twitter has gone from like 44 billion to 8 billion or some shit like that. Like it's tanked in terms of you know, profit and market viability. And yeah. Oh, I'm sure, DM. Wouldn't these types of ads just resemble bots, the thing he claims to want to get rid of so badly? Yeah, well, he obviously doesn't care about bots. There was a big report that was done a while ago that showed...
As long as the bots are paying him. As long as the bots are paying him.
It basically guaranteed that a significant portion of Elon Musk followers, like half of them, were bots. Accounts that have been made recently that had like random garbage tag names that had like no engagement on Twitter other than following or liking Elon Musk. And I don't know why, like why on earth that wouldn't be bots, you know?
Okay, well, interesting stuff, Vosch, as always. Thank you. I wanted to watch one more TYT video. But get ready, because this one promises to be infuriating. I want to watch one more of these, and then we'll play a little bit of Star Trek. Gordon Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay, no. Wait, it's the same video. How did I get to the same video twice? That must be my fault.
Squad members, court.
Here we go. It's our friend. It's our favorite TYT correspondent, Ben Glebe. See what he has to say today. I'm sure it'll be great.
Bush and Rashida Tlaib.
But not as great as remembering to warn you of the impending top of the hour ad break. Hey, it's like a little past the top of the hour, but you're going to get an ad break nonetheless, like you do every hour on the hour, thanks to Twitch. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can discontinue seeing them by using a Twitch Prime. That is a free to you sub. As long as you have, if you have Amazon Prime, you have access to a free sub. If you use it on my channel, you will no longer see those ads. You can also get out of it by paying $5 to Twitch to get yourself a sub, or possibly, I mean, although this hasn't worked out too well for people today, possibly, you know, sometimes people buy gift subs. When they do, you're more likely to get one of those gift subs if you're active in the chat, because, you know, it's just simply a person would see you around, see that you don't have a little Persona 2 avatar next to your name, and thus take pity on you and pull you out of that ad break.
Are receiving harsh criticism from fellow Democrats over their responses to Hamas's assault on Israel and the ensuing escalation of violence. Let's start with what Cori Bush stated last Saturday, just a couple days ago. I am heartbroken by the ongoing violence in Palestine and Israel.
Why is apartheid in quotes? Good catch.
I strongly condemn the targeting of civilians, and I urge an immediate ceasefire and de-escalation to prevent further loss of life. Our immediate focus must be saving lives, but our ultimate focus must be on a just and lasting peace that ensures safety for everyone in the region. Violations of human rights do not justify more violations of human rights, and a military response will only exacerbate the suffering of Palestinians and Israelis.
Is this what he's going to have a problem with?
Alike, indicating there that she does not think there should be a military response to slaughter in the streets and homes of the Israeli population. She continues, as part of achieving a just and lasting peace.
I heard Twitter is worse than it's ever been. I mean,
we must do our part to stop this violence and trauma by ending U.S. government support for Israeli military occupation and apartheid. A word that I think is ridiculous to use, and she's literally suggesting that we, in the middle of this,
a ridiculous word to use to describe a system of separate treatment for separate groups of people, that, you know, segregation and the. No, I feel like that perfectly describes what's going on.
Horrible terrorist tragedy and attack on the Israeli people, that we end U.S. government support for our ally, our only true ally in the region, Israel. Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American member of Congress.
I feel like if somebody tells you that they're your only true friend, right? Maybe.
Also referred to the conditions in Palestine as apartheid. She wrote, I grieve the Palestinian and Israeli lives lost yesterday, today, and every day. I am determined as ever to fight for a just future.
So far, I'm hearing centrist. I'm hearing fence. Like I don't see like a.
To that future must include lifting the blockade, ending the occupation, and dismantling the apartheid system that creates the suffocating, dehumanizing conditions that can lead to resistance.
What is wrong with this?
As long as our country provides billions in unconditional funding to support the apartheid government, this heartbreaking cycle of violence will continue. So again, calling for an end of aid to our ally, Israel. Fellow Democrat Richie Torres took issue with those remarks and said the following in a statement. U.S. aid to Israel is and should be unconditional, and never more so than in this moment of critical need. Congress must act decisively to provide Israel with whatever it needs to defend itself in the face of unprecedented terrorism. Shame on anyone who glorifies as resistance the largest single-day mass murder of Jews since.
Again, not what was in that tweet.
The Holocaust. It is reprehensible and repulsive. Josh Gottheimer, another Democrat, issued a similar critique. Two of my colleagues called for America to end assistance to Israel despite the countless images of Israeli children, women, men, and elderly, including Americans, murdered by radical Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists. It sickens me that while Israeli...
It's just like chocked full of propaganda. It's chocked full of propaganda. Utilizing, disgust, shock, and fear in order to motivate more atrocities. And wait, was it the previous? Did they switch it on me like at the last second? A radical Iranian-backed Hamas terror, right? We just gotta throw in that Iran. We don't know this, but you know, Iran is an ally, so therefore we're gonna say that Iran had, you know, we're gonna strongly imply that Iran had something to do with this incident.
Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists. It sickens me that while Israelis clean the blood of their family members shot in their homes, they
We
believe
need to stop associating. Yeah, that's right. The two, like I said before, the two sides that benefit from that conflation of you know, the Jewish people with Israel are far right anti-Semites and far right and the far right in Israel. Like that's.
Congress should strip U.S. funding to our Democratic ally and allow innocent civilians to suffer. Both Ilhan Omar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez issued less fiery statements than their peers in the squad. They called for a ceasefire and de-escalation. AOC did not refer to Israel as an apartheid state. And Omar stated that, quote, according to Amnesty International.
Okay, so chat, like Ben Glebe is setting us up. Ben Glebe is reading out the tweets and everything, the responses. And guess who's going to jump into this conversation? None other than Cenk Uygur.
Human Rights Watch, the UN, and Israeli human rights group B'Tselem. Israel's policies meet the definition of apartheid. So she did, in fact, use that term. Cenk?
Yeah. So I want to get to a constructive solution in a second. We do have some disagreements. I wouldn't use the word apartheid at this juncture. It's rubbing salt in very recent and raw and horrible wounds. But I don't disagree that that the occupation is some form of.
Okay, so Cenk is going to be the more reasonable. Cenk is going to be the good cop here, I guess. I don't know. So he's like, it's not wrong to call it apartheid, but really right now we should refrain from doing so. Be inconsiderate to mention the fact that it is apartheid-like, similar to apartheid, identical to apartheid.
Of apartheid. You know, then we could parse words. No, don't call it that. Call
yeah, he's basically a right winger.
Something else. But the occupation is a deeply problematic. I think the core of the problem to begin with. We had a discussion about that in the last segment that we did, but I wouldn't go in that direction. So Cori Bush says, you know, don't have more war, right? Of course, none of us want more war, but of course Israel is going to try to find the people who have been kidnapped. Of course, Israel is going to strike back against Hamas. So how do you do it without killing more innocent civilians, like hitting at you know, an 11-story building, etc.? Well, that solution is not good or easy either. And so, it's easy for me to say from, you know, safely outside of Israel, and I'm not in the Israeli Defense Forces, but this is the same thing that I say in the context when America.
Yeah, it's optics. That's what he's, yeah. So he's like, yeah, it is apartheid. We just like
America does
can't
this,
say it.
which is
right now.
You need more people on the ground, and you need to go do the very, very difficult task of finding Hamas inside Gaza. So that means, yes, more soldiers will die, but I would rather have more soldiers on both sides do what they do than have more
That's what a soldier is for. Okay.
Civilians on both sides die.
To kill people and die. Cool.
So, but it is a dangerous.
What a fucked up mentality from somebody that made his media empire off of opposing the Iraq War. What a fucked up place to be.
And not an easy situation at all. Okay?
Wait, is Ben Glebe like a known far right or like is as I don't know what Ben Glebe's background is other than I guess he's a comedian.
Okay. I don't believe we should give unconditional aid to Israel, but this is not the time to withdraw aid from Israel. At the same time, I wouldn't increase aid. They have an overwhelming advantage.
Okay, so I can see where maybe they're gonna disagree. I don't know though.
Over the Palestinians.
Actually, I don't think I've heard Ben talk about this stuff. So
over Lebanon, you name it. They have
just from the setup that he did, right?
More.
Iran? How about Iran? That is backing. That is backing.
Yeah, Israel has an unbelievable military advantage over Iran.
Yes, but I just don't want to underscore. I don't want to understate the fact that Iran is backing these horrible murders and horrible terrorist attacks.
Yeah, Iran, the Iranian government.
What does that mean? Because when you say that, it sounds like you're saying that Iran is providing like material aid, like right, or planning or intelligence or something, right? But I know that 4 days ago, when this video came out, or maybe even 5 days ago, right, depending on when they uploaded it, I know you didn't know that. I know that wasn't confirmed. So you are jumping out on a limb, stating that it is Iranian-backed without really knowing what you're talking about.
Is awful, not just because of this, but also because of how they oppress their own people, and their list of crimes goes on and on. Again, that's not the question. The question is, what do you do about that? But Ben is right to point that out.
But also, just quickly, you said you wouldn't call it apartheid, then you said you'd call it some form of apartheid. And I just want to say on the definitions of apartheid, which typically is the rule from the minority of the majority, which is not the case here, but further, it's about racial segregation, legalized racial segregation. One group is deprived of political and civil rights. That is not the case here either.
Really? Really?
Because like I said in the last segment, we have 21% of doctors and nurses in Israel are Palestinians. We have a Palestinian.
So because you're doing a brain drain to Palestine, it's okay? Because you're taking Palestinians who have that training and employing them in hospitals in Israel? Then it's not really...
On the Israeli Supreme Court, we have increasing numbers in recent years of people from Gaza being allowed work permits into Israel to bring more money into the Gaza Strip and into the Palestinian territories. And you have Israeli settlers going into the Palestinian territories, which we both agree is not a good policy, but is the opposite of segregation. It's literally integrating Jews in with the Palestinians in these areas.
That's integration? Dort and Rubin are far right now. Glebe will be soon. I mean, like, look, you're right. You're right. TYT has spun off a ton of right-wing personalities. I'm just wondering if people know about like Ben Gleibe's, like what if Ben Gleibe has a particular political reputation that I'm like not aware of. Yeah, no, this is just, no. That's what he said. Technically, the settlements would be a form of integration. No, he just said that. Like...
So by no definition is it apartheid. Is it a messed up situation? Yes. Do the Palestinian people...
Oh my God, you're butt-actualing apartheid? Actually...
Need to come to the table, and do the Israelis need to come to the table and find a peaceful solution, find a two-state solution, find one that can end this? Of course. But to use a term that just doesn't meet the definition just seems...
Yeah, we know now that, Iran did not have...
to further amplify and inflame anti-Semitism that just doesn't meet the basic definition of these words.
So, Ben, I said I wouldn't use apartheid.
So wait, no, which is it? That it's not a fucked up thing that's going on? and so therefore it's amplifying, you know, anti-Semitism because it's an untrue thing being attributed not to Jewish people but to the state of Israel, right? But you're gonna call that like which one is it? Because you just said like what you gave me was not like, you know, hey, it's definitely not that. You know, they're not doing anything that bad, right? You didn't tell me that. You tell me, yeah, they're doing something kind of bad, but technically maybe because of the nature of the settlements, apartheid would not be the best word to describe it, because, you know, apartheid implies separation, and you've got, you know, people, as he said, integrating themselves into the Palestinian neighborhoods. That is like, God, okay, like, look, George Orwell's fictional Big Brother government has like a place for this guy. Honestly, that's beautiful doublespeak that you just engaged in.
Today, that's not the right way to go as Israel's suffering these horrible wounds.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
and deaths.
No, you're right. UC Love, they absolutely want to justify military action against Iran. They've been like angling for it. The U.S. you know military industrial complex has been angling for it for years.
Etc. In terms of the definition of apartheid, you could parse it in two different ways. Ben explained, like when you're talking about minority rule over a majority, I wouldn't say that qualifies. But it doesn't, I don't care about the exact words that are being used. But my point overall, Ben, is if you say that Israel is treating the Palestinians fairly, which I don't think you're saying.
No.
Yeah, that's not at all true, right? And so maybe Palestinians inside Israel, and yes, they've got some discrimination there too, for sure, but overall they're citizens, etc. But the Palestinians in the occupied territories have no rights, and so their lack of freedom, lack of state, lack of rights is an abomination. And you can call that abomination any word you like, it doesn't really matter, okay? And so,
but much of their lack of rights in Gaza specifically is due to Hamas being a jihadi terrorist organization that literally.
It's true that a lot of the justification for the limitations of their rights, and let's not just say limitate, I don't know what he said, but like, right, we're talking about an embargo of necessary goods, of needed goods. We're talking about a limit on the amount of clean water that they can get. We're talking about a limit in the amount of food that they can get. We're talking about a limit in the types of supplies, the types of food, the types of, you know, of what can be, you know, brought into the Gaza Strip in terms of this embargo. So let's like be real clear about that.
Wants to only create jihad against the Jewish people in Israel, deprives people of human rights, is the worst possible against the LGBTQ community.
Oh, there we go, the Sam Harris shit.
When Israel is the most open in the Middle East when it comes to that.
So Ben, let me ask you
throw
something.
people off buildings.
Oh my God, here we go. This is the classic. This is the classic right wing, like, you know, like looking at this is the classic like anti you know, like right. I feel like this viewpoint, this perspective came out of the new atheist movement, right? People that were like, I don't like religion. And then at some point they decided, I don't like any religion, but I really, really, really don't like Islam. And you know, this is the kind of manipulative, like evocation of, yeah, real events that have happened, you know, tragedies and atrocities that have been done to LGBT people. Look, I mean, I am who he's talking about here. We've listened to Ben Gleib's views on trans rights before, and I wasn't particularly impressed. You know, his claim that Israel's stance on LGBT people compared to other, which like, is there even like gay marriage? Is there? Wait, I can't remember. I'm not sure. I actually don't. I remember this being a point of discussion, but I'm not sure if it's. Hey, what's up, Nabil? Good to see you. We are watching wonderful content as always here. TYT's take on Isreal Palestine.
I know we can go back into all of that.
We do have a little bit. Did Ben Glebe do something stupid? Well, yeah. In this case, actually, like Cenk Uygur is, I wouldn't say the voice of reason because he's fairly compromised, right? But he's offering like a less like a less horrible viewpoint than Ben Glebe.
Right. And so I'm not arguing in favor of Hamas or all the terrible things that they've done. And I know you're not arguing in favor of the terrible things Netanyahu has done.
Not at all.
Okay. So what I look, this is at the risk of opening this up when we have no time left, but I don't know what the Palestinian people, not Hamas, what the Palestinian people are supposed to do. So 56 years of occupation, nothing works. Going to the UN doesn't work. Peace treaties don't work. The violence doesn't work. So
it's kind of weird because in their other coverage of this incident, when Cenk and Anna talked about it, like Cenk's take essentially was like that, this had ruined it for the Palestinian people. This had blown it, like, right? And you almost got the feeling that he was, talking either to hypothetical Palestinian or who maybe is or maybe isn't involved in Hamas and like lecturing that that hypothetical person on how they had blown their wonderful opportunity and all they had to do was be peaceful despite this constant state of embargo, this the continued occupation and all the rest, right? And that whoever the hypothetical person he's speaking to has blown it, right? It's TYT is weird these days. I got to tell you, it feels so incredibly right wing.
If Israel was occupied in a similar situation,
you watched Cenk's discussion with Hasan, and screaming men is a huge trigger for me. Cenk sets me off like 50 times. Cenk was so unbearable in that conversation.
And Muslims have been occupying the Jewish people inside Israel for 50 to 75 years. I don't know what we would counsel them. I don't know what you would counsel them. I don't know what I would counsel them. But
wait, this sounds like the Michael Brooks take. Have people seen that? We watched that maybe on the first day on Monday. I think we watched that on. We watched Hasan talk about that.
Are they just supposed to just sit there and take it? And how long do they take it?
No, I think obviously when you have, at the first place, lost territory in war, any nation by modern standards, then that is part of their territory. Israel has been willing to negotiate, has given up territory, is willing to give up more territory, not under this current regime. That needs to change. So the Israeli people need to rise up against Netanyahu as soon as this current
Hey, I'm glad you're at least willing to grant that.
Horrible situation is over and demand change of leadership. And the exact same thing is what I would advise the Palestinian people is to rise up and demand change of leadership. The vast majority still support Hamas, and the vast majority of Palestinians in Israel say that they would not move to a Palestinian state if one was given to them because of the horrible conditions that Hamas creates for them.
Not the embargo, not the occupation. It's Hamas. And we can just use that to conflate Hamas with the Palestinian people and justify more atrocities towards them. Great.
In those territories, they would much rather stay under the rule of Israel, those who live in Israel. So it has to come through electing, demanding, kicking out Hamas, electing a reasonable leadership, and then negotiating.
Under occupation, you will never get people to vote.
Yeah, exactly. We've talked about the problems with this, right? We've talked about the model for compromise and for coexistence. That that was attempted in the West Bank, and how that has worked out for the West Bank, which currently looks like Swiss cheese, carved up by settlements impossible to traverse due to multiple checkpoints, and in general just like in a sad state, right? And like Hasan was saying, once you've been dispossessed, once you've been chased out of the West Bank, you can never return.
For moderates. It's not possible. It's never been done in world history. When people are occupied, oppressed, don't have rights.
Yeah, would you apply that to Ukraine?
Or live under the
Probably
rule
not.
of someone else, some other ethnicity, tribe, religion, etc. They have never ever voted for moderate leaders. It's just, it's not
That's like,
possible.
that argument is exactly like you saying we should re-elect Trump. It's exactly like you saying here in America.
Well, by the way, Jink is like, well, by the way, actually, maybe we should know.
It's not possible.
No,
We're under
I would
such
love
terrible
for them.
times.
No, I would love for them to vote for moderate leaders. I'm not saying don't. I would love it.
I think what he's saying is that the situation that they're put in is one in which a moderate leadership is not going to emerge. That there have been moderate leaders, or so-called, there have been, different forms of leadership, and they have been strategically marginalized.
The only solution.
But no, that can't be the only solution. That means it'll be a permanent occupation, because people that are in those conditions never vote for moderates. It's a way of saying, that's it, we're never gonna free you. So I would free, as we discussed earlier, I would free them, I would build giant walls, and then if they dare cross over, the whole world agrees with you in striking back. And so last things though on this is, thank God we gave Israel Iron Dome. That saved probably countless lives in that assault. Those are kids, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, uncles whose lives.
Yeah, it's too bad we can't do the same thing for Palestine. It's too bad we can't put a literal Iron Dome over those cities so that civilian targets cannot be attacked, right? So that a place where 40% of the population is under 14 years of age, where 50% of the population is under 18 years of age, cannot be bombed, have the quote unquote grass mown every few years as it has been. Yeah, it's too bad. It's really too bad.
Were saved. So if you question the military assistance to Israel, I understand in terms of some of the policies of Israel, etc. On the other hand, look at all the lives we just saved. And I'll always take saving lives over not saving lives. But yes, some can find this controversial. I don't. I would also give Iron Dome to the Palestinians.
Okay.
And so that you can't just knock down civilian buildings, hospitals, schools, and go, oh well. So I know, but if you say no, only one side should have Iron Dome and the other side shouldn't, that is a tough moral argument. But I'm thrilled that Iron Dome protected the Israeli civilians that it did.
Yeah, but how about just negotiate and not continue to use violence as a means for peace?
You're acting like that there's a negotiating partner, a reasonable partner on the other end of that negotiation, when in reality, it is Netanyahu, but not just Netanyahu. Netanyahu, with his ability to negotiate, being hamstrung by the far right elements of his government, right? So slightly worse than Netanyahu is who you're having that, that negotiation with. God damn.
You cannot initiate violence as a means for peace.
I totally agree with that. So the Hamas attack is unjustifiable, it's immoral.
And
it's
always
wrong.
when the rockets come, and so that's the problem. There's never an instance in recent history where the Israeli government is initiating violence against the Palestinian people in these territories.
Except that they're doing violence against the Palestinian people every single day.
Occupation is endless violence. They have to live under that rule. Thousands are imprisoned all the time. People, we cover the stories of the doctors, the nurses, anyone that came not even close to the wall were shot and killed. So there's been endless IDF atrocities, because that's what you do when you occupy people. You can't pleasantly occupy them, you crush them. And I don't want that. It's ruining the moral fiber of people I love. And so please stop. It's like 1967, Israeli professor says, if we continue this occupation all the way back then, he said, it's not gonna ruin Palestine. Yes, it will, but it's gonna ruin Israel. Stop. If you don't let these people go, we're gonna have to keep them down for all this time. And it's not only gonna ruin them, it's gonna ruin us. I couldn't agree more with that Israeli professor. So look, but we've said our piece. You know what the reality is, and there are no winners here, okay? only horrible death. Please somehow get the peace.
But just one last point, please, because you know for a fact that if you just let these people go, quote unquote, like you say, with Hamas in charge, they will immediately attempt and will succeed at killing mass numbers of Israelis. That's what
You've got a situation where the results of the occupation are being treated as an excuse, no, an imperative for further occupation. Okay, that is the wrong time for that music to come in. What the? Oh my god, I am so sorry, chat. I did not mean for that music. Can I turn it off? There we go. Sorry, we are not ready for that yet.
Will do the moment they get that freedom.
Israelis
it's in their
inside
charter.
Israel?
The Israelis inside Israel. The Israelis inside their own territory for
Same-sex
certain will be
marriage
killed like this.
Is not legal in Israel. I'm sure that Ben's comeback to that would be that there's more restrictive rules in parts of the Muslim world. So, but yeah, that's it. It's kind of a weird thing. It's a kind of a weird flex.
Instantly, and that's hundreds of thousands of Israeli people. You just cannot do that. You can't acknowledge on the one hand they are barbaric and horrible and they're dictatorial and just let them go and see what happens. It would be mass slaughter. So
The Tabernacles take.
So hopefully, what I hope happens is while is going forward.
This is literally like Vosch's conversation with Professor Flowers here, right? You saw that the prospect of white genocide as like far from a from being a possibility, let alone a reality, as that really was, became justification on Vosch's part for an absolute denial of self-determination of colonized people, right? This is an ugly, immoral phenomenon.
After this is done, the initiation of violence should be what's repudiated instantly on either side by the world community. Because we could end up in World War III over this. Iran gets involved, and Russia gets involved, and China gets involved on their side, and we have a huge international problem on our hands. But I hope what happens is Israel is successful in dismantling Hamas in the coming weeks and months. We'll see what happens.
With
but
like brute force attacks that you know end up unaliving as many citizens as many people that aren't in Hamas as or more than it does to like actual Hamas members. That's
if they do that, then I think is the one chance you can then hopefully help bring to.
They've killed.
So you're just literally justifying more violence, more killing of civilians. That's
bring a reasonable group.
Palestinians that Hamas will only be stronger, not weaker.
Well, it will probably be a ground war, and it hopefully will be much more targeted, and it will hopefully will result in the killing of as
like TYT. There's something really wrong with it, okay? And I know that I'm saying this. I know that I'm preaching to the choir here, right? I know that there's no stands of TYT in my audience, but this is like it. They don't look okay. Like
few civilians as humanly possible, but as you yourself said, there is no choice but to retaliate. So we have to hope it's done in a way that minimizes civilian loss, and we can find a way forward with a negotiating partner. But you cannot negotiate with terrorists hell-bent on killing you, so that has to change.
Yeah, he's thrilled Israel is warning civilians.
Well, the Palestinians could say the same thing about the Israelis. We cannot negotiate with monsters who have occupied us for 75 years, deprived of us.
And who have gone to the negotiating table so many times?
Etc. So we can go back and forth on that 100 times. But look, there is a model. People are not going to like the model. Turkey took over Cyprus, and instead of keeping the whole thing, and instead of occupying the Greeks in that island for decades after a decade, they said, you guys go over there, we come over here, and then we build a giant wall. You know how many people have died in Cyprus since then? 0. So we could say that's a terrible model. I would take that model over this model. And so but if you do a peace treaty, the whole point of peace is that you do not slaughter people. And so if that peace treaty is violated, then the whole world would unite against Hamas or whoever violated it. That's the point of peace treaties, and we have to get to one.
Oh my God. This is frustrating. Okay, so yeah, back here in front of the set of leftovers. Such a weird day. Such a weird day. How is everybody? How are we doing? Cav had a great video on this. Yeah, I really like Cavernacle.
So I've been thinking about, how to construct this video. Like, what should I talk about specifically?
Feels weird,
and
yeah.
The title might be something specific. Like, in my head right now, I'm thinking about, like, Western celebrities, maybe, like liberal celebrities. But it could be anything, because this is just going to be, I wouldn't say rambling video, but I haven't really got a structure in my head beyond a few screenshots. And of course, we're talking about the war in Gaza, the war between Hamas and various other insurgent groups and the IDF, and really how the mask has dropped from the Israeli government, just flat out calling for genocide and war crimes. But also, while they do that, basically every single person in the West is cheering them on. Like, most people in governments, whether they be liberals or whether they be even progressives or whether they be conservatives, are all saying Israel has a right to defend itself. So when people in Netanyahu...
Yeah, and it was weird, Nabil, that Ethan went after Froan when Hasan had a lot of the same, like he could have gone after, like Hasan was like saying a lot of the same things, right?
Parties say they should nuke Gaza. I guess that's fine. When Israeli Defense Force spokespeople say our soldiers won't be charged with war crimes and do what they want. These are animals in Gaza. And we've known for a long time the Israeli government see Palestinians as animals, but now they're saying it. But what has the
They're using a lot more
human
of that,
rights
animal dehumanizing language.
And the leader of the Labour Party, Keir Starmer, got to say about this? Oh, Israel has a right to defend itself. So I guess genocidal rhetoric and just, taking revenge on all Gazans for the actions of Hamas, I guess that is justified now, according to every Western government. Apparently Netanyahu and Biden had a call recently. Biden didn't say anything about having restraint.
Yeah, he saw Froan as an easy target. Yeah, that's right. Because of Froan being a woman with a hijab, like, right, motivating hatred, getting hate to flow against her is, it's not fighting the current at all. It's very much going with the flow of oppression.
He does not care. We know what Biden thinks about Israel. And what it shows to everyone is Western liberalism, Western conservatism doesn't fucking matter. They're both genocidal. They don't care. They're both insanely hypocritical. Whereas every Russian is a Nazi because of what their government are doing in Ukraine. But every Israeli soldier and like 10% of the Jewish population who are actually in the military, in apparently a free country and a democracy, they're all freedom fighting heroes for doing this stuff willingly. They keep voting for this stuff. They keep voting for apartheid and Zionist colonialism. And we're meant to think that all Russian people are bad and should be banned from everything because of their dictatorship doing terrible things. But in the only democracy in the Middle East, it's called, in the only democracy that's free, their choice is apartheid, colonialism, And most of them are fine with doing their national service in the IDF to uphold that, right? So it seems to me very interesting that we have this double standard in how we demonize different people. And also in the only democracy in the Middle East, all these people willingly joining the IDF despite all the terrible things they've done for 70 years, basically. And these people often come from wealthy backgrounds, privileged backgrounds, but also we can't understand why Palestinians might fight back one day. They might do terrible things. How the Israeli government's actions have provoked a reaction which is terrible. And on that note, you guys can't understand why there might be this terrible reaction from Palestinians, mainly Hamas, and, you know, the war crimes they've committed, the atrocities and stuff. I'm not even trying to pretend that's not happening, although I will say there is an information war online where the Israeli government are just making stuff up as well, because they know that lots of Westerners will just believe anything to do with Hamas. They even tweeted the other day that Hamas equals ISIS, because they know Westerners don't see a difference between Hamas, ISIS, Hezbollah, Taliban, Al-Qaeda. We think they're all the same thing. All crazy Muslims who are just terrorists and evil because they're Muslim, right? They think we believe that. But some of you might be saying to yourself and asking yourself, you know, no matter what Israel have done to the Palestinians, this reaction is unjustifiable. Unjustifiable. And the only way I can make sense of it is if everyone who's doing it is some crazy evil Muslim who just hates Jews, right? That's what you're thinking in your head. So I want to give you some historical events for you, right? So the Haitian Revolution. Obviously, Haiti was a slave colony of the Europeans, of France, where every black person in Haiti was treated as human property. And as human property, when you do terrible things to a slave, there's no laws against it. You can rape them, you can murder them, you can do whatever. You can treat them however you want. So obviously the Haitian Revolution took place over like 80 years, fighting back against French colonialism, this brutal fight. And once they actually won their revolution, they did terrible things to the French there. The French civilians, women, children, they did terrible things, right? And this is the point that people keep making. In a vacuum, of course, we understand that it's terrible what they did. Killing people is terrible. But those massacres of white people in Haiti, that was set in motion when the French were starting the slave colony, right? And that's the way you have to think about it, right? It's a cause and effect rather than, oh my God, evil people, evil people. Because yes, this stuff is terrible. But at the same time, the horror of being a slave in the 1800s in a slave colony, your family or your friends are property of someone else. Like literally, you're not even human. And the whole society treat you like this. And the mindset that creates in people and the violence they can carry out once this has been done to them, you see it throughout history. When you dehumanize a group of people enough, the violence they carry out, it can just be insane. Another example for you, Czechoslovakia, World War II. Of course, the Germans used the pretense of, oh, we have to protect ethnic Germans in Sudetenland from the Czech government. So, going to invade Sudetenland? Actually, no, let's invade the whole of Czechoslovakia. Let's divide it into two Nazi governments. And let's, you know, give Heydrich the reins of power, one of the worst Nazis there was. And now Czechoslovakia is a German colony where Slavs are seen as subhuman, where we're going to do...
Yeah, you see, you're right. It's, what's robbed from this discussion is the historical context. Especially when language, and you've heard this language being used by the, you know, like in reporting, out of nowhere, unprovoked, right? Unprovoked. That's what you kept on hearing. That is a way to erase the long-term violence and the everyday violence done to the Palestinian people.
The Holocaust, where we're just going to do terrible things, where everyone who isn't an ethnic German is not equal. And this is a colony of the Nazis, one of the longest colonies of the Nazis as well. When you read about the Nazi occupation of Czechoslovakia, it's just insane. What they did after Heydrich was killed, just going out and just picking out random people and gassing them straight away. Did not give a shit, right? Terrible. And obviously the war ends. The Czechoslovakian people, they fairly elect a communist government because they feel sold out by the West, because the West did sell them out. And then what happened to the Sudeten Germans? What happened to all the Germans that had come over and settled there? Became part of this settler colonial class. Most of them were kicked out of Czechoslovakia, sent on these brutal marches back to Germany. And obviously what happened is people took their revenge. Czech people killed them. vigilante mobs went after them in their towns, and they did these brutal marches and stuff, right? And we all know that type of violence is terrible. But again, it's a cause and effect thing. That was set into motion by the Nazis' colonization of Czechoslovakia, right? Where they created a system of dehumanization of these people, did terrible things to these people for years. And then what happens in these instances is often the violence either in response to this or the violence that comes after this is terrible because of what you did to these people. And it happened in other places like Rhodesia as well. And there are very few examples of something like this going peacefully. South Africa is one. Thanks to Nelson Mandela, but also because Nelson Mandela eventually had Western support and the West turned against apartheid South Africa. So it was in South Africans' best interest to not start doing reprisals against white South Africans afterwards. And like I said, if you create a system where you dehumanize a group of people and the whole of society is complicit and there's no one really advocating for you, there's no one trying to overturn this, just everyone is in on it, then that's why the violence can just be so terrible. And now we go to Palestine as well, and we've seen the stuff Hamas have been doing. Absolutely, terrible stuff. Like, I wouldn't recommend anyone go watch some of these videos, but on the other hand, I wouldn't recommend anyone go watch the videos of Israel flattening Gaza recently, because, seeing dead children, no matter who it is absolutely terrible. But a lot of people are acting like you can divorce the Israeli occupation from the terrible Hamas violence, the terrible Hamas response, acting like Hamas are some outside infiltrators that are only doing what they're doing because of Iran. And a couple of things to say on that, because Hezbollah is the one that is primarily backed by Iran, but because of shifting geopolitics, Hamas has less support from the Saudis, from other places in the Arab world, which eats the back them. But it doesn't really matter, because Hamas have been in charge of Gaza for like 18 years or something at this point. And during the election, even Palestinian Christians had voted for Hamas. And you think that's, that's a weird one, because Hamas are Islamic fundamentalists, don't they hate Christians? But what Hamas represented to a lot of people was they were the ones willing to fight back against the Israelis, right? And when you grow up in a system that completely dehumanizes you, that starts seeming quite appealing to you, because you feel like the Palestinian Authority have sold you out. So you go more in the extremist direction.
What I'm
and
talking
then,
about,
of course,
like in terms of the collaborationist aspects of the government become political movements become political movements that cannot be popularly supported.
You have invasions, bombing, Gaza being an open-air prison.
Yeah, exactly, Nabil. There's a ton of history behind this.
Most people don't have clean water. Most people don't have jobs. Most people have like 3 hours of electricity a day, and you can't leave. You can't leave while being treated like subhuman and while having a population of people who view you as subhuman, most of them. And the Zionist project as a whole relies on ethnically cleansing Palestinians and erasing their identity. And in some other videos, a lot of people who work for the UN have argued this is like some sort of slow genocide against the Palestinian people. So if you are 18 years old, you've grown up in Gaza controlled by Hamas, and what Israel have done is use this pretext of Hamas being, terrible Iranian infiltrators to do even worse stuff to you. So you grow up in that environment where every single person you know has experienced this. Probably most of them have lost family members and friends to the occupation and to the war. And then you want to fight back. What are you going to do? You join one of the insurgent groups in Gaza. Hamas is the biggest one. And another point I was making is often with revolutionary movements, a lot of people who join these movements don't believe in the politics. So the IRA is a good example, right? If you read about the OG IRA, the 1916 gang, one of my family members was in that, Sean McDermott. A lot of them were socialist, anti-capitalist. Said stuff like, if Ireland just swaps English capitalism for Irish capitalism, we're not free. A lot of them were executed, but when Ireland actually became independent, did it become socialist? No. It became a terrible place. And today, Ireland's still wrestling with that legacy. It's a neoliberal hellhole, right?
Good point.
But the original people who were doing the revolution...
Yeah, Jamie, we looked at that earlier. Jamie Lee Curtis posted a picture of a Palestinian child being bombed. Then she realized they weren't Israeli, and she deleted the tweet. That's wild.
Most of them are leftist. You had this in Vietnam as well, although NVA were communists. A lot of NOF people...
Yeah, it was like that picture with I Stand With Israel.
were just resisting American colonialism, South Vietnamese brutality, didn't necessarily believe in the politics, they just wanted to fight back. Same in Algeria, same in lots of places, right? Same in Afghanistan with the Taliban. People join these organizations often for one reason. They want revenge or they want to fight back. They don't necessarily believe in everything these people want. Not that they'll ever tell you, but I'm sure a lot of people who've even fighting right now don't necessarily believe in Islamic fundamentalism, but they join these organizations in a response to Israeli colonialism. And you can't just hand wave away that problem, because that makes a solution even more complicated. Because if you act like Hamas are crazy people, Hamas are all insane, they all are trained by Iran, they're just doing Iran's bidding. The problem is that you don't realize the solution is ending the occupation to stop support for Hamas, right? If Gaza was treated even just a lot better, there'd be less support. If Palestinians were liberated and had their own state as well, or there's a one-state solution for both Israelis and Palestinians, then you'd completely erase the support for Hamas. Why are people drawn to extremist militant groups? Somehow we can all understand this when it comes to war movies about Afghanistan and Iraq, but when it comes to the discourse about Isreal Palestine, we don't understand this. We just all hand wave away, oh, Hamas, they're all insane. And again, it's not to justify what they're doing, it's just to point out it's a cause and effect. The same way what the Haitian slaves did after the revolution, the same way what the Czechs did after the end of World War II, it's a cause and effect. If you create a whole system that treats people as subhuman or not even human, their revolt and their reprisals are going to be absolutely brutal, because you've created this cycle of they view you all as the enemy. And this isn't helped even more by all the Western governments saying Israel should be able to do what it wants. Israel going mask off, saying it's basically going to do genocidal war against Gaza now. Doesn't care if you're a civilian, it's just going to kill you. And then what does that do? More people in Gaza who think Hamas were wrong, now they see that rhetoric, oh, I guess they were right.
And you see like how this perpetuates a never-ending cycle.
I guess all Israelis hate us. I guess all Israelis want to kill us. I'm going to join the extremist group now. What do I have to lose? And my whole war is against...
They need each other. That's an interesting question. Do they need each other? The actions of, I mean, you are kind of connecting some of the things that like Tabernacle hasn't explicitly said yet, right? In terms of the actions of the occupation justify, you know, justify the rule of a faction like Hamas, and that faction then being empowered then is used to justify the violence that obviously is going to target more than just militants, the violence that's going to target civilians as well. And so there's been some discussion of how other factions that existed in Palestine you know, essentially have been, you know, disempowered through the nature of, you know, the worse the occupation gets, the more it makes the it makes any quote unquote moderate faction that cooperates in any way with the occupational forces look like collaborators. And when they look like collaborators, they're not going to get popular support. So yeah, I mean, that's the
Israeli people as a whole, right? So the reason I'm
definitely a bit of a cycle going on there,
making that clear, is because the solution...
You've been bombarded with bad messaging against people for a while. Safe spaces are always important.
Is easy if you view it like that. The solution is, if you want to stop extremist terrorism being done on Israeli citizens...
Hashima Island.
And this goes for people who might be from Israel too. You don't constantly support governments that promise to do this, to promise to kill Palestinians, promise to uphold not only the current Zionist territory, but expand it. Put even more illegal settlements, like destroy even more Palestinian peoples and territories. If you're voting for that, you're going to get one thing, and that's more extremism, more terrorism. If you really care about all those Israelis who've been killed by Hamas recently and other insurgent groups, then you'd stop supporting.
It's setting up an example for where the alternative to Hamas seems like the kind of fate that the West Bank is suffering, right? The being carved up and turned into Swiss cheese, dispossessed, evicted, and pushed out forever, right? That is the alternative that's presented. That is what coexistence is looking like. And so
apartheid, you'd stop supporting Zionism and you realize this is bad for the region, because even though you might feel good right now watching all those buildings being bombed, thinking, oh yeah, we're really showing them, like I said, what's that going to do? What do you think?
I mean, that was the response that was the literal response from Netanyahu. Right, we're going to do something so bad that nobody else is going to ever mess with us again. No, none of our enemies will. They're going to know now. They're going to be like, "Woo, the cost is too high." That never works.
People who have all their family members killed, 19 in the same family, I read the other day. What do you think they're going to feel about that? You think they're going to peacefully resist, or are they going to pick up arms and start actually resisting? And if they're doing that, there's no PLO anymore. There's no secular Palestinian groups in Gaza. They're going to join Hamas. So you're just giving them more recruits. But again, people don't understand this conflict in that they're acting like Hamas planned this, in that they attacked to get the Israeli reaction to get more recruits. But like I said, it's this cycle. A lot of people in Hamas are just regular average people who join an extremist group to fight an occupation because they're so desperate, right? I've seen a lot of quotes going around in media that actual Palestinians have said, we don't have anything to lose. We don't have anything to lose. I'm going to die anyway. I'm going to live in destitution my whole life, poverty without clean water. So what if I get killed by an Israeli warplane or helicopter while breaking out of this prison?
They're literally putting, these people in a situation under the occupation where life is considered cheap, where life is, and that's exactly what Tabernacle is saying here, that if you don't feel like you have anything to lose, then these organizations like Hamas are always going to have recruits.
Stuff. So what if I get killed by an Israeli settler in a gun battle? It's better than just staying here and slowly dying, right? So again, that's what Israelis should be advocating for. There was massive Israeli protests against the Netanyahu government recently. Not because of how they treat Palestinians though, but because he's destroying Israeli democracy for Israelis. And again, it's linked together, because now he's back in power, he's doing this war, he's going to be more popular than ever, and I'm convinced he let this happen. But it's like some House of Cards shit. Like, literally, I was watching that speech he made the other day. I'm like, you knew this was happening, and apparently Egyptian intelligence are saying that Israel did know about this. And again, with the whole history of them...
I mean, like, that they were warned, is different than to say that they allowed it to happen. I mean, this is true, just as true with 9/11 as it is now.
Funding and arming Hamas in the first place to undermine the Palestinian Authority, I honestly wouldn't be surprised. It's a great political move for Netanyahu. The whole world is backing him now. The whole Western world is saying, go on, do whatever the fuck you want. I bet his popularity in Israel is so much more. Nothing like a good war to get everyone supporting you. Same thing happened to Bush with Iraq and Afghanistan. And I can...
Yeah, and with Netanyahu, it's allowing him to escape culpability for the fraud that he's been charged with, right? Like, yeah, Netanyahu was extremely unpopular.
Oh, dude, you support terrorism because you tried to outline why people join a terrorist organization. I'm trying to outline this because if you know history, you know why people join. I talked about the IRA. My own family were in the OG IRA. Why did they join that? Why did they do that? Why did they join a terrorist organization? Why did they fight against British soldiers? Why did they kill British soldiers? Because they were desperate. Centuries of colonialism. Famine that didn't have to happen, but the English allowed it to happen. Because they were exporting all Irish food to the colonies and to England itself, right? People get desperate when you're treated subhuman for so long. And one more point to make about the Hamas thing as well is people don't really care that it's Hamas. People don't really know much about Hamas anyway, right? If this was the PLO from the 90s, if it's the PLO doing the exact same thing, do you think that would change anything? PLO was secular, also terrorists as well. Let's imagine an alternative history. This is the PLO, and they've been fighting all weekend, and they have a 0% Israeli casualty rate. They've only been fighting the army, and they've only been fighting armed Israeli settlers. Do you think the reaction from Western governments, Western news orgs, and Western celebrities would be any different? You know for a fact it doesn't matter if it's Hamas, it doesn't matter if it's the PLO. I saw a Maoist group in Palestine putting out a video saying they're getting involved now. If Hamas was replaced by this Maoist group and they weren't targeting civilians, would it make any difference? And I'm saying that as someone from an Irish family who grew up in England. The same rhetoric about the IRA is very prominent in English politics. Jeremy Corbyn is an IRA sympathiser terrorist because he helped the peace process in Northern Ireland, right? English people do not understand why the IRA existed, right? And it's the same way people don't understand why Hamas exists. They don't understand it's a cause and effect. Yes, what Hamas do is bad. What the IRA did, killing civilians, was bad. Innocent civilians was bad. But do you know why that happened? Because of the English occupation of Ireland. Because of the Israeli occupation of Palestine. If you're going to create apartheid systems and settler colonialism,
the French occupation of Algiers,
you cannot be shocked when the resistance to that is very brutal and horrible. But because yours is more passive and long, in Ireland's case, centuries long, you act like you have the moral high ground for creating this dehumanizing system
because you can draw
where everybody is
comparison,
complicit in it, and it helps you keep an air of superiority. Like, oh, those mad Fenian bastards who can't help but kill civilians.
You can draw a comparison short term that makes the resistance look more violent and savage than the occupation.
Oh my god, what terrible people those Irish are. Like, remove all context to make yourself feel better about doing terrible things to a group of people for decades or for centuries in many cases. So yes, I know that might be spicy to people, that I'm trying to tell you why people do terrible things against colonial regimes, but I'm sorry, some people just need to hear it. And now on that note, I want to switch up a bit to the celebrity reaction. Now, granted, I mostly
okay, so listen, I'm gonna play a little bit of Star Trek to decompress. We're talking about like a browser game. It's a capture game. It's not like a pew pew space game. It's not Elite Dangerous or anything like that, right? So we're actually sponsored by Star Trek for the moment, and wow, that's an interesting. Oh, weird. My God, what is going on? I don't know why you're actually seeing a piece of OBS there. I don't know why. I don't know why at all. That is super weird. Okay, window capture. Okay, something like that. There we go. That's better. Okay, so you can see I'm playing Star Trek. We're talking to all kinds of different people out in outer space. And these are factions. I think this is like a faction that I'm auditioning for here, or potentially could be allies with. I'm trying to remember. It's some syndicate. Is that my new boyfriend behind me? Exactly. You got me. No, wait, I'm trying to remember, right? Because like this is a game that I played a while ago. So just to like lay out the basics, all right. This is like it's not a browser game, it's a mobile game. There's the QR code right above there. You can also get a hold of the link by typing STAR in chat. I think it works in either chat, hopefully. I think. Let's try this. TAR. Does it work in either chat? Or is it just... There we go, yeah. So yeah, that's my my link if you want to play. Now this is a cool sponsorship, and let me tell you why. Right, most sponsorship it's like, you know, if you want to help me out, you gotta pay money, you gotta buy a product, right? If you know, if you don't have you know, if you don't want the product, if you don't you know, have, you know, if it's too expensive, then you're kind of just like out of that. But this one is one where I actually get money not from anybody, not from, oh my god, we're gonna have an ad break. The ad break's coming up in like 2 seconds. In like less than 2 seconds. I don't know, like not less than 2 seconds, but very few number of seconds, very small amount of seconds. It's when the ad break's coming up. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of them with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of them by paying $5 for a sub for yourself to get that little Persona 2 avatar by you. Or you could possibly get a gift sub, although that hasn't worked out too well for people today. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It's rolling the dice. You're rolling the dice. You're taking a chance. You know, if there is somebody wanting to give community or gift subs, if there is somebody that wants to, you know, get people out of that ad break, they're more likely to see you and to notice you if you're active in chat. So if you're that person that, you know, wants to benefit from a gift sub, your best chance is being active in chat, although it's not a guarantee. All right, so yeah, this is Star Trek. This is a mobile game. This is the mobile version of Star Trek Fleet Commander, and essentially the goals that we have are these: play and reach level 5. So let me show you a little bit of how that works, right? Okay, so that's like a mission there. Oh my God, look at that. What's going on? Do we need to repair the ship? Repair, I guess. Anyway, so this is like, okay, so here's how this works. By going onto the system, you're gonna see space. If it loads up. Yeah, there it is. That's a planet. That's our planet. That is our space station orbiting that planet, right? So I don't know how you pronounce this, Xiao or something like that. That's the planet that we're orbiting. This is my station, you know, it's like Deep Space Nine. You can go into the interior and see that this is like a, inside the sphere, there's like a flat surface, right? And this is where all your stuff gets built. This is, you know, you got your industrial stuff over here. You've got a shipyard over here. You've got, what even is this? I forgot what this one is. Ship hangar. Okay, so that's the ship hangar. Research and development, aeronautics, right? There's a lot of stuff you can build. There's a lot of stuff you can level up. There's a lot of resources that you can, I guess, mine, harvest, refine, something like that. Whether it is parsteel or dilithium crystals over there, you can obtain resources that way. And then the research is sort of where you can climb the, oh, a upgraded shipyard to level 13. Oh no, that's what oh my God. So they give you these missions to perform. You get rewards when you perform them. And apparently I've achieved a lot of these. Okay. I don't even know what that's about. Let's go back here. Interior. So the last thing that I built up was this here, the shipyard. It's now at level 13 out of 60. Now, what are we building the shipyard for? Oh, I'm glad you asked, right? For ships, to be able to build more ships. And the latest ship that we got that you know we can maybe build is the Tala, right? And it requires shipyard level 14 and Tala as far as research. So, you know, a lot of people ask me about this game, like, right, because there's all this stuff that you can build. What do I build first? Well, essentially, you know, you're going to have certain achievements that it's suggesting that you do. And in pursuing those achievements, you're going to find stuff like this, where you go here, you're like, I need to increase the shipyard. You can't increase the shipyard until you do certain other things. So you can just hit that go button. That'll take you to, okay, so if I want to unlock the Tala, what do I need? I need this, I need that, I need that. I've got all those things, right? All those research goals. But what I don't have is research and development leveled up to 14. I go to research and development and I find that I need operations level 14, academy level 14, dilithium generator B level 11. Okay, so out of all these, the quickest to build might be the dilithium generator B. We might as well get started because look at that. That's like super quick. If anything is under 5 minutes, basically it's auto built, right? Because under 5 minutes, you can always hit this free button. So I got to, yeah, just like grind that up to 4 levels completely immediately. Now I'll hit upgrade and essentially I've got 3 minutes until it hits level 5, and then I can hit that green free button. So that's what we're building right now. Dilithium. What is even going on here? Need to increase the dilithium generator for that. But yeah, the next thing we need to get is this research and development leveled up. We need operation. We need, all these things. Let's take a look at the other ones. Academy. Okay, so I need operations level 14 if I want to increase the academy. Here's operations level 14. Oh, look what we got here. Car steel warehouse level 12. I guess it needs to be level 13. And there we go. So maybe that's the next thing that that we're gonna upgrade. But okay, so we got away teams here. You send your away teams. Oh yeah, this is gonna introduce you to officers, right? These are 2 officers that were on a mission on the away team. They succeeded and they brought home this service award, which I guess I'll figure out what to do with it. But yeah, basically you go to the shuttle bay, you hit away teams, and you can always have because you'll have personnel that are not assigned to any ship, and they can go do missions like this. And essentially, like A is they're on your first ship, B is they're on your second ship. You can see that we've got people here who are on neither ship, and away they go. Beam them away to like a off base mission. So you've got tons of these like, wait, what's going on? Okay, is this like... This is not supposed to happen. Okay, maybe, did that fix it? Wow. That's not supposed to happen. So yeah, if you stick around, I do have one more video to watch with you after, well, I don't know. This might be the end of Star Trek, right? Because like, it's like, or at least I might have to reload it or something, because this is not what it's supposed to look like. What if I show you officers? Okay, so I was talking about officers. There are the officers. This still does not look right. These are essentially the CAPTCHA entities, right? So if I go to recruit, which is when you get new officers, you've got all these like keys, or these recruit cards, right? You can get ultra recruit, premium recruit, standard recruit. What does that mean? It just basically means how likely are you to get rare stuff, okay? And you know, rare stuff in this case are like rare rare crew members, right? All the crew members have special abilities. They basically power up your ship in a different way. And so you know, you use these tokens. Oh my god, yeah, there we go. Chest in order to get you know, any of these potential crewmates on your ship. And the way they work is like this, right? You see like people like this, 3 out of 6 and a gray bar, right? That means that this dude right here, Vartok, I don't have him yet. I've gotten 3 of his cards. If I get 6 of his cards, he'll join my crew. So that's essentially how that you know, capture portion works. There's some people that are really easy to get a hold of. They're super common. So, you know, like a lot of people have those. If where the paying money thing comes in, if you want to do that, which I don't think you have to. I haven't paid any money to this game. But all it does basically is it makes it more likely that you're going to get like a rare pull. So if you, you know, I don't know, if it's worth it to you, you know, that there's that. But understand that paying for anything does not help me on my sponsorship, and you know, you shouldn't feel like obliged to do it. The game is free to play with ads, and so you know, that's the cool thing about this sponsorship, is it doesn't really require people to pay out any money to be able to help me. All we're looking for is reaching those goals, like the getting to level 5, getting to level 10, and then building your second ship. So there's my player profile. Mission daily goals, that's what I'm looking for. Oh my god, this shit is so broken right now. This shit is so broken. It usually doesn't do this. I'm also using this on BlueStacks, so here, I'm gonna try something really quick. Let's see if I exit out of this and then go right back into it. Exit game. Yes, something is not, no, that's not, it took me right back. Exit. Maybe shut down. I'm gonna try reloading BlueStacks. Yeah, but the version of the game that I'm sponsored by at the moment is the mobile game. So you know, if you wanna try it out on mobile. Hit star, and that will give you the link. That's my link. So you know, it helps me out a lot, and it actually is free to play. So I mean, give it a try. If it's fun, play it. Don't feel like you have to on my account though, right? But it's just there for you if you want to, and it is you know, one sponsorship that doesn't try to sell you anything. So that's kind of nice. Okay, so I'm like restarting. It's gonna take a second to restart. But yeah, so the kind of game that you can kind of play idly, you know, if you've got something else that you're working on. There's the music. And I've been told the music is like way too loud. Oh no. Yeah, the music's way too loud. So it's a game that you can play while you do a lot of any number of other tasks. Okay, so yeah, we're back. Yes, there we go. We are back. Okay, so I just sort of gave you an overview of the officers. Let's take another look at them. As you can see, I don't have any recruit tokens, so I can't recruit anybody new, but I can like yeah, so when they get to like level 5 or level 10, you've got to promote them to get them to the next rank. In order to promote them, oh, interesting. In order to promote them, you basically got to get more of their capture cards. It's weird to say capture card because it sounds like capture card, which if you don't know is what you use to get, like if you want to play your video game on your computer screen or stream your video game, oftentimes from a console you'll use something called a capture card, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about CAPTCHA, as in the type of game that this is, where you randomly, you know, kind of get different characters of a variety of strengths. Some of the characters are super common, like probably the ones that I have are super common. There's also more rare ones that you know will only get if you're like super lucky multiple times, or if you you know, do the upgrade thing. I guess that might help your chances, but like I said, I haven't paid any money for this yet, and I don't think that anybody that we were playing with last time actually, you know, ended up like paying anything. So we got the wait, were we? I don't think we were building the par steel generator. I think that we were building, oh my god, dilithium. Yeah. Okay, so the warehouse is full. So that the dilithium generator was one thing that we needed to upgrade. In order to be able to, well, no, it's not for that. I think it's for the for building the Tala ship, for unlocking that research. Speaking of research, how are we on research? Let's take a look. So yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit of this. Like I'm already at level 13. I want to get it to where I can, you know, build at least one more level, get to 14. 15 is where you start to get attacked and stuff. So you got to be kind of careful before going over. So you can see we've unlocked a lot of ships already. This is the Orion, right? So the first goal is reaching level 5, building your operations base up to level 5, right? That one's pretty easy too. The second goal is to unlock and build your second ship, which will be most likely the Orion Corvette. That's a battleship. Like your first ship is a, I don't know, explorer. And then there's also interceptors, right? And it's a little bit like paper, rock, scissors. Battleships are good against explorers, and interceptors are good against battleships, and explorers are good against interceptors. So it kind of works like that. But yeah, this will be the that's the second goal that you will have, is unlocking your second ship, and it really does make a lot of things more doable. So yeah, we got a battleship. We unlocked the Fendra, that is a interceptor. The Taurus, wait, what is the Taurus? Oh yeah, the Taurus is just like a better explorer. This Tala is a better battleship, right? So that's what we're trying to do right now. And we're still missing like one level of research and development before we can do that. So that's the research and development, which needs, yeah, Operation Academy and Dilithium Generator B to be much higher in level. You've also got all these like random sort of Battle pass points, okay. They kind of give you like random stuff up here. If you click winner. Replicator token, okay. And then, yeah, so you got like chests that you can claim. Every 10 minutes, 10-minute chest spawns. It's a little something in there. Every 4 hours, a 4-hour chest spawns. There's a little something more in there. And every 24 hours, a 24-hour, you guessed it, chest spawns, and that's even better. Wow, look at that, 75. Okay, now it's on. That's 75 premium recruit tokens. So should be a few really fairly high level pulls. There's also the 7-day loyalty chest that is like, I think happens after you've been playing for 7 days in a row. You get to open that. So some pretty cool stuff in there, I am sure. Okay, so let's take a look at our officers again. Wait. Wait, what? Ultra Recruit Premium? I thought I got like... Oh, shit. So it takes 150 of these tokens to unlock one chest. That is the thing with Premium Recruit. So it wasn't... I got like half a token, basically. Half a chest. Unfortunately. I thought I was going to get to show you, because that's one of the coolest things is getting new crew members through the recruit function. So this is the alliance thing. Let me see if anybody's joined yet. I don't see. Oh wait, no, 3 people. So we got 2 people that have joined. Oh yeah, I'm still no comment check here. So yeah, this is our alliance. It's called WEAS. When you're starting up, it's going to give you an option really early on to join an alliance. Just type in WEAS to join the Weasel Federation. If you don't find this though, if you're playing through this, if you click the link and you're like, you type it and you're like, I can't find it, then what you gotta do is use a relocation token, I think it's called. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember how it works. Is it like when you go out here? Oh yeah, no, this is the one. So here's settings. General. Oh, you can turn the music off. You can turn the sound effects off. General language notifications. I don't think this is what I want. Somewhere here, there's like, I thought it was up here. You can use your relocation token, but yeah, that's like how you do it. The guild or alliance, Weasel Federation, is really cool because we get to help each other out. So in other words, if I'm working to build something or to research something, and somebody sees the thing that's like, nocommentchick has started to research X, they can click a button, and it's literally just a button click, and knock off some of my time so that it gets built a lot quicker. And I can do that for you as well. You can all do that for each other. Wait, what is this? Events? Okay, I don't think I've done any of these events. I'm not sure what this is about. Yeah, I feel like I need to build something. can kind of see here if you're yellow or if you're green, whether you can research something or not. It looks like the only thing I can research at the moment is hull density, so I'll go ahead and do that. And you hit ask for help. That means that people get that alert where they see the purple box, they can hit it to help you. And then there's the speed ups as well, right? So here you have potentially things that will speed up your progress. Like right now, 3 hour speed up. If I hit this, boom. Wait, no, I gotta pay for that, don't I? Get and use 40. Wait, why does it have? Oh, I see it. Yeah. Anyway, I just used Latinum to knock 3 hours off of there. But you know, if you have this already, like the 30-minute speed ups, I have 2 of those, right? If I hit use, it'll use one up and it'll like knock 30 minutes off my time. So there we go. Hit use. As you can see, 30 minutes. Now the whole density only takes 3 hours to grind. Yeah, when you start to get higher levels of stuff, the research takes a little bit longer, but as you can see, this all helps with combat. This makes your ship stronger, etc., etc. That's why this is combat research. You've also got station research that helps you like build quicker, unlocking different facilities, all kinds of cool stuff like that. Makes your base more efficient, etc. The galaxy. I don't think I've done it yet. Like I haven't so I've only unlocked things within these 2. Combat and station. I don't think I've even messed with the rest of this. So there's, as you can see, there's a lot of tech trees here and they go deep. So if you like to research stuff, if you like the whole research tech tree thing, this game has definitely got something to offer you. Yeah, so I got some things being built. Oh yeah, so when it's green, you can just hit it and it automatically goes and you go to it. And that is the par steel generator again. We are looking for what the dilithium generator. I'm trying to remember. I'm building this to like level 11, right? Yeah, level 11. In order to be able to increase the research and development. And also, I think it'll allow me to... Oh, par steel warehouse, level 12. Let's take a look at that. So yeah, you got 2 main, sort of the 2 main resources. This is par steel. It's like your building material. And then over here, we've got dilithium. Wait. That's dilithium. This is tritanium, which is like a gas, I guess. So maybe like a fuel. I'm not sure. I thought the dilithium crystals were the fuel though. So as you can see, the par steel warehouse, leveling that up to 12, which is what it would take to increase my operations 1 level. It would take an hour and 11 minutes. I feel like that's about the same as no wait, it's like, oh no, that's 26 minutes to upgrade that one. And that is for dilithium generator B. Okay, so I guess this is the quickest thing to build right now. Upgrade that, ask for help, and then look at speed ups, see what speed ups are available for you. It looks like at the moment I've got 1 minute speed ups and 3 minute speed ups. Can use a few of these. To get my build time down to 10 minutes. And then, so yesterday we did some mining. This here is the mining vessel. Let's see if we can upgrade this. Oh, you know what? Actually, yeah, that's the Turos. That's my newest ship. It's pretty powerful. Look at that, 5,000 strength. if I go in here to upgrade, right, you can see that officers are assigned to it. If I go in here to upgrade it, right, I have the ability now to upgrade the plasma turret, so I will. Cargo bay, I can upgrade. Okay, so that's the cargo bay, and I think, like, yeah, I need more ship parts to upgrade much of anything else. But yeah, we've got that upgraded to over 5,000. We're at our max level here. So we need to tier this up. And I think in order to tier it up, we have to add and improve more parts. So there's the Explorer class vessel. We can look over here for our miner vessel, mining vessel. Okay, so this one, it looks like we can upgrade. See, and the health gets better, the specs get better, shield health and health go up. Can probably level this all the way up to level 10. Okay, and let's take a look and see. So this mining laser we can upgrade, and look, we're using tritanium. We're using that weird gas stuff, whatever that. It looks like an energy drink. And parts for. So the parts are all custom to whatever kind of ship you are building, right? So the parts that I'm using here are parts for a mining ship. There's also parts for battleships, parts for explorer class, parts for interceptors that you can find as well. So we're just leveling up everything over here. We can tier up the thing now. And the same thing applies to this. Look, we got speed up as an option. I got a 30-minute speed up. Look at that. 30 minutes, 49 minutes goes down to 19 minutes. The rest of these are 1 minute. So yeah, this thing is currently tearing up. And as you can see, like every moment you're building par steel, and I would normally be stacking tritanium and dilithium as well, except, you know, at this point you can see, yeah, tritanium is full, dilithium is full. So that's what it means when it says your warehouse is full. It's just that you don't have any more capacity to hold any more stuff than that. Okay, so what else is there to do? Like, let's say you've got, you know, you're building something, you're researching something, you are tiering up one of your ships. You can always come over here and check out a mission, right? We've got a number of, you know, options here. Now, some of these things are like the Tala, like, you know, researching and building that ship. That's an achievement. And some of them are story based, right? So what's past is prologue is one of the, it almost sounds like a Star Trek episode, and maybe even is the name of a Star Trek episode. Loyalties Part 2, right? These are, you know, these are different storylines I can engage in, right? You got combat training 10. So you know, this is just going out and you'll see a bunch of, let's do this just to give you a sense of what this is all about. Because that's a pretty basic mission, combat training. Okay, so that's where we live. This is where our ships are. We got all these star systems nearby, and some of them will have higher level enemies, right? In fact, I wonder what this, like, this number thing means, because maybe this might actually, it's either how far away it is, or it's like, or it's how strong the enemies are, because we really want to get some stronger. Okay, let's click here. So we're going to view the, oh, we cannot launch the ship. Interesting. I think there's something about, like, tiering up a ship that makes it okay. So when I was saying earlier that like this mission, if we look at it, that's combat training level 10. Defeat hostiles of level 10 or higher. Right? So looking around, scouting around, we're seeing like level 7. We got level 6, level 6, right? Those red ones, they're like enemies. And they're not enemies like as in other players. They are enemies as in this is like the computer. This is like these are NPC enemies, right? So no worries about getting strike back from an alliance or anything like that. That's level 8. It's almost what we're looking for. It's close, but we really need something. Oh, here we go. Done building. The dilithium generator B. So yeah, this is the one that we need to get to level 11, which means that we got to get the dilithium generator A to level 11 too. So this is going to be a bit of a project here. We're going to use more of that. We're going to ask for help, look for speed ups, and looks like I might have. So yeah, even if you don't have a speed up, you can spend this stuff. It's latinum. You can spend latinum to make things go faster. It's a limited resource though, so you know, keep that in mind. Okay, so this thing is tearing up. I might actually spend some latinum to speed this up. Like 2 latinum right there. 2 latinum right there. And now we are basically ready to go. Okay, so we tiered up, right? This is just what you need. Apparently, I guess when you're tearing up, you can't move either one of your ships. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe this one has to protect that one while you're tearing up. But I'm going to go back to the system map and then click galaxy. So, right, you click the system map to see the star system you're in. You click the galaxy map to see the galaxy you're in. Then you've got exterior and interior if you want to look at the outside of your space station or the inside of your space station. But yeah, I'm noticing now that it seems like there's a correlation between the number here and the level of enemies that you're going to face. I don't know why I zoomed out all of a sudden. That's weird. And anywhere there's something like this, that means that there's a mission there for you. Okay, so this one is 9. Okay, I see a lot that are, you know, these are really high. I'm looking for something that's right at level 10 though. Let's take a look and see, like 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Maybe we should be, yeah, level 8 through 10. Battleships, it says. So, these are a level 8. And the other thing about this is these are battleships. If I remember correctly, it's like, is it the interceptor that you need to go after a battleship? Yeah, I think so. We need to switch to our interceptor if we're going to go after these. Unfortunately, though, what I'm seeing is level 8. Oh, there's a level 10. So there's one level 10 in here. So this would be worth you know, a try. I feel like though, first we're gonna go over here and we're gonna switch out our wonderful Touras, which, you know, I don't know, that's a pretty powerful ship. I would love to use that on a combat mission. Unfortunately, I know this is kind of like Pokemon with fire type and water type and all those different interactions, right? This is a little bit like paper, rock, scissors, what we're playing here. And so the explorer vessel is not the right one to go out. So we're going to swap ship. What do we have here? We have the battleship. No, that's a interceptor. Interceptors are good against battleships. We do have a battleship over here. I think our interceptor is going to probably be our better option though. So I'm going to assign ship. And look at that, all my crew just automatically comes over. So we can take this, we can look and see if there is a opportunity to upgrade. Indeed, there is. I've got all this stuff. Let's go ahead and make the photonic torpedoes better. The cargo bay, the warp engines, impulse engines. I don't really know the difference. I don't know. Okay, so like that's about all we can do. We're at level 7, but look at this, level 8, level 9, level 10, and at this point, if we wanted to, oh wait, maybe not. Maybe not. We don't have the option to tier up. So whatever, we just upgraded the ship. It's now even stronger than our new Explorer class ship. This thing is ready to go. I'm gonna get out of here. We're gonna finally, hopefully, oops, yeah, it's this one. Let's set a course. There we go. So 3 minutes it'll take us to get over here. This is a bit of a ways, a way of a bit of a ways away, I say. So yeah, that's your like route, and yeah, there we go. There's the ship slowly making its way along the route. Looks like we're, yeah, building stuff, we're researching stuff, so you kind of want to keep your queues full to make sure you're not wasting any time that you could be using for other stuff. It's like we got something to claim here in chests. Boom. What is that? More officer XP and more latinum. Latinum is extremely useful in this game. We got a winner, milestone achieved. I don't know what that is, but we got it. Replicator token. Okay. But yeah, we're going to give this a try. We're going to try to take down some of those level 10 battleships with our interceptor. I'm still up being a weasel. That's right. Well, we are. I'm literally being a weasel. We're in the Weasel Alliance here on Star Trek. Justin Muffins, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Me and my niece went out to the park today and played our usual spaceship game on the swings. That sounds like fun. I like that they present the tech unlockables as your team's research in the storyline. You know what is my team? Yes. Well, it's like the very slow, we got the very slow interceptor ship. Look at this. Look at this slow ship making its way across the galaxy. Why is it going to beta assembly, though? That looks like a little bit harder of a... Did I mean to go there? I don't know. Beta assembly, like I feel like we wanted to go someplace near that, but maybe not there. Because I don't think we can beat like level 25 ships. I don't even know. They might be too tough for me. Okay, what do we got? Are we gonna arrive? Arriving at the destination. We'll take a look here. Take a look and see what's going on. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh wait, it's still not quite there yet, is it? Okay, so yeah, I mean, we're in the right place. This is the place we were looking at. We got level 8s, we got level 8s, we got level 8s. We're looking for a level 10. I did see one. This galaxy does suppose there's a level 9. There we go. There we go. That is who we want to take down right there. Very easy, supposedly. I think as long as I've got my my thing figured out as far as interceptor versus battleship, I think we're good. Right? I can't remember 100% for sure, but I think it's that the interceptor is really effective against a battleship. The battleship's really effective against an explorer, and the explorer is really effective against, you guessed it, a interceptor. So it is definitely rock, paper, scissors. All right, we're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. Can we defeat the Takrit militia ship? Combat training rank 10 rookie. Wait, did we just have to defeat one ship? Okay, so we got another Helvia. So we already have Helvia, meaning that getting another one of her cards makes her easier. We're closer to being able to promote her, right? Once your characters get to level 5, you gotta get, fill up this like meter on your cards in order to promote them. Once you promote them, then you can upgrade them to level 10 and etc., right? That's like every 5 levels requires a promotion. Oh, look, there's more juicy targets. 9 seconds away. I love the sound of that. And it looks like we're making short work of these battleships. So I was correct. It's okay, they are destroyed. Destroy another one. Defeat 5 hostiles of level 10 or higher. That's what we're going for. It says we got 2 out of 5. I thought we had 3. Okay, so we can see lots of level 8s anywhere and everywhere, but what we need is level 10s, level 8, level 8. Okay, that's somebody's base. You can see they're level 12. We're at level 13, so they're right around our strength. You don't have to worry about that yet, though. You can attack their bases, and they can attack your base until you get to level 15. Oh my god, I am trying to find more ships to attack. They named their base USS Enterprise. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, there's level 9. It's close. We're actually looking for level 10. No, I don't want to go over there. I just want to, like... Okay, that's like a... So what is this? It's a... Oh, that's how you mine tritanium. Right, so that's another one of our missions, to mine some tritanium. But right now, we're trying to find those level 10 dudes. Level 10 dudes. Oh my god, come on. I wish I could just like, I don't know how to like, level 9, level 8, level 8, level 8. Like we're just like, we're zoomed too far in, I think. And I don't know what the zoom out, I don't know how to do that. See, it seems kind of random. Yeah, because if we look at the combat training, defeat 5, so yeah, the first mission is to defeat 1. Oh, I see. So we defeated 1. The second mission is to defeat 5. We defeated 2 of those 5. There we go. Attack. Okay, so apparently that's the way. If you're looking to find a target that fits the bill, you can just go to locate. Unless they get there first. Look at that. Are they gonna attack this person first? Maybe not. So you can see he's going this way. This is our intercept point. We're going this way. No? Wait, what? There we go. There we are. All right. Time to... All right, we survived. That is 3 out of 5. Go back to here and locate our next victim. Right there. There we go. This makes it kind of easy. All right, there we go. That's all I need. I just need to find suitable victims. So you can see for every like for most battles that you win, you get an item. The item's right up there. Explode. Explode. Level 4, we're almost there. Locate one more. Can we get one more? So I don't know. I don't know if that means that there's no more level 10s. Let's take a look in our items. Hopefully like a level 10 will like spawn in here. We got 2 PvE, player versus environment chests, so we can open those. Those are your rewards for doing battle in the stars. Okay, that's a level 8. Come on, locate me a hostile. Ugh. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I just need one more hostile. I just want one more hostile. What are we doing? We got 20 minutes on our building, 2 hours on our research project. So we got other things going on here. We could also do some mining, right? Because we definitely saw some tritanium around here. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe send our mining ship out here. The only thing that kind of sucks about it, though, is I see a lot of players here. And I know that other players, when you're mining, so here's the deal with mining, right? You find a place that's got a resource that you want to mine. And like that, right? That right there. That is tritanium. That is very easy. That is also occupied. So there's already somebody on there with a... Oh, I wonder if that means we could attack them. Yeah, look at that. We could attack them. So if we wanted to, we could attack their ship. I feel like that might start some shit with them. I don't know if that's what I want to do right now, but that's tritanium. So imagine though this wasn't occupied. If there's nobody on there, you send your ship over there. Your ship lands, and it basically starts extracting resources at a certain rate. So while it's doing that, you know, you're increasing the number of resources you have on your ship, right? Should you be attacked at that time, as you can be attacked with a mining vessel, right? A vessel doing mining, you can be attacked. So should that happen and the person blows up your mining vessel, they get to take all the resources that you've gathered. So generally what they'll do is they'll wait until you're almost full and that's when they'll attack you. So it really sucks to be like, oh cool, I got all these resources. They're like, nope, you got blown to smithereens. You did not get the resources. Somebody else took the resources from you. There's another one, game time, more tritanium, occupied very hard. You can tell level 22, that is a much tougher ship, right? So the ship that I looked at earlier, we could probably blow up. We could probably steal their tritanium. I'm just a little bit nervous to do that, especially since we had to restart the Weasel Alliance, and now there's only 3 people in it. You can make the alliance more powerful, though. If you want to play this on mobile, right? Press !* and that should give you the link that you need to be able to be able to play this, right? So you'll do that, and you'll join the Weasel Alliance, and we will get 1 player stronger. 1 player stronger, and be a little tougher to mess with. One thing that I didn't anticipate, right, is that, like, I think it's because I hadn't played this game in so long since our last sponsorship. I hadn't really touched it, and I guess that makes your alliance like reset or go away, because I had to restart the alliance. Like, look at that. Okay, so that is tritanium. That is open. There's this many resources available. That's how quickly I guess you would fill up on cargo. So this one would take you 13 hours, right? And that's the real problem, is that, wait, how could I could mine it with this ship? This ship is not a mining ship. Oh, wait, I think I get it. So wait, you could technically mine with this ship, but you just be mining really slow. Like, and it would basically 13 hours. So that's why mining vessels are better. I see. That makes so much sense. Okay, locate hostile. Yes, thank you, attack. Let's get him before anybody else can get him. And you can look and see how your health is. I guess not now because we're in battle. Combat training, objective 2 completed. All right. So you can see what this, I think, is shield. Blue is hull or hit points. We've depleted a little bit of our shield and none of our hull, so I think we're doing okay. So we got more Helvia capture cards. We got some more officer XP. We got some more dilithium. So I want to look one more time. Okay, so we got like what? If I click on this, defeat the hostile captain. Let's locate the hostile captain. Can we find the hostile captain has appeared? Okay. Now what is your deal? You are a hostile captain. Let us scan you. Let us find out how hostile this captain is. Much lower strength, right? But here's the hang up. That looks like an explorer class vessel. It is, right? Hostile explorer. I am an interceptor. I've been kicking ass against battleships, okay? But if I try to go up, like, I'm twice as strong as this dude. If I try to go up against him, though, I might lose. So I'm going to be safer recalling this vessel back home. And that is indeed what I'm going to do. So it takes 3 minutes and 15 seconds to get back home. What we'll do when we get back home is we will switch out our interceptor for a battleship. A battleship will do perfectly against the hostile captain in his explorer. Yeah, we'll come back when that's done. So let's look at our items again. We got more items. Open up that PvE chest. More repair stuff. 1 minute boost. Wait, are we really chest? 10 minutes. Okay, so every 10 minutes it behooves you to check your chest. There can be some cool stuff in there. And I think if you don't get it, then it's just like, it's your loss, right? If you don't pick it up, then it just waits till you do. Okay, so we're warping back here. Now what we could do in the meantime, let's take a look at our other missions, right? So I showed you Combat Veteran. That's just a mission that's always available, right? You just keep leveling up and it increases level 10, level 11, level, you know what I mean? You'll fight stronger and stronger ships and get maybe better and better rewards, right? There is a mission to upgrade your operations base. There is a mission to build, the next ship, the Tala, right? And right here, what we have is Nest Egg. That is a mission to mine a large quantity of tritanium from the system to make it less appealing for a less appealing target for traveling pirate groups. Okay, so let's locate some tritanium. That is not tritanium. That is another ship. All right, what happens if I... Am I in my home galaxy here? I think I am. Oh my god, I don't see anything. I'm way too zoomed in. Okay, so we got more Rigelian destroyers. What we're looking for is some tritanium. You know what I think that told me, though? The fact that it didn't lock in onto any tritanium, I think it's saying that there is not any tritanium in this star system, so that's less than ideal. So we might have to go a little bit further. Oh my god. I seriously don't know how zooming in and zooming out work. And I would love to know that, because okay, so there's a hostile captain. A level 1 hostile captain. Let's take a look at this. So this is a mission to what? Warp drive over to... We're gonna repair this dude. And then I guess like maybe warp drive over here. Yeah, because the other thing is going to be... We might as well do this. You did that to your friend with loot? Oh wait, does that work with loot too? Oh my god. Oh yeah, we just got an ad break. Wow. And like I said, I want to show you a Vosch video after we get done with this. Yeah, we'll just do this. I can leave the battle, the fighting. The hostile captain isn't that special. He's just like a boss, you know, versus like all the other ships that you have to find. Ads, yeah. Well, only if you're on Twitch. Yeah, you're experiencing ads right now. 3 full minutes of ads, in fact. Yeah, 48 seconds out. Okay, it's gonna take a little while to get over here. $18 seconds. 5 seconds. Here we go. Okay, so we did the. I don't know if that like is the achievement done. There's anything else we have to do over here? Successful test commander. Upgrading our ships will increase the range of their warp capabilities. Good, I guess. What's past is prologue. Look at all those things that we got there. 2 ancient artifacts in our possession appear to be communicating with each other, passing data back and forth. What are they like? Bluetooth? Upgrading operations will enhance my processing power to enable me to decipher the transmissions. I mean, that sounds dangerous. I'm now able to decipher more data from artifacts. It appears to be some kind of holographic message. Is it Obi-Wan Kenobi? No, it's not. It's some weird dude. Lost. Oh, it's a distorted hologram. Wait, what does that mean? You found. In time, save. Everything, seek. Find beacons or perish. Okay. That's all I can decipher. If we can find more of these artifacts, we may learn who created them and why. Sounds like a plan. Go and recall. So like if you're ever looking for a ship, you hit that to locate. That is like your call sign. So I guess it's for communicating with other ships. You can manage your ship through that, although there's not much you can do when it's out in outer space. So right now we're going to go recall, and it's just going to charge up, and it's going to warp out. Look at that. Warp. And it warps back home. Okay, so there we go. Let's take a look at through the long range sensors. Okay, we got that one. I've identified a potentially advantageous new home system for the station. You should scout the system, determine if it's suitable. Okay, so that's cool. That's another mission that opened up for us. We're almost to the point on this, right? Like, so if I use the 1 minute deal, now we're basically exterior galaxy. What's going on here? It looks like it's kind of fucked up again. This is so weird. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna have to like hard reset this, I guess. Because I can't get out of this. Anyway, yeah, like my issues with this game are probably coming from the fact that I'm playing it on BlueStacks. If you play it on a mobile device, that's what it's meant to be played on. You'll probably have less errors. I probably need to update the BlueStacks or re-download the software or something like that. Don't do it. Remember Dead Space? Wait, what happens in Dead Space? I do know Dead Space, but all I remember is squishy, juicy aliens. So I promised you if you hung around that I would watch one more video. It's a Vosch video. Let's do that. Let's give that a spin. It's not gonna be like look. It's depressing, but yeah, this is. I'm giving you the first look at it, right? I haven't. So I made this video. It's just a short clip. This is Vosch's latest video. He's talking about the EFF once again. Kind of got South Africa on the brain. Let's see what he has to say. What does Vosch have to say? In fact, let's go here. Yeah, there we go.
So it could be you. You could, at some future date, call for the slaughter of white people.
What will necessitate that?
So
You tell me.
of course, we're worried about white genocide, a real thing to be concerned about, a real thing to worry about. That's
I don't know. Why would I do that?
You've said you could
the marker calls people into a trap.
I can't
Do you notice in his language we're actually hearing the same types of rhetoric that we see in neo-Nazis here in the United States, where they'll go like, "Well, I'm not saying that, but like maybe in the future people will." Well, what would the people have to do to like justify those calls for violence? You know? Oh, well, I'm not saying I'll say. I'm just saying like people might.
I mean, look,
say
is it true that if you pin down a Nazi and you're like, "Are you afraid of a genocide?" they'll try to find some way to wriggle out of it? Does that mean though that everybody that's saying like, "I'm not looking to do a genocide" is a Nazi? Not
yeah, it's literally Pepe posting. Yeah.
Literally
Pepe posting.
Literally
Yeah.
Pepe posting.
Literally Pepe posting.
Wait.
Yeah.
Who's literally Pepe posting?
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Literally Pepe posting.
Who's
Yeah.
literally Pepe
Literally
posting?
Pepe posting. Yeah. Literally Pepe posting.
It's just
Yeah.
a weird thing for
Literally
Vosch
Pepe
to say,
posting.
right?
Yeah. Literally Pepe posting.
You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Literally Pepe posting. Yeah. Literally Pepe posting. Yeah.
That's a weird thing for Vosch to say. Literally Pepe posting in a chat currently posting Pepes. I just thought it was a little ironic. I thought it deserved a video about it, and there you go. There is your sort of a I don't know. I almost want to say like moment of zen. Is that like from the Daily Show? I don't even know. But yeah, the ad is gonna end in like 2 minutes here. Literally Pepe posting, my dude. Literally no self-awareness at all, right? Oh my god, it knows that I was talking about Frogan. Okay, so Frogan is spelled with a yeah. Frogan. Anyway, that is going to be it for me tonight. Thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you massively. I've got to pee so bad. That was an incredibly long stream, 10 hours. Oh my god. Oh my god. But look, I had a lot to cover with I spent like 6 hours. I told you I'm not going to spend this huge amount of time on Hasan versus Ethan. And then I spend out a huge amount of time. I thought we were only going to watch like 1 hour. We ended up watching 2 hours. Somehow that 2 hours turned into 5 hours with my commentary. I commentary. I know I'm no comment chick, but there's lots of comments and you got them all tonight. You got, you know, many subjects covered. How do you do 10 hours of streaming? I don't know. It's not something I recommend. You should not do it. I do not recommend doing 10 hours of streaming. I just got focused on Hasan and Ethan, and there goes my day. Anyway, that should not concern you, chat. I will see you again on Sunday. That's when I'm scheduled to stream again. I might pop on for a little bit of Star Trek tomorrow. But other than that, I'm just going to be working on videos, going to be trying to get you out. Like, you know, I would love it if I could get 3 videos out a week. Like, that would be awesome. Like, right? I have to see, you see my problem though, right? I go in to do, you know, what could be like a 30-minute segment and it turns into 6 hours because I'm such a like, no, I got to say everything I'm thinking about it. And I got to watch the whole, you know, segment. And I don't know, chat. I think I'm just, some kind of hyper focus ADHD thing. Anyway, much love, and I will see you again